Hello, this is J.N.S. I hope you guys are having a great Friday. And I am so excited because we have a lot to cover. And again, I hope you guys had a productive week and that you guys are blessed, doing great, happy, and good spirits and all that good shit. And so I have to say, we have quite a bit to cover. I do have to say, we are covering the political strategy part one. It is a series lecture of series of think tank and workshop on good governance, how to strategize to win an election and whatnot. And that is underground. And we are going to do that tonight. That's going to be later on in the session. But I have to say, we're first going to start off with obviously you see the title, it has Umar Johnson's name in it. And so I do want to discuss, the debacle with Umar Johnson and going viral. I'm going to say maybe a week or two ago. I meant to cover it earlier, but to be honest, I'm really busy, so I couldn't, get to it. But so I'm kind of late. The moment's probably passed, but nonetheless, I just for the sake of covering the conversation between fathers and black daughters, I want to discuss that. And then I want to talk about Kanye West crash out, and from a spiritual lens. I'm not here to bash him, but I'm here to be honest, and I want to give my perspective on, what's going on with Kanye West and everything that's been going on with him since 2022. I want to give some context and whatnot. But I'll cover, the situation that transpired with him, unfortunately, and then we will go into the underground, not the underground, and cover the first part of the lecture. Well, it's not even a lecture; it is a workshop. And again, you guys can ask questions during that workshop. Maybe I should share it now. Yeah, let's do that now, so then at least you guys can understand what's going on. And actually, I want to cover just a little bit of this early because let me just make sure that my sound is good. Oops. Okay. For those who are on Rumble, sorry about that. It was a little bit of a delay. Let me just check my sound. I have to, I don't want to continue going on and then, the sound check is not good and whatnot. Okay, there we go. And so after that, I want to cover the first part of the workshop that we were doing as it relates to like how to center a party on common interests and the goals of our Americans, and then like what are the issues that should be centered by either a third party or the Democratic Party, and then like how do you address the American population as a whole, and then we get into segmented populations, and then political strategy for electoral success, and then political leadership, political road mapping. We will build a political roadmap. That's later on. That's not going to be today. And then we cover how to build political leverage through metaphors. And then, and like I literally spoon feed you, like, this is what you should say. These are the metaphors you should use to galvanize the American public around certain issues and whatnot. We talk about the core realities of public organizations in general, as it relates to government. And then I think that's about it. Oh, the practical strategy for winning elections. And so honestly, like it's 15 pages, single space of me that, just crafting out pure strategy. And as you can see here, that 15 pages culminates into our live sessions. And so let me put these links because we are going to do this today. And so you will need the links. I'm going to put these links now. There's two ways that you can join us live for the session. You can enroll in the course for one-time payment, or you can pay a subscription. So I'll show you what the subscription looks like right here. And so as you can see, the subscription is $19 a month, $19.99 a month. You can do it that way, and you'll get access to all of the lives. Now, the some of these lives will be password protected. I do have to say that. I don't think today's live is, but if you're calling by phone, let me know and I will get you the password because then I think, you may have You may have to put your password in that sense. And so let me just try to finish doing this. So we'll do that. Okay. Sorry, something going on. Trying to get all of it. So that's you can do it by live lectures. You'll join, you'll subscribe now. So let me get this just in case you guys want to come. If you don't decide to come today, that's okay. So that is if you want to subscribe on a monthly basis. And you'll get all of the lectures, and I'll show you what kind of stuff that we're covering in the lives and whatnot. And so let me start putting these links in for people because you guys are going to have to make a decision on which one you want um to use. So that's the subscription. Let me put this on YouTube. It's a lot going on, guys. Bear with me. Okay, so let's see. Let's put it here. Okay. And actually I need to log into my other account because I do need to make sure. Okay, so it's so you guys can see it. Okay, so I don't need to do that. So we got that. And now I need to put this on Twitter because there's going to be two links that you have. This is the one for the subscription. So if you want that one, it's right there. Okay. Twitter is just, I'm telling you, it's been a lot going on with setting up my technology. But, I'm pretty proud of myself because, I did work on trying to streamline everything to make sure that we can transition over into the live pretty successfully. That's underground, that's on Nocta University. And then we'll actually come back for our live party. So you couldn't, why is it doing this? Okay, so just one moment, guys. Let me just put this on Twitter and then we can get started. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Okay, let's put it here. Put that there. Okay, so that is the subscription. So now I want to take you to the actual if you want to just have a one-time payment and just pay for the course, you can just do that and you'll get all of the series that we're doing. And there's also a payment plan with this as well. Like say if you want to still have it just to do a one-time payment, you can make payments every 2 weeks. And so that's your business if you want to do it that way. So I'll put the link in there for this, and then um I'll show you what we're covering today later on as it relates to. So there's two links. There's a subscription and then there's the course. And so if you want to join tonight or if you want to keep it for future references, that is the link that you will need to join Knock the Underground tonight, because we will go underground to discuss that political strategy. We will not cover that live on the air. Then we will come back to do our live party because we do have a party time. We want to get busy with a party, okay? And so we want to do that later. So we will come back live and do that on Twitter, obviously, but we will go underground, and it's still we still gonna be running live the whole time. Um, we will go underground for about an hour or two, then come back, do our party. It's as simple as that. Let me just make sure I put this link on because we got that on. Okay, so now let's discuss what exactly are we covering. And so it looks like it's a lot going on with, I'm highly shadow banned, so it sucks, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Maybe next lifetime. Why, I say that facetiously. Yes, I say that facetiously. Is my card something going on with my? Okay, nope. Wow. Okay, just one moment, guys. I want to update my bank card on another system because it's not trying to. Wow, that's incredibly odd. Okay. Wow. Okay. So, when you enroll for the live lecture tonight, you can either, again, there's subscription or there's the course, just a one-time payment, or you can subscribe monthly. So I gave those links. And then we're gonna go, you'll click on the first lecture that is for today, issues Democrats and third parties should center in addressing the American population as a whole. That is what we're covering just tonight. Next week, we're going to talk about how you build specific coalitions and initiatives. The following week, we're going to talk about how to target segment populations in America specifically. The following week after that, we're going to talk about political leadership strategy. The week after that, we're going to talk about creating a political roadmap. The next week after that, building political leverage through metaphors, and then core realities of public organizations. And so all of this is going to be public. I'm sorry, all of this is going to be private, underground, and not university. And this is for a third party or the Democratic Party. So you want to get your Democratic shields in. If you know you're a Democratic shield, or an operative, a DNC strategist. You want to come through because you can take advantage of this because clearly your party doesn't know. It's a lot going on that you're doing. How who you rolling out and whatnot. And so I would say you want to take advantage of that. But I'm not. I'm no longer giving out like free game and the level of consultation, the level of strategy that I've given out publicly. I won't be doing that no more. And then, when it came to like when I was strategizing on my YouTube channel, to be honest, I was going off the dome. I was going off the dome. It wasn't, um, something that, it wasn't like something I was planning and writing out and strategizing heavily on. It was just straight, like just off the dome. But for this, I have to say, like this particular workshop, I did sit down and you know strategize. I planned this out. It's 15 pages, single space of just pure strategy, covering all of these things. But we're going to cover it. We can't cover it all in one night. It will be cumbersome. It will be a lot to do, and so I don't think that that's strategic to try to cram it all in one night. It's too much information. So I think if we break it up, I won't get burnt out. We can, go through it week by week and you see these things that we're going to cover. And this is just, again, high level political strategy for winning an election, reshaping political party. And so the Green Party is also welcome to check this stuff out. The Green Party, the Libertarian Party, a third party that is grassroots, that is genuine, that has, maybe some extra funds and backing where they can take it, where they can see this type of strategy. For those who may not know, like, okay, well, who are you or whatever, you know, um, I'm Kali J.N.S. and I wear quite a bit of hats, but I do have to say I am a military scientist, a strategist, a writer. I've written 22 books. It's a lot, that I have done. And so, in terms of like political advocacy and whatnot, and I do know how to strategize around that. How do I know that? I was giving out free strategy on my YouTube channel, and then within days it would get implemented because I knew at the time that there was a think tank that could get information up to the top that was watching my channel. I knew that because I had worked behind the scenes with them. I no longer work behind the scenes with them, but I'm just saying I knew that. And so, um it's an RNC based think tank. And so I was giving out a lot of political strategy, purposely knowing that they would utilize it. And some of it they did, and some of it, in that regard, it was a good thing. And I just think people just take advantage. That's why it's not good to give things out for free and be so public and not have boundaries. And so I realize that now. And then, the DNC, when I was doing things publicly, the DNC would also just whoever, again, we're talking about operative strategists, anybody that just comes across a channel, right? Or who just happens to be checking in, they would funnel whatever I was trying to get to the RNC think tank. They would hurry up and just implement it before they could. So I noticed that pattern. It's documented. I actually did go ahead and document, like, with timestamps, this stuff happening. And so I said, well, the strategy that we were giving as it relates to, like, certain specific things that were crafted within that particular campaign. I said, well, this could be something that, I think that we can do, especially in lieu of my change of stance on things. I don't have a political allegiance to any party, I have to say. I'm independent. Um, but I also want to get something on the books for myself in terms of what's in best interest for me and my community and the American people, things that I believe in, policies that I stand by. And so I started the NACD Order, which is a high society and governance, um, Umbra governance, but it is a high society that focuses on truth and enlightenment. And what that means specifically is we had these appendages. As a matter of fact, I'll show you what the website that we're working on. It is under construction. It is based on the Enterprise Architecture Guide for Building Black America, but I decided to take this more national in terms of having it just be for America. Because, to be honest, I'll talk about my experience with my community and what happened in the reparation space. We'll talk about that a little later. Um, but I'll show you this. It was based on this book. It was a 131 page, as you can see, it was published January 28, 2023. It was written in 2022, and it's 131 pages of information, and that relates to building good governance. And so this is so odd. Okay, let me just put this in there. Okay, so it relates to how to build good governance, pretty much. And so we break it down in your cultural apparatuses, your economics, your defense, your intelligence agencies, your military science, your social fabric, your spirituality is breaking down with soft power and hard power in minds in terms of what are the mechanisms to build a civilization or an empire. And so at the time, it was pretty local. I was just thinking more so of, like, intentional communities and whatnot, and cities and whatnot. So it was designed from that perspective. And then I said, let me go ahead and, do this, because I do see some problematic things with the country. And so I said, well, let me just create, like, an advisory governance board, umbra advisory umbra governance that could give governance and civic affairs strategies to the United States corporation. And so that is what the NACD order functions as. But we also have some appendages. So again, the NACD order is based on this book, Guide to Rebuilding Black America, but now it's national. So the NACD order itself is a national endeavor for all Americans. And as you can see, it says, welcome to the NACD order, embracing truth and enlightenment. And so here you have this about section. And so this right now, it says NACDmilitaryScience.com. It will eventually say, um, it will eventually say NACDorder.org. Actually, I have to just connect the domain. And so I was, at the time, I didn't know which direction I wanted to go in. And so I just have to connect the other domain to this one. I actually own it. I just have to connect it one of these days. But here's an about section. So if you guys, I just want you to know, if you don't see it under NACD order, or NACDmilitaryScience.com, it's because it's been switched over to NACDorder.org. And so make sure you guys remember that. But nonetheless, we talked about, some of the things in the Constitution. It is based on the Constitution, and under universal law, admiralty law, GIA law. But we talk about, the standing of it. But I do have to say, the appendages that we have under the NACD order are NACD University, NACD Church of the Higher Self, the NACD Esoteric Studies Department, the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, the NACD Think Tank, the GIA Military Science Department, the NACD Political Party, Black American Research and Cultural and Policy Center, and then the NACD Community Center. So all of these are appendages of NACD Universe of NACD Order. NACD University is up and running. The GI military science is being built out. The NACTU think tank is what we're doing now. The NACTU Community Center is it's running, but it's virtual. And then the Black American Research and Cultural and Policy Center is a part of NACTU University. So all of these are appendages of something that is going to be national for the American public. And so we talk about our the structure. And again, this website is still being built out, and this is nothing compared to what I'm working on behind the scenes with putting this stuff all together to making it be like succinct. Because to be honest, we're building the the new to the new coming golden age of American empire. Like this is like the American empire that's going to be at the forefront. Like it's new, it's in its infancy stages, but I created the blueprint in 2022, published it in 2023, realized it was a little too local, and then I do know that this nation is going to have some coming problems with governance. And so right now the NACD order is serving as a high society and a think tank and whatnot, and is acting as the advisory umbrella governance to the United States corporation to give things on political strategy, economy, services such as education. NACD University is a big part. We came up with our own instructional design model called AidFest. That is a DAO. NACD University is a DAO and whatnot. And so you have the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, which focuses on how the nuclear family, womb management, maternal health care, fathers and paid leave, all this type of stuff. And so that's one aspect. And then we have the Naki Church of the Higher Self, which focuses on the Naki philosophy. The Naki philosophy is pretty much undo your mind control, focus on yourself, speak the truth. It's nothing, there's no oath, there's no you gotta swear on this, you gotta say this, you gotta do this, you gotta stick a fork up your ass. It's none of that. It's just, be yourself pretty much. But I'm very strategic in how things are created. I do have to say that. But as you can see, we have an about section. This is the Umbrella governance structure. We covered the United States Corporation governance and civic affairs department and about college J.N.S. That's just something we're building out. The next one is the economy. There are several things that I'm working on, like 3 projects behind the scenes as it relates to economy. And so I cannot speak on all of that right now, but we all know about the Barter Economy app. That's pretty easy to build out. So I can talk about that. And I already talked about it in my book several times. But I also talked about trust funds in my book that was created in 2022. But there's other projects that we're working on behind the scenes that can't talk about right now. Some of the services, that's these services right here. We're going to build this out as well. This is going to get much more extensive, but we're starting. Obviously, the biggest one that we offer is NACD University and the NACD Community Center. And then issues and policies that we discuss. So on my YouTube channel, we did cover this. Like if scroll back, I want to say about 2 weeks ago, we covered issues and policies that the NACD order stands for, because these pages are not built out yet. This is literally me working in real time on this. All of it's ready. I just have to transfer it into the website because I have to build the shell, come up with the content and whatnot. And so under issues and policies, you see political strategy and consultation. The NACD order provides that service. And so that's what we're doing when we go underground. That's what we do. That's what we will be doing on NACD University. We'll be covering political strategy and consultation for third party, the Democratic Party, the Green Party, the Libertarian Party, and whatnot. You can come over and you'll spend that hour or two doing high level craftsmanship. You see what we covered earlier. For those who may be coming later, it is a 6-part series, 6-video series. It's all going to be live. We go underground and then we come back and have our party live again in the public. But it's high level. And after that, we have the GIA Military Science Department. That is a part of NACD University. That's Human Rights and our Justice Department. You can submit human rights violations to GIA. We have something for whistleblowers and former CIA, and we have Defense and Strategy Department. That's going to be where some things that might be classified. I'll probably tag the Department of Defense, and but there'll be some things that is allowed to go in there, and also we may do again don't hold me to it. We may just do something real lightweight that the public can handle, just something really, really lightweight where it's not a threat to national security or anything like that. Just something real lightweight. And then here we have more. So there's some organizing. You can donate. We have something for NOCD members. We have something for events, contact, and whatnot. And so again, we're working on this. This is a project that's been going on for 3 years. Again, I'm the author of the Enterprise Architecture Guide to the Rebuilding Black America. And so what we decided to do with the NOCD order is make that national for all of America because I'll be running for president in 2028. So it only makes sense to, um, you know, expand my mind and expand the constituency to include all Americans, obviously, because this is something that we can all benefit from. And I think that's a great thing because again, it's this is a framework that I've created, that I've been working on, and I took in a lot of hits for this behind the scenes, obviously, because it's a lot. People don't understand it. People, I deal with a lot of COINTELPRO. I deal with a lot of agents. I deal with a lot of discrediting campaigns, smear campaigns to kind of stop the movement for enlightenment, for the age of Aquarius, the age of information, the real golden age. It's a lot, and so we got to slow walk people into it. But the thing is, when it comes to the American people, there's certain things that galvanize us in terms of our interests and values that transcend any labels, any statuses, any isms. We all want a roof over our head. We all want food on the table. We all want clothes on our back. We all got to do what? Wake up in the morning, brush our teeth, wash our butt. There's certain basic things we want to be able to have sustenance. We want to have self-actualization. We want to make sure that our needs are met. And so when we think about those things, that's when we can strategize around that particular focus. And then obviously you have segmented groups that have that need more attention than others, that maybe require a different not even necessarily a different strategy, but a different protocol than others, and that is also allowed to be addressed. But the focus is on making sure that America stays an empire that is on top, that is competitive, that is innovative, that is at the cutting edge of leadership in a way that is fair, that is balanced, that is truthful. And so that's what the NOCD order is here for. Okay. It is not, something where we're trying to take over, we're trying to overthrow, we're trying to do none of that. Because we are the Umbra governance and advisory to the United States Corporation. That is what the NOCD order is. It's as simple as that. And so I declared my birthright in terms of running for president in 2028. And so this is what we're building up for that part. I am working on this by myself. Again, I've dealt with a lot behind the scenes. We're gonna talk about it as I was in the reparation space for a long time. And what I thought was something that was genuine, that was grassroots, that was something that I would be a part of and actually make friends and whatnot for people who thought it was like-minded individuals. It didn't turn out to be that way. And so I'll talk a little bit about that. There's a lot of funny shit going on. Like there are people in that space that are actively trying to steal my frameworks, and actively trying to steal my blueprints and act like they came up with it, and it's government backed, it's secret society backed, so they can't do anything actually in terms of what they're trying to do because they stole their entire framework from my blueprint. And so I was looking through that. I'm actually developing a 50-page reversion intelligence analysis. It's pretty much done. I just got to go in there and edit some things that proves what I'm talking about in terms of the span of 2022 when I entered the reparation space, in 2021, uh, things that happened to me when I got in trouble with COINTELPRO and the government in 2022 and in 2023, and then me literally predicting who would try to steal my framework. I predicted this in black and white on November 29th, 2024. I gave a specific name, and then the person that is trying to steal it credited them with giving them the plan. Which, mind you, was the stuff that they talking about as far as the trust fund. It was a chapter that I wrote in a book, and I actually predicted the person who would try to steal it because I'm very clairvoyant. I've also proved that on my YouTube channel that I'm clairvoyant, and I actually do that work in real life. In terms of me being able to use my gift. I do have to say I don't know everything, and I'm not trying to know everything. I don't pick up on everything in the world, but when it came to that situation, I could psychically see who was going to try to steal it. I called them out by name. I know a lot. I'm shadow banned, so most people try to act like, "Oh, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't know you." Da, da, da. But I said it. I said this person, and it did happen. It literally happened, and I have the evidence of that. We'll go through who I know was behind backing them. These were people that I know tried to line me up and help the government try to take me out. I'll prove how I know that. I'll prove with emails, timestamps, who the person that who's backing the person who's trying to steal my work is the same people that I fell out with and had beef. All three of these people that I know are backing this person. So I know it's concerted, and there's taking elements of whole chapters out of my book. And so I do know that it's being done by design. The person's name is Arthur Watkins. Um, and so the 50-page reversion intelligence analysis gives dates, documents, stuff that's in black and white. We detail the triangulation discernment analysis method. Um, Again, this is a secret society that has infiltrated the reparation space. They're COINTELPRO, but they target real revolutionaries. They target grassroots activists, and they'll do things to discredit them. Uh, they will do things to malign them, even behind the scenes, financially blacklist them, socially blacklist them, tell everybody you can't work with this person. This person's crazy. So I've been dealing with that, and I expected some elements of that from the white power structure. I did not think at all that the people that are doing that to me would be Black Americans that were in that space that I've spent hours on the phone with behind the scenes, um, talked with, and so that's a little disheartening. But you live, you learn. I'm 33 years old, so I'm living, and I'm damn sure learning, and that's a part of life, I have to say. And so we will cover more about the reverse intelligence analysis. That's going to be public. It has to be, because I'm not going to let people gaslight me and be like, "Oh, you're just making it up," or "You're just." No, it's stuff that's in black and white. There's emails going back to 2022 with the person actually backstabbing me and lying to me and taking my work, my IP, then, and funneling it off. And then it's the same person that I know is suspect, and then all of a sudden, it's the same person that wants to back Arthur Watkins, who I called out for plagiarizing my entire 123-page book called Queen Mothership Part 2, Enterprise Architecture Guide to Rebuilding Black America. Is it a book on governance that covers economy, strategy, defense, social fabric, trust funds, um, things with reparations, land acquisition, land conservation, building intentional communities. All of this is in this book. And again, you would say, like, well, aren't you happy? Ain't you happy that, like, there's a Black American that decided to? I would have been if it was a grassroots Black American. I'm not okay with this particular person, Arthur Watkins, because for one, he's plagiarizing. I caught him stealing other grassroots Black Americans' ideas, and then the people that happen to want to support him and push him on Black America is the same people that try to blacklist me, financially blacklist me, set me up for murder, all types of stuff behind the scenes that I had to deal with those people. They've lied on me. They've told people don't work with me. Oh, I'm crazy. But then they all of a sudden only want to back and push Arthur Watkins. And this guy, he stutters every time he talks about the plan, because it's not his ideas. So he can't talk about it sufficiently with any confidence. He doesn't have a proof of concept. You can look at his website and can compare it to mine. You can read my book. There's a whole section on land acquisition. He puts that on his website. It's a whole section on entrepreneurship. It's a whole section. It's like stuff on community trust funds. All of the stuff that's in my book, or also on the Nocta Community Center, because I have a section for reparations on the Nocta Community Center. And so this person, and who's back, who I know are the people that are backing him. They used to follow me. They've read my books. They know who I am. I've talked with them behind the scenes. And so I know that it's being done on purpose, because they feel they couldn't control me. I personally think that they are government operatives. I have great analysis skills, and I can pretty much conclude that that's what they are. And I think that they were sent to infiltrate the reparations movement, grassroots reparations movement, and create like a honeypot in terms of, like, people who would not sell out, or people who wouldn't take the oath, or people who would question too much or do too much or couldn't be controlled, and then report them and pretty much target them. And so I became a targeted individual. I was a targeted individual before the reparations space, but it just got worse, is what I'm saying. And now I'm pretty fine. I'm cool, at least for now. But I'm saying for a while, I had been dealing for the whole year 2024. Rather, it got pretty rough, and I managed. I still kept it moving, still kept my spirits up, and did what I had to do. But um, let me go back here. But this is what you see. That is the Nagdi order. Now we also have Nagdi University here. There's courses and whatnot. And so I want to build this out. We want to make this, I want to expand on this. There's a lot I want to do with this. I want to turn this into a more sufficient or efficient DAO. And that is something that I do talk about on here. And then there's the community center. And so that's here. And so all of this is going to come together. And as you can see, the research center, the research cultural and policy center, that is for Black Americans, and that's where you see me talk about like the lineage criteria and whatnot. And again, the reason why I'm bringing this stuff up, because the person, Arthur Watkins, we caught him in black and white, just lying on me, saying I had no lineage criteria, that I had nothing about reparations on my page or nothing. And so we caught him in that lie. We screenshotted it, and then here is, the evidence disproving this stuff has been up since 2022. It's been around for a very long time. This video was made in 2022, the anti-genocide theoretical framework for Black Americans. you know and so when I was accused of having no community building, that's just quite frankly a lie. And most of my books, it was most of my books were freely available. I am keeping more boundaries, because I do feel like, people will take advantage if you don't have those type of boundaries, and in many ways that has happened to me, and so I take accountability for that. But it's the onus is on me, and the responsibility is on me to create those control mechanisms to where my energy is not being siphoned, and where people are not plagiarizing my work or trying to steal things, and act like they came up with it and all that. And so that's another thing. And so here's the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning. And so there's lectures about, womb management, different kriyas, as you can see, introduction to tantra, herbs for grooming, natural birth control. All of this stuff is freely available. And so when this person was like, oh, you have, no community building, no, you have done nothing, I'm like, wow. So that's why I created that 50-page reversion intelligence analysis. And because again, this is a secret society that uses plausible deniability to discredit people. And so the one thing that they do is, if they cannot kill you, they will try to discredit you. They'll give you a false diagnosis and just try to discredit you to everyone, and then they'll financially blacklist you and socially blacklist you. They'll tell everybody you don't work with you, and then they'll try to steal anything you come up with, or take credit for anything that you come up with. Copy you. They'll copy and mirror you, and so that's what they do. And I suspect it could be the Masons. I don't know if it's that particular group, but again, these particular people that had infiltrated the reparation space, they came around me. I didn't go around them. I wasn't desperate to get put on like how the rest of the people in the reparation space. I didn't go in the reparation space thinking that there was money involved, money in it, besides something that besides redress for the collective of Black Americans. I didn't know that it was set up for nonprofit organizations to uh funnel money in from the government through government contracts, and then for whatever they're going to do with the money is whatever they do with it. And that's been going on for decades. It's been like an industrial complex to grift off of the reparations claim. So I entered the space very naive, but I learned a lot, so I understand what's going on. I know who's who. I have a detailed triangulation analysis of what degrees of separation is who from who, who's connected to who, who's dangerous, who's a red flag, so all of that. But and also I've just made the collective decision, or the executive decision rather, to just step away from that space because it's way too infiltrated. It's directionless. There's no strategy. It's clear infiltration of COINTELPRO, because things that are very simple, that are very commonsensical, that are very logical, are being ignored. Um, and so that lets me know that this is just some grift, or this is just it's not it's it got in the way of real grassroots activism. And then there are people that have really been targeted behind the scenes, while other people try to, you know, grift off of a very serious topic or very serious manner. And so, it is what it is. I'm not here to gripe. But what pissed me off though is, people in that space copying everything I do. I literally caught people plagiarizing even down, and I detailed it on my channel, even to what I tweet and how I tweet, what I say on my YouTube video, and then even what I do. Like, it's getting creepy. And so I detailed all of that. And it's happened. I think I detailed over 7 incidences. That's also in the 50-page reversion intelligence analysis. So we detail who's behind it, who did it, and then the evidence, what's in black and white. That's important. What is logical? What is patterns? It's not that many coincidences in the world. There's never that many that is never that many patterns that in the world as it relates to just those particular people that came for me, the same people that's been coming for me since 2022. It's not rocket science. Like, anybody that knows, that has a modicum of integrity and a modicum of intelligence, they know, okay, yeah, sweetie, you're being targeted and you should leave. You should not be around those type of people. You should keep it moving. And I've really so that's what I that's my cue, just to exit stage left, because those people clearly don't have the best interests of Black Americans in mind. And certainly not of real grassroots activists that won't sell out. And it's not about, like, okay, what sellout, or where are you going to go? What are you going to get out of constantly talking about sellouts? That's not even my point. We're talking about, certain people have certain standards of how they want to work with the government. I didn't have an issue with working with the government. It was the way that the government came at me. It was very deceptive. It was bogus. Uh, with threats. It was, the way they came was ridiculous. And so they had a chance to come amicably, had a chance to do things right. They decided to target me. They decided to try to assassinate me. They decided to try to discredit me. They decided to lie on me. They sent agents around. Um, Weird stuff started happening behind the scenes. They tried to mess with my bank accounts, all types of stuff. And so, you know, it got really annoying. And so I said, you know what? This is above my pay grade. Well, it's not above my pay grade. I know exactly who's doing it, where it's coming from, and why it's coming from. But it's above the public's pay grade when we talk about the Targeted Individual Program, Project Phoenix, the CIA, and all that. They don't even like to talk about those things. People get uncomfortable, they get scared. And so I get that. And so, it's like, you know what? I'll pivot. I'm not going to obsess over this. I'll leave the reparation space, but I'll do my own thing. And I do believe in coming up with parallel infrastructures, and I think that the government will eventually be able to come to see what I am doing, but you got to send better people. Like, I'm not you the people that you sent, these operatives that you sent, they are totally corrupt. They sold, and I can't get with that. I'm not going into an engine of corruption. And so if that means, I have to just acting as an advisory, act as a strategist, act as a consultant, continue with Nakti University and just teaching, and create the Nakti order and build a high society that I truly believe is good for America, then so be it. There's nothing illegal about that. That's totally constitutional. And so here you can see the community center. And then here there's also more live chat room, forum videos, groups, online meditation, and whatnot. And so as you can see, I've been really busy. I've been really trying to build something really nice for this community. And I never got anything out of it. I was totally disrespected, because again, when you're the real deal, that's when they come for you. They're not checking for, fake controlled opposition, people that are under oath. They not checking. They checking for people that is totally free and uncontrollable, unpredictable, and that's who they go after, and that's who they want to stop, and that's who they'll slow down. And so, unfortunately, I've had to deal with that. It's as simple as that. People know it. People are quiet about it. There are people that are happy about it, you know? And it's sad, but that's what it is. So let me make sure that my sound is still good. We will get to Umar Johnson. I know people is messy. Hey Kaylin, good afternoon. How are you doing? I'm glad to see you. We're gonna get to I mean, I was kind of disturbed how he reacted to his child. I ain't even gonna hold you. And so I do want to talk about that. I'm not gonna act like I don't want to talk about that. But we'll cover that. But like I said, it's a lot that I've had to deal with behind the scenes. I'm trying to just do something that is really nice for the American people. I don't mean any harm, but then I have a lot of light, and I promote again. This is the age of Aquarius. This is the age of information. This is the age of Saturn. This is the age of love, of truth, of peace, of joy. This is the real golden age that's going to occur under real Judite royalty, under real holistic royalty that is honored and sanctioned by the land of North America, for one, because ancestors have fought, died, and bled in North America. My ancestors in particular, and many others. We've been here for aeons. And so it's important that we honor the land, that we honor our ancestors, that we honor and even upgrade the American ideal, the American dream. Things have to be upgraded. Things have to be innovated. Things have to be creative. And so that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. It's as simple as that. And so that's what the Nocti order is for. It's not to harm anybody. We, have issues in policy services. You see all the services that we building out. And I've been working on this by myself. Not a soul has asked me for help, asked me to help in any capacity, in any capacity. But I have evidence of a person in that reparation space asking me to help them with they struggle music spaces on guidance, and they have never bought a book, shared a link of nothing, never supported me on any regard. I'm going to talk about that all later. I am, because I'm like, you got the nerve. You see me building a whole behemoth of an empire, dealing with COINTELPRO, gang stalkers. Now I'm building out Knox University, building out a community center, financially blacklisted. I make under $30,000 a year, and I'm a graduate from Columbia University with a master's degree in a STEM field, you know, and dealing with mob stalking, all types of. I don't deal with mob stalking that much because I don't really go out that much. Um, but I remember when I was dealing with it, and noise harassments, and I don't deal with that much as either, but I was dealing with that. I'm sitting here trying to build all this shit out by myself, and then this idiot inboxes me long, huge paragraphs, pretty much about nothing, asking me to give them guidance and help them build up their music space because they looking at my lives. My lives are excellent. Why are you looking at my lives? Focus on your own lives. We're talking about my live streams. That's really weird. And you've been in the reparation space for 3 years as well. You never, not once, shared a YouTube link of mine. Nothing. But they want to come to me and ask me to help build up their shit instead of helping me build my shit up, or offering an exchange, an ecosystem of collaboration that is reciprocal. None of these niggas have done that. And so you better believe, like, okay, y'all have let me know how y'all have felt about me. And as y'all try to steal my ideas, as y'all have, oh, you're so genius, you're so genius, you're so genius. Then I don't want to be controlled. I don't want to take the oath. Oh, no, oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Let's steal your stuff. Let's blacklist her. Let's do this. Y'all jealous as hell. I can't believe somebody emailed me a long ass, not email, message me a long ass, big ass paragraphs of information. And I'm like, I don't, you never supported me, but you want me to stop what I'm doing to come build up your stuff. Absolutely not. You want to distract me and harvest my energy and harness my light because you're uncreative. And you want me to come and build your like what? Or have guidance. Here's the guidance: be your fucking self. That's the guidance. And I'm gonna talk about who the person is later on. Yeah, we getting messy. Y'all always talk about, oh, Kanye West crashed out and all that stuff. He did this, he did that. Yeah, he did. But we about to have one of the moments today. We about to have one of the moments today. I'm letting you know right now, as it relates to me and the shit that I got to get off my chest, because it's a lot of nonsense. It's a lot. It's a lot of fuckery, to be quite frank. And so we will go over, what actually happened. It looks like what is going on with this? Hold on one second, guys. I wonder if I can't, because usually, like, it's something going on with X, and I'm like, what is this about? I wonder if it's because I have Kanye West names in the title, because he's under such hot fire, especially coming after um people's children. That was ridiculous. And I'm going to talk about that too, because that's obviously outrageous. I mean, that's obviously clearly outrageous. But yeah, so I'm building this stuff out by myself. Now the soul has decided to help. In fact, these people have tried to kill me. They have tried to malign me, discredit me, and then try to steal my shit. And so we have the names of those people. I've said it. The 50-page reversion intelligence analysis is going to be combined with the other reversion intelligence analysis that I've done, proving how Arthur Watkins and a couple of people that I know are backing him. And we'll give this stuff in black and white, how they have. I know that they sent him to try to go to the black community to push my entire framework. They just put Freedman Nation on it. And they want to push everything that I've already been working on. And it's just to undermine me. A lot of people are calling it out, not on the behalf of me, but just because they just don't agree objectively with how he moves and what he's doing. And honestly, he rolled that out horrible. It was a terrible rollout, terrible ideas, and botched because it's not his ideas. And so it's not presented in a way that's palatable, that actually is logically coherent in turn for the Black American to accept it. And I already knew that. I'm like, okay, he's talking about a reparations trust fund. He put it solely under his authority. I looked at the document that he sent to the Treasury Secretary, um, the Treasury Secretary. I saw some of his tweets where he's saying it's now under his sole authority. It's outrageous, it's highly offensive. And then the only people that are on the board is his family. And so in my book, I talked about directors of the funds and what that looks like. And I actually said I didn't want to be a director on a fund because, I think that there's other people more qualified for the job. I said that in the book. I talked about directors of the funds, the community guidelines, what the funds would be used for the trust fund. And it's very specific things that money would be used for as it relates to city building. So it was literally for, grants for entrepreneurs, uh, investments in sustainable energy, solar energy, wind power. It's literally in the book, fusion power. And so, I know that they are highly threatened by what I'm doing and the information I have put out. Uh, I know that because I have gotten a phone call about 7 state attorney generals, you know, asking about me, asking why I'm not, taken out or whatever. Uh, Very powerful people have been in contact with behind the scenes operatives and whatnot, and they kind of put me on game like, dude, you're targeted. They're looking at you. But at the same time, I'm not doing anything illegal. I want the best for everybody. I want people to thrive. And so, how is that a crime, right? That's obviously there. That's just me wanting to evolve myself. Self development is important to me, but just also help my community and then help my country. And because this system is inherently corrupt, it's a criminal enterprise. Someone with light and someone talking about, hey, why don't we just do the logical thing as it relates to creating American jobs? good governance for the people, a government for the people by the people. Why don't we just have constitutional studies? Let's review the Constitution. Let's, somebody talking about that is a threat to the system. And my thing is, I do know that there's going to be enough pressure applied on the system to where they have to implement what I'm doing. And so that's why they rolled out Arthur Watkins to the Black community, especially in lieu of the Republican Party rolling back, pretty much setting the Black community back 150 years. Even though nobody want to admit it, they want to play dumb because they all sold out. But that's pretty much what happened. And I'm saying, as a military scientist, like, dude, you guys are not catching, like, it's like they're just being like thrown around like rag dolls in terms of masonry, and in terms of uh, how you set people back without by smiling in their face, how you stab somebody in the back while you're smiling in their face. And so there's a lot going on with that. And that's why I say, I'm not messing with the Republican Party. That bait and switch that I called 3 weeks before the election, because I saw players on the board that came out of nowhere, and it freaked me out. And that's when I knew. I said, they're gonna play the American people. So they're gonna lie to us, they're gonna bait and switch. But they not only baited and switched on America at large, there was a bait and switch on Black America as well. And so that, I had to say, was disturbing, to say the least. And I called it out 3 weeks before the election, because I saw certain people coming around. Saw certain amounts of donations where I said, okay, somebody got some blackmail, somebody's going to sell out. And I knew that that's where there's so many MAGA people coming forward saying, yo, I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote for, oh my gosh, like, what's going on? Like, it's so many people coming forward saying that, um, of all genders, of all races, that voted for Trump because of that bait and switch. And I did say, like, they're going to bait and switch. They're playing us. And unfortunately, those plans did not become very apparent until 3 weeks before the election. So it's not like it's anybody's fault. Like, oh, I'm blaming people, because again, I think people really did think. I know, I thought, thinking about drain the swamp, help these children, safeguard the children, and then also uh the 2016 mode. And they went in on that energy, but then it was just a farce, pretty much. Like, something happened, I want to say, about the last month into that election, where it was very apparent that this was not going to be a 2016 type of ordeal. That became apparent to me. And so I did declare, you know, my birthright, because again, I know how things work as it relates to masonry, and the idea of voting, and the idea of even politics, and the vote means to bow. And so when you go to elect someone, it's pretty much giving them consent and permission to do certain things. And so I knew that, and I'm like, you know what, I'm not going to agree to this bait and switch, because I knew it was going to be a bait and switch. And so I said, you know what, I'll just declare myself. I know people don't understand that kind of stuff now. I think people will, as we get more spiritual. People will see that the highest levels of politics is the occult, no matter how much they want to lie and keep it covered up. As you know, by their symbolisms, they will fall. I don't even think necessarily that, but you guys know, you see enough symbols to put two and two together. And there's a lot of esoteric elements to politics, to backdoor deals and government contracts, and who knows who, and who's willing to do what, and who's willing to fund who and sponsor who, and APEC and all this. You guys know all these things. It's nothing new. And then the aspects of the shadow government, and the intelligence agency infiltration, as we know, what they just released JFK files, and how he was even trying to go get at the intelligence agencies because of his disappointment, you know. Um, and also the secret societies, because he had also realized that the secret societies had infiltrated the government. That is still true to this day. That's why, he met his unfortunate demise. And so that's still going on today. And see, I could see that so clearly because of my clairvoyance. Unfortunately, it's one thing I didn't want to see, but I could just see it clear as day. And so I can't look at politics the same way the average American looks at politics. They think they really go into a booth, and they're going to write their name down and write the person, and the popular vote, that's who wins. But these people are selected decades in advance. They're groomed. Um, it's based on a bloodline. It is based on the monarchy. Is based on um, certain rank, certain rituals that have to be done at a very high level that goes way beyond even the average politician's mind, even the president itself. And so all those things get done as far as selection process and whatnot. People are groomed for that. And so that's a real thing. And there's things that I know even about my own birthright and even my role in that. Now, I was challenged by my ancestors and even by even a living family member to kind of stay out that system, to stay out of that system. And I agree with them on that. And so I have to honor my ancestors and even what I know my family got involved in. So I don't, I will not just be waltzing into their system, but I also know that their system is unsustainable and that their system is built on corruption and based on a lie. And so the American people are becoming more disenchanted. They're getting more disillusioned. They're calling things out. They're awakening. They're saying, no, we're not going for that. They're not consenting. And so I see what's going to be on. I see it, and it would have happened with either party, but I do have to say there was a schism again. That bait and switch lets you know that they had a different agenda and that they weren't being fully transparent with people even within their order, the American people itself, and then the overall brotherhood. Like there was literally just a bait and switch, and nobody wants to call it out because people were paid, and then it was meant to target certain bloodlines for one, and it was meant to cover up. Obviously, they thought this was strategic. It can't be too strategic if I called it out 3 weeks before the election. Declared my birthright, did the null and void the primordial energy that was used, the primordial science that was used to even push him up, that was removed 3 weeks before the election. And so that's why you see all the chaos within the administration now, and nothing's really going right, and everything is because I had already declared certain things. Actually, said like a lot of the stuff that is even going on with Elon. I wrote someone that I know works with on Trump's campaign, and I said that if he works with this person, for one, it's the end of his legacy. But these are the things that are going to happen to this particular person. And all of those things are checking out pretty much just that quick. I thought it was going to take a year or two for that to happen, but it's just that quick. The stuff that I privately messaged that, and one day I'll share that message because I do know that most of the prophecy in that message has come to pass. But I'm just waiting for a couple of more before I share that public. I mean, it's like whoa, okay. And so that's two prophecies as it just relates to 2025, as it relates to this that came true. And so there's a lot more that's coming out. And the American people, it's going to be haves against the have nots. They focus on money though. There's a have and have nots when it comes to soul. So that's what the American people need to realize. Like, okay, yeah, I mean, there's different. What kind of have and have not are you? Are you the have and have not in the matrix and the illusion, or the have and have not where you understand that this is a spiritual world, that we are in a particular dimension of a fractal space of light, in a vector space, in a particular realm? If you understand what I just said there, you know, you know that there's when we say have and have nots, that's a whole totally different thing. We're talking about we have soul, we have our light, we have our creativity, we have happiness. And then those that don't have that, that means there's a frequency war. That creates a frequency war where they want us distracted in their matrix. And their matrix is based on fear, and their matrix is based on lies, their matrix is based on control. And so I know that. That's why I can't just go into your system. That's why I couldn't just work with the boule. I couldn't just work with, people that, you know, um, do a lot of contracts and all that. That wouldn't work for with what I do and what I'm about. It would be clash, clash, clash. And that's why every time those people would come around me, something crazy would happen. Something it just wouldn't go right. I could feel some of I'm spiritual. We're gonna be spiritual today. I could feel some of the entities that was on them and what they were about. I could see some certain things in they sold contract. I could see certain things that were on them, things they had done. And I'm like, I can't, what the hell, and unfortunately, that's the downside of clairvoyance. There's a lot of stuff that I know that I do not say. Like there's so much stuff that I see that I don't even say. And people think that I'm radical, and people think that I just get on here and just be talking crazy. I just say every little thing that come in my head. No. Mm. But I say enough, and I wake a lot of stuff up. People just act like they don't know. It freaked them out because I accurately pinpointed so many things. since 2022. And, the whole thing is like, let's keep this stuff covered because we don't need the American people to know about this stuff. Because that means that pretty much, yeah, the collapse happens much sooner. And, when it comes to planet Earth, we have to realize that you have to have a catalyst of two um, dynamics that are complementary that equal a whole in terms of the spectrum of light and dark, the spectrum of inauspicious, auspicious, the spectrum of frequencies, the ranges of feelings and taxonomy that you get on this planet is very unique. You get to experience love, joy, pain, sorrow, happiness, sensuality, erotica, whatever, and what is balanced, and that is what is needed on this planet. You have to have that contrast. But what this system is trying to do, and I want the American people to listen to me, what this system is trying to do is keep everybody in this warped inversion of very low frequency taxonomy. And so your range of frequencies, they want to control that. They want a world where there is no happiness, where people are stressed out. You're worried about 9 to 5. You're worried about money. You're obsessed with money. You're putting the technology over humanity. You're putting the money over your family. You sell your families out. You sell each other out. You're under oath. You're scared to talk. You're scared to express yourself. That's the type of world that they want. But I know that this planet was just not designed for that. And I know that Mama Earth, Mother Gaia, the Great Mother, the primordials, Lemurians, Pleiadians, Syrians, Orions, all these let's be real, we are cosmic beings. All of them have a clear issue with what's going on this planet. Not to mention the 125D dragon riders and the Atlanteans. Yes, we are star beings, celestial beings. I know that may be too heavy for people, but you gotta. What's your epigenetics? It's based on your natal chart. You get your natal chart. You do your work, and you study your ancestors as well, and study yourself and meditate, and these things will be revealed to you. Various levels of information, quantum teleportation, all different types of things will be revealed to you, and you will understand content and data of the universe itself, and information and various star systems, constellations, different dimensions, different inter dimensions, and whatnot. And so, we got a long way to get there. I'm not here to talk over nobody, talk down to nobody, or nothing like that. And I know that I may lose people with that. But I also have to be myself too. You have to be fair to myself and express, that particular part of myself, which has always been a spiritual side. So you have to bear with me on that. And so they want that world, these people, this system they're building up now, this technocracy, and they're lying to me. They're both globalists. Like, please stop with, Trump's secret society is not the globalists, and the Democrats are the globalists. They're both globalists. They have different agendas for the globe. You want a technocracy. You want hard power versus soft power. Kamala would have been soft power. Trump is more hard power, but it's not for the benefit of the American people. They have an agenda that these bloodlines have to pull out. That's just how they move. It is shadow government. What is anybody going to do about it? I've tried to be that catalyst to warn people, like, or not even necessarily warn people, but to inform people rather. This is what it is. And how do we navigate within that as American people while keeping our sovereignty, by demanding sovereignty, by demanding autonomy and good governance. And that's all you. I just want to see a better planet. I think that's what we all want to see. I think people just want to see people thriving. For the most part, I really think that that's the majority of humans' interests and goals. Um, but they have to understand is that their overlords do not care about any of that. They don't feel any emotions. They don't know what you're talking about when we talk about love and the feeling of looking out for one another, the feeling of creativity and innovative. There are people that are running this planet that don't even know what the hell that is. They just know money, efficiency to a degree, logic, but they also have, this hurt people syndrome on steroids, which means that they derive their power from lower frequencies. And so we just have to understand that. it's a very simple process to understand. You're in a frequency war, and your job is to focus on yourself. Your job is to limit your distractions, to have your fun, to have your moments of meditation, to continue to focus on, like, what is it important to you in terms of evolving your soul, in terms of what you want to do, what you want to see in this world, and focusing on your mission as an individual. But then, if you have a collective goal within your community, within your tribe, within your region, within your country, within your city, then you also can plan to do that as well. But first and foremost, planet Earth was a school, but people are not learning. They got all these universities, and where's the enlightenment? And so, it's a lot of things going on. You got this is a planet for people to learn certain taxonomy, to experience contrast, to experience the idea of individualism, and to experience what it means to uh, be divided in terms of the divine masculine and divine feminine, male and female, and then to come together through intercourse and create another organism. It's at higher levels that concept, it's not as an existent as it is on planet Earth. And so, like I said, we've come here to learn about soul evolution, as well as the evolution of our analytical psychology, and also our consciousness. And what's happened on this planet is it's been hijacked as far as the computational algorithm. And by that, that just means the way you program a society. Let's say computational algorithm of the universe, or this particular matrix itself. We're talking about how this matrix is programmed. It's programmed to hijack people's consciousness. It's programmed to control people. It's programmed to be fear based. And it wasn't always that way, is what I'm saying. It's supposed to be programmed to promote evolution, not just biological, but literal soul evolution, soul development, consciousness expansion, togetherness, and sometimes fragmentation and segmentation, and whatnot. Sometimes it's necessary, but togetherness coming, it was not supposed to be what you see now. And so, what's incumbent upon the American people and humanity at large is for them to realize that, and to create the world that they want to see. It's a very simple process. It's not, you don't even have to fire a shot. You ain't got to go out in the streets. You ain't got to go grab arms. I mean, unless, you know, they actively are trying to take you out, then you have to defend yourself. But this is a frequency base. Everything is energy. And so as long as you keep your energy up and you're aware, self aware, you do anything. You can engage in anything. Just be aware of what you're doing and keep your frequency high. And so obviously, you know, uh, feel as feel as encouraged as possible. Make sure you keep courage, willingness. Make sure you keep your wisdom, knowledge, love, peace, joy, and bliss, enlightenment, intelligence, creativity, innovation. Those are the type of concepts that will keep you at a more higher frequency. I'm not saying you got to keep all of them, but just working on what at the moment in time where you start to feel that ebb and flow, be aware of those ebb and flows, and develop your modalities to get back up there. And so, that's what I have to say about that. I know that was a little tangential, but I just wanted to give just some backdrop of in terms of like my my journey and building the Nakti order, and building, you know, like, okay, you talking about political consultation and strategy. Where did all this come from? And again, it's me coming from a place of wanting to help. I see that, American peoples are worried. I'm worried, not too much, but I'm thinking of things, and I realized there was a bait and switch. I realized that people are upset with people, even in their communities. People are upset for who won, who didn't win. And so for me, I'm like, you know what? Let me just carve out something. Again, the Democratic Party, it will be incumbent upon you to send your DNC operatives, your DNC shields and strategists to come and try to review. And even if you don't do it today, you want to check out that live that we'll be covering. And so for those who came later, um, we are covering the first part of our live for the Governance and Civic Affairs Department. This is the first lecture that we're going to be talking about that's live is going to be issues Democrats and third parties should center in addressing the American population as a whole. Now, as you can see, there are multiple lives in this particular module. We're going to cover each one, one per week. We'll cover one per week. So this is the first one that we're going to talk about. Issues Democrats and third parties should center in addressing the American population as a whole. Okay. And then the next one is building specific coalitions and initiatives. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Let's go back here. I guess we could, if I click on it, then I have to be careful. Targeted segment populations in America, specifically political leadership strategy, creating a political roadmap, building political leverage through metaphors, and then core realities of public organizations. So this is all what's going to be covered, at least for the next weeks, because again, we're going to cover one per week because this is too much information to try to get out in one session. It's just entirely too much. And so the next one, we have other modules here. If there is a live where we need to go underground that is esoteric, it's going to be listed in this module. We don't have nothing there yet, but there will be some times where we have something there. That's the esoteric studies department. The name of what we're covering, and then the date will be there when we go live, so you'll know which one to click on. The next one is the Knock the Order for Kids. That is our self-esteem class and cartoon Saturday mornings. There's nothing there yet. We will work on that. You will, once again, you will see the date, what is being covered, and then the children be able to click on that. We'll do self-esteem class. That's just a series of activities to boost kids' self-esteem, and then we'll do cartoon Saturday morning. It's all going to be at the same day. So I don't know if we should do the class first and then cartoon Saturday morning, or then do cartoons first and then do the self-esteem class. I'm still thinking about how I'm going to do that. And then we have Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning. If there's things that are too explicit to discuss on YouTube or on the public, it will also be in this module here. And we'll probably add more because again, we have esoteric studies department, Knock the Order for Kids. Say if there's something that they have governance and civic affairs department. There's some other departments, Center for Sexual. That's one, already said that one. But the Research, Cultural and Policy Center for Black Americans, that most likely will be added here too. And so if there's a lecture or a live where we need to go behind the scenes and discuss, that's going to be here as well. So we're covering this one today. Issues Democrats or a third party should center in addressing the American population as a whole. Next week is build specific coalitions and initiatives. And so we give step-by-step strategies. Again, it's 15 pages, single space of various strategies. It's written out where it would be nice, but I'm going to be talking about it live. It's not just like you go behind the scenes and look at them. I'm going to be teaching it live, but we're just going step by step because it's too much to cover in one day. And again, we have specific strategies, specific sayings that you need to do, specific slogans that you need to say, specific things, it's literally like written out. And so say if you're the Green Party, Libertarian Party, it's just a consultation. It's just a workshop for those that's interested. And even if you have a third party that you just want to start up on your own and you know you got more leverage or more resources and backing, you can also check it out and use those strategies. I just know that obviously within the two-party system, you have the Democrats, and they are down bad. They said they are in a crisis. They said they don't know what to do. They rolled out certain people. They rolled out you know um they're still doing a lot of this dancing stuff and all this, and it looks a little ridiculous, and I think the party needs major makeover, major overhaul, and so that document will help them. It's not even like a matter of, oh, if it will help them. Like I know for a fact it will help them because I put a lot of thought into it. The work, there's even some, we had some of the work by uh Cementelli, Metaphor, Cultural Imagery, and the Study of Change in Public Organizations. And so like stuff of the Journal of Organizational Change Management. Like I studied this stuff to put this together. And again, if nobody bites it or uses it, I can use it myself. I'm not ready to start a political party, but when it's up and effective, it'll be there. You know what I mean? It'll be there for use. And there's other um there was another scholar that we used because again I had to go and like research this. I wasn't playing around. Like we talking about specific strategies for getting that young generation, the working class and middle class, economic mobility and opportunity. Um, what even certain things for the students, millennials, how you address the American population as a whole. How do you galvanize working Americans, the youth and young adults, new entrepreneurs? And then so we're talking about like the core message of what you need to say. How do you build a political base amongst those particular segments? And that's just the first part, you know. Um are we covering political strategy for electoral success this week? Oh no, that's next week. So where are we stopping at? Let me just make sure because I want to make sure that building specific coalitions initiatives. Let me actually mark that down so I don't um, go past what we're supposed to be covering today. So I know we're doing issues the Democrats should center or the third party should center, how to address the American population as a whole, and then working Americans, young and the youth and adults, policy platforms on how to like. There's literally like stuff that you could use as policy. Okay, political strategy. Okay, so this is where we're stopping today. Okay, so I just wanted to mark that down because I'm like, wait a minute, I thought we was covering that next week. And then we talk about how to build coalitions and initiatives with specific segments of the American population, but also business class, to your entrepreneurship class and whatnot. I do talk about that, and then the following week we talk about how to target your segment population specifically and what that looks like. And so again, it's strategy. If they don't want to use it, somebody could start a Nazi political party or whatever, and that could be done. We can use our own strategy, or another third party can use the Green Party can use it. I know for a fact that they would get more clout and have more energy behind if they use this. But again, I'm not giving out information for free like that anymore. That will be behind the scenes. You will have to either you can enroll in the course and pay a one-time fee, or you can where do we go to get the subscription? Let me actually go back here to get the subscription for you guys. That subscription is $19 a month, and then you can also get the subscription here. And so that's where we'll be going underground. The videos will be available for replay if you want to. If you can't do it tonight, or if you don't feel like listening to the live or whatever, you got something else to do, because we will come back to do our parties live. We will come back to do the parties live, but you can either do a subscription based, or you could just pay one time fee and have access to everything that we're going to be doing as far as like the live lectures. Because again, there's a lot of information that I'm no longer going to be given publicly available, especially as it relates to esoteric studies, governance and civic affairs, not the order for kids, because we want to protect kids and we want to make sure that, uh, obviously if you already have kids and you're already listening maybe to the esoteric studies and whatnot, maybe you check out before you have your kid. Maybe you check I'll do a live, and maybe you'll see like, okay, well, how's it ran before I just let my kid watch it. But we probably could watch like Hey Arnold, Cartoon Saturdays. I have to research what are like some of the stuff that the new generation is into. Like what are 5 and 6 and 7 year olds looking at, and then I have to make sure that it's not pushing an agenda. I remember there was a show called Happy, I think it was called Once Upon a Time. It was on HBO. That's a very kid friendly show. It's deep, like, and I would actually still watch that. It's heavy though. Maybe we could just do movies instead of cartoons necessarily. uh there's the 90s, but I have to just be careful of what we expose the kids to. And even I think that there's some cool independent cartoons and whatnot. I know that I think of one of the shows called Sands of Time or something. Like, I had always wanted to watch that, and it was a black man that created that cartoon. And so I think we may even try to get some access to that, and then we can watch that together. I could probably purchase that or something, and have the kids exposed to it's really cool stuff. So I would look for like independent cartoon makers, those who have you know, uh, independent Americans who have created those type of things. I would be interested in that. And then for self esteem, That's usually a series of just self affirmations in the mirror, of self love and whatnot. And there's certain things that I've worked with the kid to bring them out of the depression, as it relates to, you know, a protocol, like a curriculum that I designed. And so I actually want to just offer that for just kids in general, for at their own volition. And so I have to figure out like what's age appropriate, like what are the ages, and probably want to do a range. And so I'll do the research on that, probably like, you know, I have to look at what the kids like in terms of their cartoons, but also what's age appropriate, no cursing, no, sexualization, none of that. Just good cartoons, some self-esteem, affirmations, self-esteem, reading material and whatnot, maybe a meditation or two, and that's that, and that's the service that we want to offer for children. And then if there's things for Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, we'll do that too, because again, a lot of the stuff that I was talking about is heavily shadow banned. I was talking about womb management and natural birth control. I was talking about certain things, and it's not wise to just put all that stuff out there on the internet, and so it has to go behind a paywall now, and it has to go on my own platform, and whatnot, because energy has to be reciprocated. It's not smart to just give out energy freely, and you have snipers, you have people that are hate watching, you have people that just don't even like you, that just will steal your shit and your content and whatnot. And I'm a walking encyclopedia. I don't say that braggadociously. I'm just saying, um, I just didn't realize like how bad it had got in terms of like people really taking advantage of that. And so I documented it, and however, whatever people feel about me or however people feel about it, that's their business. It has nothing to do with me. People's opinions of me is their business. But I'm not going to turn a blind eye to plagiarism, to theft, to collective identity dispersion in terms of people gaslighting while trying to steal my work. That's why I called out author Watkins and the people that are behind him. And that's why the 50-page reversion intelligence analysis detailing timestamps, black and white emails, screenshots, with analysis will be detailed and will be released, as well as the names of the people who are behind backing Arthur Watkins, who I know worked with me before behind the scenes, who I know are shady, have done shady things to me. I will show with email proof of what I sent, and then people can go back and they will be able to see when certain concepts were introduced into the reparation space, particularly in the California task force. And you will be able to see a clear streamline with a timestamp in an email of when certain talking points got into the reparation space. When someone said they will put my information on their website, they never did. They, in fact, funneled it off to Camila Moore and whatever these people in task force. And I know that because I talked with them for hours behind the scenes, and they told me that they talked with that lady and was working with her. So I know that my work that I was asked to give to them. They was like, "Oh, we're going to put it on our website. We're going to put it on our website, and you'll still get you can still keep your name on it or whatever. But we want to share this with the Black Americans. They need to know this information." I really just thought, okay, yeah, Black Americans need to know this information, and never went on a website. In fact, the work was plagiarized and stolen and given to Camilla Moore, and I know that, and we're going to talk about that, and I have the emails to prove that. And you guys can also go back and analyze, like, okay, this document was written at this date, that talking point entered California task force meeting literally 3 days later, after 3 days after she sent that email with that particular paper, with those particular talking points. And so people know these things, they just play dumb. That's why everything they keep doing keeps failing, keeps failing, keeps failing, because it's just rooted in corruption, it's rooted in competition, it's rooted in jealousy, it's rooted in hatred, it's rooted in satanic oath taking, it's rooted in making deals with the government, backdoor deals with the government. It's corruption. It's not holistic. And I didn't get in this space for that. I didn't get in this space to feel like, oh, I have to compete with someone, or I'm very secure in my ability to synthesize work and build for the community. That I just was secure in. So I didn't feel like, oh, it was a race to the top to be the top dog. I mean, my work speaks for itself. The fact that people constantly steal my ideas and constantly plagiarized with evidence. It's proof of that. So I'm not. This is not like, okay, you're getting arrogant, you're getting delusional. No, it is documented in black and white. And like I said, God giveth, God taketh. I am well aware that God has given me all of my gifts. I am well aware that too much is given, much is expected. And I don't complain much. I keep my head down, and I want to. My thing is, I'm a humanitarian. I just wanted to see a better world for people. That's it. I didn't ask to be fighting with the government. I'm not fighting with the government. I'm not fighting with the Masons. They're fighting with me. You know, they do things behind the scenes to sabotage me. They go behind the scenes and tell people don't work with me. Oh, I'm crazy, and then try to steal my work. And it won't even compare. Even if you look at the Knock the Order website and you compare it to Arthur Watkins' Freeman Nation website, I built this on my own, out of my pocket, with little bit of resources. Okay. It's been incredibly difficult to build on my own as a targeted individual with limited resources, but I still keep going. That anyone could Google me. You can see I've done my best. I am the sole author of those 20 books. I'm the sole owner of Natural University. I went and built all this stuff. I went to the Black community to help me. Said, I can delegate. I don't have to be in front of this, but I won't let you steal and plagiarize my shit. With the frameworks that I've given out, the Enterprise Architecture Guide to Rebuild in Black America. I went to the Black community with these ideas, particularly to the people that are backing Arthur Watkins. That's how I know he stole my stuff, because I went to people with this book, with the Enterprise Architecture, 131-page book, talking about defense strategy, trust funds, um, framing reparations under the genocide theoretical framework, um, talking about intentional communities, land acquisition, uh, the things in the book that covers culture, fabric, holidays. I talked about the idea of Black Americans coming up with their holidays in 2020. It is published in a book, okay, of rituals and how our own holidays and stuff, old stuff of mine that people are just now acting like, oh, they coming up with these things. They come up with nothing because they're literally just mirroring me, watching what I'm doing, and then try to just, oh, let's just funnel this off. Let's just act like we came up with it. And it's getting sick, because my thing is, they have the backing of the government. They have the backing of the intelligence agency. They have the backing of the Masons. I don't have none of that. I'm building all this shit out of my own. And all these people did was try to line me up and help the government try to take me out. And then try to steal and plagiarize my work and try to tell everyone, oh, I'm just so crazy, to prevent people from looking into it, to prevent people from studying it, and to see where the source is from. And so to me, that's just pure wicked. Why wouldn't the Black community just help me build this out? What you claim you want parallel infrastructure, you claim you want your own economy, you claim you want your own this, you said you bought it, you said you, and it's like, no, you niggas is cowards. Like, no. Why would you try to lock me out and then try to take my ideas? And so that's why this 50-page of reverse intelligence analysis is getting released about Arthur Watkins and the people behind him. I predicted the person that Arthur Watkins gave credit to giving him for the trust fund, which is a guy named Mikhail. I said on November 29th, 2024, I said, this person is going to try to steal my work and try to say that his plan, I said, I'm going to compare his plan to my plan. And I knew. How did I know? Because I noticed that people watch my YouTube channel, or they used to follow me, and they'll start saying certain things that I say. And so they'll start mimicking the way I talk. And I've noticed certain things, and I'm like, you got to watch certain people like that, because then they'll just start trying to take every little thing. And so I'm like, okay, I said that. And I said, he's talking about he's coming with a plan. I said, I bet you it's going to be stuff out of the Enterprise Architecture book, because I just noticed the way that they were moving. And it's the same people that go by FBA or Friedman. And so I said, you know what? I've done enough analysis. And for me to pinpoint it, and then for Arthur Watkins to tag him and say, he gave me this idea, mind you, on November 29th, 2024. And all this is in black and white. It's irrefutable. Screenshots are there, the timelines, timestamps, everything is just right there, and it's going to be released publicly, because I'm not letting these people line me up. And I know that that person is sent by the government to distract Black Americans and funnel them back into bullshit, pretty much. Funnel them back into it's not revolutionary. It's not going to get any autonomy, because he went and put it under admiralty law. He went and signed something and put the whole reparations Freedmen's Bureau under his sole authority. And uh want to put it through the Freeman's agents. It's just a grift, and it's just obvious. And then use my framework to try to make it seem like it's revolutionary. And then they got these gatekeepers, these boule gatekeepers that are Eastern Stars and Masons backing him, who all came around me in 2021 and was propping me up in 2022, and then try to set me up. I really feel like they didn't have my best interest in heart. If they did, they wouldn't have reacted the way they did afterwards, by by the things that had happened over the years. And so, they want to prop this person up, but it's my work. That's why when you hear Out There Watkins talking about the trust fund and who's going to direct it, and what are the funds going to be used for, and how I talked about all this stuff in the book, shared the screenshots, have the proof of it. And I'm telling you, whenever version intelligence analysis get released, we talk about it's like it's so thorough. It's more thorough than the one that I did with the other dude. It's more thorough than the other reversion intelligence, because my thing is, people have to realize, like, when people work in a secret society, everything is based on plausible deniability and discrediting and trying to throw a rock and hide your hand. And so, me as a military scientist, what I'm able to do is crack through that. And there's just certain methods you have to be able to do. That's why I developed the triangulation discernment method. There's other methods that I've used. Like, you're looking at degrees of separations of who follows who and who's been in bed with who. There are people around me now that they think I don't be watching who they follow and who's following them, and what are they saying or who they're communicating with, because that all tells me who's connected to who and who's a potential plant, even in my own life. So I pay attention to all of that. And I also pay attention to red flags. I assess if someone's trying to get me distracted off of working what I'm working on to go work on their shit. Or I pay attention to them type of things, because those are always red flags to me. And so I know that for a fact that his work is based off of just clearly plagiarizing my stuff and then acting like, oh, he just came up with it. He stutters every time he talks about it. He can't get a clear sentence out. His voice is shaking. His website looks like trash. The stuff that is on the website is clear stuff that comes from chapters out of my book that is already covered in my book. So what are the chances of that? And it's a book that says Guide to Rebuilding Black America. Again, I'm not letting people that I know have tried to ruin my life behind the scenes use my stuff. If you go by Freeman's or FBA, I'm sorry, you will get called out every single time. Now, if it's just a random Black American that showed me love in the past, that don't plagiarize, that's honest, and say, you know what, I can take this better, I can build this up better than what you're doing, or I can help you build yours up better, but I also want to start my own chapter. I want to do my own thing with this, and I appreciate you coming up with this framework. I respect that. I want to use this now and do my own thing. I can see that. Okay, no problem. Cool. You know. But when it comes, and I'm not a selfish person. I'm not somebody that just, oh, you gave us all this information. Now you're saying we can't use it. That's not the point. This is the same group of people that in 2022 came for my motherfucking life. Okay. Went behind the scenes, told everybody I was crazy. Told people not to work with me, financially blacklisted me, putting me on covert harassment lists and shit, and did all. So no, I'm not. No. And anybody that wrote with them, anybody that knew about it and was quiet, no, I'm not letting any of the people that did funny acting style, that abandoned me, that stopped fucking with me. No, I'm not messing with. I'm not letting them use not even a sentence of mine, not even a phrase of mine, because that was wickedness, and them people meant no good for me. Like I said, all this stuff that all this stuff that you saw me build, when it comes to the Nocti order, all this stuff right here, all of these things, the Nocti University, the Nocti Church of Higher Self, Nocti Esoteric Studies, the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, the Nocti Think Tank, the Military Science Department, the Nocti Political Party, Black American Research and Cultural Political Policy Center, the Nocti Community Center, and all this stuff is still being built out. All I did was wanted to help people. All I wanted to do was create services for people. That was it. It wasn't for any other reason, you know? Um, and so I noticed a pattern of people trying to abandon, like steal my stuff, and then you take credit for it, but then want to bury me out of the mix. I've documented where people were literally going around, oh, yeah, you don't want to follow that, but then literally catch me in just the way I tweet. Because I guess they figure, okay, you're shadow banned. Okay, we know this is happening to you, so we can hurry up. And no, you will get called out. You will get dragged. I will scalp your motherfucking ass, and I don't care. I don't care. And this is the thanks that I get. I only gave out stage one of my blueprint, so nothing is being given out anymore. Not nothing. I was simply trying to gauge a head count though of who would help me. And so I freely gave out so much, but no one was willing to help me, you know? And so they simply just saw me as competition and they tried to move me out of the way and just steal my shit. And that is such a twisted poverty way of thinking in the world. It's such a fucked up poverty mindset. And these are people that are quote unquote millionaires. But the thing is they everybody knows what you gotta do. You gotta take the oath and you gotta take the deals. You gotta make deals and contracts. And so you pretty much have to bring people into the system or find a way to get out of your deals unscathed in the spiritual realm. And so pretty much all them people that got that money, they still got poverty mindsets. They still got scarcity mindsets. They still have it's not it doesn't mean that they're gonna move with integrity. And I know that what this country does, what the people in the globe does, is they put people that have money on a pedestal. Even if they touching little kids or doing corruption to get it, spiritual money laundering, all types of stuff. They don't care, and so that's their downfall. It's a poverty mindset to scavenge on other people because you lost your light or you don't know how to channel your own light or your own infinite potential. That's a shame. And to be honest, it's not my problem because I've given out freely. And here's the thing: the people that want help will come to you. The people that want to fuck with you, they'll fuck with you. It's as simple as that. And so I don't have to freely give out anything. It's like I gave out enough. And so a lot of things I'm going to be doing are behind the scenes because I know for a fact that I had to build all this stuff for myself. Not university, this right here. I had to build all of that by myself. Like no one offered, and I went to the community for help. And so as they claim they want their own schools, they want their own this, but you have somebody that can build it. But they only thing was the only thought in their mind was to let's just go steal, let's just go kill, let's just go take, let's just go lie, let's just go. That was the only thing that was on their motherfucking mind. As I'm building things for the economy, all types of stuff, whole military science department. The only thing on their mind was let's go try to get a defense contract. Let's go try to find a way where we can go and take that from her and build our own version of it to undermine her so that people won't see that we're just a piece of shit criminal enterprise and we need to cover that light. That's the only thing these people think about. And I'm telling you for a fact. And if it's too early now, then let it play out. Shit. I mean, there ain't no sweat off my back. It's really not no sweat off my back. Because for one, this is fun to me in terms of building out infrastructures, parallel infrastructures, IPUs, uh, writing, all that stuff is fun to me. Teaching, coming up with a course. That's just something I would do. I'm doing it for free. And so it's like that is if it don't feel like work if it's fun. But if you I don't want to fight with my people either. I don't want to be undermined. I don't want to be plagiarized. I don't want to be lied on. I don't want to be discredited. So it's like, you know what? Y'all got it. An active order is for anybody who fuck with me. Because my thing is, I know I can be loyal to a person. If someone reciprocates genuine friendship and genuine loyalty, I will fight a gorilla for a person that I know fuck with me. I'll fight a gorilla for them. I will fight a grizzly bear for people that is loyal to me, that fuck with me. Yes, I would. And wouldn't think twice about it because it's like, I do value loyalty. But I also know you got to stay out of certain industries and you got to stay away from certain people. It's lonely at the top in consciousness. It is lonely at the top in consciousness. And even when you think even if you're around people with money and you think that that's going to protect you, you better be careful if they've gotten that money through scavenger or through taking an oath because you still going to get backstabbed. And so you can't value people based on what they have or what they don't have. Okay, it is truly about a character thing. It is truly about a frequency thing. You can't base it on what they look like. It is truly a character thing and it is truly a frequency thing because water is going to seek its own level. Water is going to seek its own level, and attraction is going to be based on resonance and consciousness. And that is where you create that silos of consciousness, and that's where you build your communities with like-minded people. It's as simple as that. Then you could build your own IPUs. Then you could build your parallel infrastructure. And again, I was an open book, very transparent, very gullible, very naive when I came into the public and didn't realize, like, okay, these were vultures around. These people came around me. I didn't go around. I just went on Clubhouse and just wanted to talk about reparations. It was as simple as that. I just wanted to talk about I wanted to one argue my point about Black American culture and talk about reparations. It was that. It was nothing more. And I got caught up in some shit that was way above my pay grade, fucking around with people that I thought were just like me. These were operatives. These were people that were sent by the government. These were Masons. These were Eastern Stars. These were people in different secret societies monitoring. These were intelligence agents. Trying to monitor who's doing what, who's a big threat, who's not, and they pointed me as the big threat, and they pointed me and targeted me. But again, I have been dealing with stuff like that since 2015. I ain't even gonna hold you. I have been dealing with it since 2015. It's just in 2021. Obviously, it got worse because I was public. I was publishing books, and that's when I started. I was publishing books in 2020, and in 2021, I was publishing books, and then that's when I started doing more YouTube. And so that's obviously that makes you become under a microscope even more, and that's definitely when the targeting increased in 2022, I would say. And that's because I started realizing that this is some more other stuff, like in terms of like what the reparation space was about, American politics. Like, I just got disillusioned because I really did think, like, okay, well, I thought it would be easier process to just go to our government and say, hey, like, how do we get our needs met? Like, this particular population needs these services, needs these things. And I really just thought it was as simple as a push of a button. But just to see how so many Jedi mind tricks and legal chicanery and dicking us around and dangling carrots and energy harvesting, pretty much, that to me really disillusioned me. And then catching people that were promoting or portraying to be like, oh, so pro black, seeing them promote false agendas, like seeing them, I catching them in lies, rather catching them in illogical idiosyncrasies, catching them in stuff that just didn't add up, or give catching them giving people partial information. And that's when I realized, it's okay, so there's some gatekeepers in it. Like, this is not grassroots. Like, and it really broke my heart. And I did go off the rails and call people out and say certain things, because I also know that there's a cult aspect of this. Because again, there's Eastern Stars and Masons in the mix, and these people practice they're warlocks, and whatnot. And they thought that, I mean, again, I'm clairvoyant, so I can see who's doing what. And that was revealed to me in 2022. It's as simple as that. And for those who say, "Oh, you're not clear," I mean, it's documented on my YouTube channel. I don't see everything. I don't care to. I'm not. I don't try to peer into the mind of God. It's whatever is revealed to me and whatever people allow me to see. Shit, I'll see it. I don't say everything that I see, but I've seen enough. And in that, when it comes to that space, and there's a lot of stuff that I have seen on people that I still haven't said publicly as it relates to that reparation space. So much that you wouldn't believe. Not even just with people that I just know now that it's wiser to not crash out and to keep those things to myself. Just because you see something don't mean you got to go and say it all on the internet, or say it to try to warn other people. Because for one, most other people know I was the odd man out. All them people lives in a secret society. I was the one that was on the out. I was the one that just didn't know. They all targeted my ass, and maybe a couple of other grassroots niggas or whatever. But like the whole thing was like, we want whatever the plan was, which I think it was a sacrifice. They wanted to take whatever I was working on, or shut me down. That was I really think that was their whole job, because I had made a video in 2020 about reparations, and I started like designing pamphlets and writing essays about Black Americans. So I think that, for all I know, I just think it was probably could have been a whole defense contract honeypot just to lure my ass, into a whole trap. Oh, I'm not sure. But I do think that there were some genuine people in it. I think that they have since left, to be honest. I don't think that anybody that's like really was genuine about reparations, I don't think that they're over there anymore. That's just my opinion. I don't. I know that there was a lot of people in that space in 2020 and in 2021 that were really, really genuine that either had got targeted, discredited, or had or since just left. They knew it was a waste of time. They knew that that was not what they were asking for. That was not what they was trying to get into, and so they just left. And so right now, I will admit that I am still healing from those last 4 years, and even just overall, just in the quote unquote pro black space, realizing that that it's not just what I thought. And so there's a lot of healing that I have to do around that. That's nobody else's responsibility or fault. That's all on me to do. And so I take accountability for that. But if I gotta talk some shit about it, I am. I'm gonna get my rocks off. I'm gonna get my rocks off. But I do have to make it very clear that I am no longer in that space. I really don't want to interact. I'm studying people, and seeing who's what degree of separation they are from certain people. It's not that I don't believe in reparations. I believe in the claim, the validity of the claim, but I always felt that it should be more exponential lineage injury, as well as focusing on the quantifiable data that you have today to justify uh, or to quantify rather the payment, but also base it on the latent functions, not focusing on slavery, focusing on what is the disparities today and in quantifying that. And that is technically the latent functions of Jim Crow and redlining and slavery. And you can get a number for that, and it's logical, and it's something that you can prove empirically based on what is today. And so you're putting the weight of the injury in today's time and then calculating backwards instead of calculating on slavery when nobody has been enslaved and then doing it forward. Nobody's going to go for that. That's a very stupid approach. That's very obvious. And so I've been saying that for 2 years straight, and nobody was listening. I kept saying, you guys have no leverage. I put videos on it 2 years ago saying, here's how we get leverage. Nobody listened. Now they're just now implementing stuff that I said 2 years ago and then acting like a Johnny come lately. Oh, I've come up with this idea. Yeah, I screamed to the top of my lungs not to do this, not to say this, do this. And it was just like, you guys want it. You guys don't want to. You guys are just a honeypot that's making sure that Black Americans are distracted and that their cash payment is stalled. It's not like y'all trying to actually, because I'm telling you, it's real easy to get some money. It ain't that difficult. If somebody want to help you, you ain't got to go to no OMB. You ain't got to get no status. You ain't got to get no agency. You ain't got to clap your hands. You got to spread your ass cheeks. You ain't got to sign no contract. You ain't got to go to no Diddy party. You ain't got to do nothing crazy to get no. It ain't ever that difficult if somebody really want to help you. You got to change your name. You got to change your acronym. You got to go. You got to say your Freeman. You got to say your FBA. You got to say your this. You gotta write. You gotta write and fill out this survey, the ACS survey. You gotta go and sign a petition. Like, no, you dicking me around. You wasting my time. You're harvesting my energy. You're an oath taker. You're being a gatekeeper, and you're distracting us from getting real shit done. And I ain't got time for that. You see the shit that I'm about. Y'all see y'all playing on my top, but y'all see the shit I'm about. 7 state attorneys asked about my military science. The FBI is using stuff out of the enterprise architecture as we speak. That book section of that book as it relates to intelligence institutions and training of they're using that. The Cash Patel guy. I proved that in black and white. In black and white. It's proven. It's written in 2022, and they just released something that matches. If we were to do a plagiarism checker, where would it be? Scribbler? Would it be tune it in, and compare it? It will come back probably a good in the 90% title. Absolutely. That is just no way that's a coincidence. It's just you're not going to play on somebody's top, and you don't get that many damn coincidences like that. And so okay, people play dumb, fine, fine. People play crazy, okay, cool. But I mean, y'all clearly know what I'm working with, and this is nothing. Like this is nothing compared to the stuff that I have for economy. And that's not the barter economy act. That's like supplemental compared to the shit that we about to pull when it comes to economy. When it comes to you know the new Human Rights and Justice Department submit human rights violations to the GIA are organizing. And again, this is an advisory. It is nothing but a high society that offers truth and enlightenment, and that acts as a under governance advisory board to the United States corporation. There's nothing illegal about that because you have your think tanks, your workshops, your consultations, your political strategies, and uh, uh, political issues that you support, candidates that you want to support and sponsor, advocacy groups that you want to support, that type of stuff. That's all we doing over here. And two, we can really, really galvanize our numbers. And so there's nothing to be, oh my gosh, but my thing is like, stop taking my shit. Stop trying to implement sauce that you know that you can't you know you can't come up with this stuff. And we're gonna talk about the specific people that's doing it. Like I said in this video, by name. It's not gonna just be Arthur Watkins. And we're gonna talk about how don't y'all asses ever disrespect me. You see, I'm building out all this shit by myself with a whole system coming for my ass. Don't you ever message me in my inbox asking me to stop what I'm doing to come help you build no damn music space, a struggling music space. And I'm about to talk about the person that did that, the specific name, writing long ass paragraphs trying to manipulate. It sounded manipulative. You didn't even offer to pay a consultation fee, asking for guidance on how to build up your lives because you're watching my lives. Stop watching my lives. Be yourself. Here's the fucking guidance. Be your fucking self and focus on yourself and stop watching my shit and be yourself. That's it. That's it. Stop looking for validation from people. And for those who say you can't go throughout this world without validation, yes, you can. Because the validation is, you know what my validation is? The fact that you motherfuckers copy me so much. That's the validation. The fact that y'all gaslight so much. The fact that y'all do all the shit that y'all pull. The intelligence agencies that try to fuck with me. That try to gaslight me. The fact that an operative calls my phone and tell me that 7 state attorney and generals are watching me and asking about me. Asked him about me. And asked about my military science. That's the validation. That's the validation. I don't need a compliment. For one, too many compliments make me suspicious. I don't like a lot of flattery. It makes me suspicious. I compliment people. You big up people. You big up people. And I ain't no hater. Don't be a hater. But at the same time, there's a difference between flattery and just giving a motherfucker a compliment. Like, oh yeah, I like that. I think you're smart. I think you this. When somebody's overdoing it, red flag. Always remember that, Americans. Always remember, anytime somebody do that shit, that's a red flag. They are trying to either line you up for the kill, get you to put your guard down so they can stab you right in your neck. I'm telling you, I've witnessed it. I've been warned about it, and then I've watched it play out. And I've always noticed that. I'm like, people think I need somebody to kiss my ass or stroke my ego. No, I do not. I do not. Like, I don't care about none of that. That makes me very uncomfortable. What I want is just freedom of expression, true expression of the soul, connection with people. I'm not gonna let nobody come around me though, like how I was doing all before, and play me like how I've dealt in the past. Now, obviously, I'm open to connection. I'm open, not so much right now, but like having a conversation with someone and trying to get to know, see if we have some inner, connection. I'm open to that. But what I'm noticing is like, it's like the people trying to that were trying to make an attempt to come into my life. It almost seemed like orchestrated, or it just was like moving too quickly, or trying to excuse me, barge in so quickly, and that it made me uncomfortable. You know, it made me uncomfortable. And so I'm like, I'm just slowing it down. I'm not turned off by humanity. I'm not trying to become bitter. I'm not trying to be, but it's more so like being cautious and more aware. Less gullible, less naive, more discerning. And that's why I developed the triangulation discernment method, because it's like I needed that for myself, for one. I needed that for myself, and then I just offered it, for other person that may need that help. But my discernment needed to be developed. And then also I needed to develop myself and my inner man and work on my shadow self. I get that. I'm not out of it's not everybody else's fault all the time, you know? And so I also acknowledge that too. And the things that I've said, the recklessness, I know I say what is on my mind. But at the same time, you live and you motherfucking learn. You live and you learn. You live and you learn. But I'm not about to pay for nobody else's bullshit or have nobody project their shit onto me or come around. No, no way. And like I said, I've been working on this stuff for a long time. And the only thing the black community could think to do was try to line me up and steal my shit and try to and lie and help this government do it. And I just don't respect that. And it wasn't the whole black community, not by no means. It was not all black Americans. It was the people in that reparation space that particularly are the Republicans, black Republicans, Shields, and that's promoting, the reparations. But really, man, that shit is a joke. I can't even believe, And so instead of just being genuine, which I was just looking for genuine, I ain't even gonna hold you. I just wanted, friends and shit, and also people that were more so like that put their community first and whatnot. And it wasn't about like trying to uh come at other communities or come at other people or attack other groups of people. That wasn't my aim. I just wanted to see a group of people that I know have struggled, particularly myself. I just wanted to see us thrive. That's all, and build something. And you can't say like, "Oh, well, you didn't do it." I have been trying to do that on my own, and offered a lot of free things. And I just, I can't do that. I can't move that way anymore. But you can see, even my blueprints that were freely available, I had been trying to build that community and look for people. And the only reason why I've released so much, like I said, the reason why I've released so much stuff for free was because I was looking to gauge the mindset, but also get a gauge of the head count of what needs to be delegated, and you know how can we get this built up quicker and sufficient. But I've been having to do everything by myself. And so that's how I know Arthur Watkins is backed by the government and backed by the Masons. And he brags about being a millionaire, but he has to plagiarize everything. See, that's the difference between like a poverty mindset and then real royal bloodlines. Like he brags about being a millionaire, but he has to steal all of his ideas. His whole blueprint is lifted from my book, Enterprise Architecture Guide for Rebuilding a Black America. And he's aligned with people who I know have also tried to malign me and lie on me and do messed up things behind the scenes to me. And so that's suspicious right there. See, with me, I make under $30,000 a year. I make under $30,000 a year, and look at my website compared to him, and he's claiming he's a millionaire. Compared to actually, let's look at it now. Let's go there. Let's actually be messy, because since y'all want to play on my top, yep. Let's go to it now. Look at this now. Look at my website. I did this all myself. It's not done at all. It is still being built out. It is literally in its infant stage. It's not even 5% done. It's not even 5% done. Now let's look at Arthur Watkins. Look at this website, and it says beta testing opening. So how is this beta testing? It's a basic ass website, and all of this stuff that is on here is in my 131 page book. And you can't say, well, you just put it in the book. Well, I'm trying to build it out, but you guys keep sending people. You guys keep fucking with me on some COINTELPRO stuff, lying and stuff. But then you guys blacklist and say, okay, don't work with this person. So then what do you expect? You are not going to tell me, like, you are not going to play on my top. It's just no comparison. So when Connie Collins goes up on a stage on March 18th, 2025, and News Trot, I think his name is News Trotter or News Totter's room, and says that, for Arthur Watkins is being revolutionary. He came up with this all on his own, and so she supports him. When this is a person that asked me to be in her organization 3 times. This is a person who I fund. She asked me on the phone to send her 2 of my essays. These emails will be released, by the way. To send her 2 of my essays that were written for Black Americans regarding genocide, regarding reparations, and regarding how to frame it under. That's when I did the research for the We Charge Genocide. You look at the date; it was sent April 14th, 2022. It was sent to her, and then that following whatever the next California task meeting was at, I believe it was that Monday. They had this recharge tennis stuff that was specifically in my papers. Camilla Moore was saying that stuff out of her mouth. And then Connie Collins had told me that she had talked to Camilla Moore if she was working with her at that time behind the scenes on the phone. I mean, she weren't gossiping. I'm not saying it was that type of party. It was not no gossip fest or nothing like that. Or she said, yeah, I worked with her behind the scenes on that was it. And I wouldn't be messy like this, but I'm not going to allow you to throw no rock and hide your hand, Connie Collins, because you're the one that's behind this shit. And with you and Mikhail and all, and I got again that I'm going to prove that I literally pinpointed on November 29th, 2024, who was going to try to take my blueprint from the enterprise architecture and said and I said it. And then Arthur Watkins gave him credit for giving him the idea. Now, if that ain't clairvoyance, I don't know what the fuck is. You fucking niggas don't know who you fucking with. And that 50-page document will be released. I'm still working on it. We almost done. Screenshots, emails, everything. Because you was fucked up for that. And she could get up on his stage talking about some Arthur Watkins came up with this, and this dude is stuttering, can't get a clear sentence out. Like this dude. Now look at this website. This shit look like trash. Even the infrastructure of it. But even this stuff right here, specific stuff that is out of my book. And I actually, in the 50-page documentation, guess what? We had the screenshots, the dates that they was published right out of my book, proving. And again, these are the people that were behind the scenes telling everybody, oh, don't work for her. Oh, she crazy. Oh, she this. Oh, she crazy. And so, no, I'm not allowing them to take my blueprint. You are out of your ever-loving mind. I'm going to call it out. I'm going to call it out. And then I know that they're not the genius behind this. They don't have the spirit, the sauce, the light, the freedom to even create what I'm creating. So I'm not too worried about it. All I got to do is just be more quiet. All I got to do is just not talk as much. Because that shit came out, the enterprise architecture came out in 2023. And so all I got to do is be motherfucking quiet, and not be such a loudmouth. And, I can have these people running around in circles just like they've been motherfucking running around in circles. Because the thing is, let's be real. Let's be real. All of this stuff is just like it's just there to distract Black Americans. I can build on my own. I come from the bloodline of real Atlantean Masons, not fake ones. Okay? And like I said, Connie Collins, everybody was grilling Arthur Watkins about his look at this shit. It looks a mess. I'm not even being a hater. It's not even about comparing. These people I'm not letting these people play on my top. Knowing that they got some shit from a damn blueprint. And he steals from other Black Americans too. He has stolen from other Black Americans. So that's how we know. He's not grassroots. He bragged about being a millionaire. He put the whole thing under his name and his family's name only. As far as the whole reparations, Freedmen's Bureau stuff, and wrote the damn government about it. I got the documentations of that. It looks crazy, And so you're not about to tell me the stuff that I'm trying to build out on my own, making under $30,000 a year, I had to fund everything on my own. You're not about to try to play on my top. This stuff, I wrote this stuff. I came up with this. Ain't nobody fund me. No government is funding me, nothing. And this was all for Black Americans, but they wanted to line me up. So, okay, whatever. You made your point clear. Y'all tried to kill my ass and all this stuff. Y'all made your point clear. It's for anybody that want to fuck with me. And honestly, it's for the American country because y'all gonna need it. I already know. I already know what's coming. And like I said, I didn't have an issue with working with the government, not on no Fed shit. And I'm not selling my community out. And I'm not selling the American people out. So y'all can forget that. But if it's like a real deal partnership, I'm not signing no laborious ass contracts, then I could have did. But I'm not sitting up there going into no damn den of iniquity, and I know it's corruption, and I know y'all lying to the people. And so if I'm the bad guy, I'm the bad guy. But Connie Collins said you got on News Trotter stage. Let me make sure I'm still in the air. You got on News Trotter stage and said, hold on, guys, hold on a second. I need to get the cards. Let's see. Let me just grab my whole purse. You got on News Trotter stage and said that he came up with this, and you so since you want to be Captain Saberho, and act like he didn't plagiarize my shit, we can go all the way there. We can really release a whole timeline and a whole time frame of what y'all are trying to pull. And I know who's also backing y'all too. I also know that it's higher up than them. They not the full gatekeepers. I already know who's ahead of that too. That's really who I'm worried about. I'm not even really worried about y'all, and I'm not even really worried about them either. I just know that they send y'all. And I know that y'all take money to go against me and bury our people and sell your people out and then try to act like you're not doing that. But so since y'all like to do that, we'll have this 50-page diversion intelligence analysis released. And it's as simple as that. And so, like I said, thanks. Since 2022, it's going to be well documented. And so, thanks for walking into a trap. I don't know what y'all think this is. Yep. And like I said, these people, they just like to compete with other women, and they don't even, they spirits don't even be in the right space. They spirits don't even be in the right space when it comes to this stuff, man. And it's really sad. It's really sad. It really is. And all these people playing dumb. We don't even want to get into the real of it, but I'm going to keep a lot of stuff under wraps because again, Americans need more time to wake up to this stuff, anyways. I'm just always ahead of my time, but that doesn't mean I should stop building. That doesn't mean I'm the bad guy because I see things a lot. I just see the world differently, and I know I don't mean any harm, and I know that my heart is in a good space when it comes to those things. I'm looking for one of my cards, guys. So forgive me if you hear a lot of shuffling in the background. I'm not too distracted, but I'm literally wondering, like, where's that other card at? Just find it odd. Let me make sure that this sound is good over here. Is this okay? But my thing is, if they didn't feel so threatened, they wouldn't. Man, I know why y'all have to shadow ban me. I know why you have to shadow ban because y'all want me to put them videos up of me. Uh, uh, I don't even know if I could go there. Y'all don't want me to put them videos up of me going outside and saying command and that shit happening right then and there. If I go outside and say, "Hey, I want to see certain amount of birds and a certain sound," or I want to move this particular element over, and that shit will happen. When I record that shit and put that online, it's just CGI, guys. It's just CGI. And they do that with I'm not the only person that do that stuff. I've seen it happen with so many other people. And they'll just tell the public it's CGI and y'all just go on about your business. Now the stuff that they put on the news, now that shit really be CGI. Now that stuff be really AI. That stuff be really AI. And that's the stuff that they trick you with. But it's actual humans out here and light beings out here and angels out here that really want to help motherfuckers. And they can and it's not about bragging about doing stuff. It's not about that. I'm just giving you an example of this of why they shadow ban real niggas and why they shadow ban light workers. And I'm not even necessarily a total light worker. I'm a dragon worker. I'm a primordial worker. I'm not a light worker. I'm not a dark worker. I'm a primordial worker. I'm working on the behalf of God and my ancestors and my bloodline and what feels good to me. You know. Now, when the community, I was working on the behalf of the Black American community, but they pretty much let me know, like they rather, sit like sitting ducks under a system that is clearly hell bent on burying them and ethnociding them and genociding them, and they are okay with it. They have told me in so many words that they are aligned with it, that they are going to be quiet about it, that they're not going to challenge it, that they want just money. And so, what can anybody do? I'm screaming at the top of my lungs saying, "Oh, just like I had to scream to my top of my lungs about the damn 14th Amendment stuff, and for 5 hours in a room and people playing dumb. I ain't got time for that. And then gonna tell Black Americans that they don't need a Bill of Rights and stuff. Like I don't, they telling Black Americans they don't need a 14th Amendment and they don't need a Bill of Rights, and I ain't got time for that. This is what they was telling people. And so when I say, "Hey, don't listen to that. That's wrong. I'm a shield. Oh, I'm scared I'm gonna get deported." Like what? I can't get deported. What the hell are y'all talking about? And so that's when I realized, I said, okay, I see what this is. I see what this is. Like, look, I ain't got time for it. Y'all got it. Y'all good. I'm like, ain't no way in the world I can play them type of games with people. Because and for one, I have to find I don't think the people that are serious, I don't think they online. And so that's another thing. That's another reason why I don't really want to be online too much, because I'm like, I don't think, I don't think no real nigga is on is online. I ain't even gonna hold you. And so that's something else that I have to realize in all seriousness, you know. What else did I want to address? Okay, yes. Messaging me about look, I just gotta get this shit off my chest. Y'all can say it's messy. I am not a messy person. Promise you. Yeah, I'm a hothead. I'll say what's on my mind and stuff, but like it's getting ridiculous. Like it's getting kind of ridiculous, and I just want to nip things in the bud. It's not about, um what is going on? Is it because of this? Let's see. Let me delete this. Okay. It's not about, um get it's not about being liked at this point. But, a person came in my inbox this week asking for me to help their music spaces when I am severely shadow banned, and I have unfollowed them and they have unfollowed me. And I feel that they move funny and that they move weird. And this person, I'm gonna just say your name, Ishmael Friedman. I really found it extremely offensive that you reached out to me, knowing I'm building a whole fucking empire with a whole government coming for me for years, fucking with me. You've never ever reached out to help me, not once. You never purchased a book. You never called me. You never shared a link. You never shared a live, nothing. But you write in these long, 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 long ass paragraphs asking about me, asking for help to give you guidance on your music space. I'm shadow banning a bitch. If I wasn't, yeah, they already know I'll smoke these people. They're afraid to compete with me. But I feel like you move funny and you move weird. I unfollowed you. You unfollowed me. What 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 guidance can I give you on your spaces? When you see, I'm working on a whole freaking university, and the economy stuff that I'm doing on, it's like behind the scenes. It's stuff that I work on every day. I'm writing 2 books. One of the books are published, and another one I am editing every single day. And then I have another job that I have to do, and I'm in a PhD program, and I'm coming up with courses, trying to work with NAC University, work with the few students that I do have over there, and build the Nocti order, and then do lives on Friday. And you got the nerve to ask me, you never offered no help to me. But you want me to stop what I'm doing and to help to give you some sauce, pretty much. That's how I interpret that. When have you been a real friend to me? The only time you reach out is to ask me to stop what I'm doing to help you with your lives when I'm shadow banned. And it's because I'm the sauce. I have natural influence. If we was to let that algorithm rip, I'll have way more influence than I already secretly have. Everybody play dumb and act like, oh, they don't know me. But I'm shadow banned. Like, what guidance can I actually give you? Don't say shit that's gonna get your ass shadow banned, for one, and be yourself. Don't do what I don't go and say. Don't get shadow banned. Just be yourself. Because right now, like honestly, I don't feel like you be being yourself. It look like you kind of be looking for validation too much. Like you give off a weak energy to me, and I honestly that is a turn off. Like it's just like nah, that's not the type of a female that I want to be around. And I've been watching the way I've been watching the way a lot of y'all move. And so that's why I unfollowed you because I'm like, no, you ain't a real bitch. Like you not. Like the fact that you never shared a link of mine, you never shared a life. I see you share all the other people. You share all them other raggedy ass people in the reparation space. You share their shit. You ain't never shared my shit. And I have messages with Ish going back to 2021. Not a lot because we was always mutually respectful and cool with each other, but it wasn't like we had no deep friendship or no deep conversation. But I'm like, and since 2021, you've known me from Clubhouse. You ain't never share a book. You ain't never purchased nothing. Nothing. But then you want to ask me, and you said you gonna say in it live. Oh yeah, you gonna say in a message. Oh, I was watching your live, or I want to. Your lives are excellent. I want to know how you can help me with my music space. That's some nigga shit. That's really, and you didn't even offer to pay a consultation. My time is so precious. You see the level of work that I can produce. Why would you offend somebody like that? And a whole long ass paragraphs talking about some shit. To be honest, it didn't even resonate with me. It sounded fake. It sounded like somebody sent you. It didn't even sound genuine. I unfollowed you. You unfollow me. So, like, what are we even conversing for? We haven't had a message. We haven't interacted, and this is the second time that she's done that. It's the second time she did it this week, and then she did it a couple months ago, asking me for help with her lives. And I'm thinking she really want help, like a consultation. And I actually said, I don't talk in spaces anymore. But if you want to hit me up, behind the scenes, yeah, we could talk. She sends me a message to her. She sends me a link to her dumbass music space live. Like I'm gonna click in and go to have a discussion with her in a damn live. That's clout chasing, and I don't have clout, but I don't know what your intentions is. That's what you're trying to harvest some energy, some sauce or something. No, not over here, because I notice y'all do that a lot. She not the only one that do that shit. I'm not gonna go to your live unless I really fuck with you. But I had already told you, I'm like, I don't talk in spaces. Like we can talk behind the scenes if you want the guidance. But then when she sent this long ass message, and I'm like, what you're asking for is way too much of my time and energy. And you're not even offering anything. If you never even shared a damn YouTube link. That stuff about Black Americans and reparations and lineage, just because y'all niggas is bought and paid for. Y'all think somebody's stupid around here. If I'm out here saying some real shit about what works and I see the government uses it and takes points from my books and stuff, but all of a sudden y'all want to play dumb and act like y'all don't know who's doing what or who's like, no, get the fuck out of here. Y'all don't know me. Y'all haven't seen it. Y'all, that's just weird. It's just like I'm building a whole empire and building a community, all types of stuff while blacklisted and discredited. And this bitch, she never defended me. She never defended me. But you write long ass paragraphs, and my psychic ass, like I said, I could tell that it's fake. Like it's not even like, okay, you really fuck with me, asking me to help you with your music lives. But you thinking about my lives. What the fuck are you thinking about my lives for? And not your own. That's distraction to me. And it's offensive. You want me to stop building my shit to come help you build your shit when I'm on the outs. I'm on the outs. It's a fact. You clicked in with them people. Go ask Connie Collins or Don or somebody to help your motherfucking ass. What are you asking me for? Ain't you cool with them people? You couldn't wait to whenever our shit that happened with me and home with Tariq. You couldn't wait to get up on his stage. You couldn't wait to y'all all knew what was going on. Y'all couldn't wait to get up on that nigga stage. Cause y'all thought that he had something to do with my power and my gifts. Like, oh, she talking about he MK ultra her. Shit, I'll let him MK ultra my motherfucking ass. That's what y'all was thinking of. And I'm like, I mean, I don't think it's like that. I'm being facetious. But I'm like, y'all really thought like if y'all went over there and kissed his ass or whatever, that he'll put y'all on. And what y'all don't realize is that I had to do everything that I'm doing in spite of COINTELPRO, in spite of them type of people, them type of gatekeepers, not because of them. I already was like this way before, the reparation space. And y'all couldn't wait to call up there and be thirsty, thinking that he was gonna promote your shit or put you on. Ishmael is one of them. And then they have a ugly light skinned Haitian that infiltrated the reparations Black American space. She tells everybody she's Haitian. There have over like 20 tweets of her saying it, and the Black Americans crashed out over her. Think I don't know that I witnessed that person also copying me, and it comes out, which I heard rumors about it. I just didn't believe it. But seeing them tweets myself and me being a military scientist, I'm like, you are not that. That is clear as day a Haitian. I'm like, you are not going to play on my top. And so all these Black men, they got to come forward and explain why they crashing out over defending. Oh, she's Black American, she's Black American, and I'm like, y'all are lying, y'all are gaslighting people. Just say that y'all propped her up to mirror and copy my shit and realize that, I mean, y'all don't. It's not sheer brilliance or radiance, and I am not arrogant. I just see y'all for what y'all doing. I see y'all for what y'all doing. I see you for your ways. It's not arrogance. Because again, like I said, God is the only one that's been having my motherfucking back. I'm talking with Yeshua, big bro Yeshua. I said, these niggas is crazy down here. I'm like, yo, like, what in the world is going on in this planet? I'm like, but it's like, y'all couldn't wait to get y'all asses up there and acting like a hoe, to be honest. And I'm like, damn, I'm like, she don't understand. Those are the felons. I'm like, you realize like who you're these are not this is not what you think this is. And so they only go off of energy, not how thirsty you is, not how you look, not how you everything is about an energy exchange with these people. And I already knew, I'm like, man, I think because it happened with multiple women, and I think that they thought that, okay, Kylie's so fly, she's so genius, she's so this, is he behind it or who's behind it? Is Don behind it? Who's and y'all went up there thinking that them people was gonna do something for y'all, put y'all on, and not realizing what this shit was really about. And I'm screaming from the rooftop saying, "Yo, that's a secret society. This is what this is about. This is some other shit. I'm out." And y'all couldn't wait to go and try to. Oh, we can replace her. Oh, she done crashed out. She done had the 2022 crash out. The motherfuckers in Summit Ridge. They know the police done detained her ass. Good. Oh, I'll replace her. And then I think I try to copy my shit like that bitch Arthur Watkins. I think somebody can't see that shit. I think somebody can't see that shit and won't call it out. You are out of your ever loving mind. You are out of your ever loving mind. But like I said, what I'm pissed off at is the fact that you got that is some gall to think that you can just send all these messages to ask some. It's like that's like no situational awareness and no self awareness. And then to me, I was like, I can read between the lines. I'm not going to be really saying what I know that is, but it's like that to me. I was so offended. And again, like I said, God giveth and God taketh. So I know to be very careful and to not let pride go before my motherfucking fall. I know real quick. And so I said, God, humble me. I ain't trying to flex around or act like I know it all or act like, I'm the. But at the same time, I'm not gonna let nobody devalue me or try to play on my top, gaslight me, or try to play on my self-worth. And as much as much is given, much is required. And I have taken that mission on. I know that God has given me so many gifts. I know that God has put a lot on my plate, and much is required. Much is also expected. Now I got to work on the expected part because I'll be out here reckless. I cuss motherfuckers out. I do whatever. I fight a grizzly bear. I talk shit. I talk shit about the powers that be, whoever, the elites, whoever, the bloodline families. Y'all so scared. I don't give a fuck. But I've been learning. But also, they've been learning too. Like I said, I'm not no light worker. I'm not no dark worker. I'm a primordial worker. I am a chaos esotericist. Like I said, I'm telling homeboy is in Andromeda, I I don't even think I can go that deep. But I'm like, we dragon riders. I don't know why y'all think we have this lovey-dovey all the time. We will light your ass up if you come against us. If you fuck with us for no reason. Other than that, yeah, lovey-dovey. Yeah, lovey-dovey. I give you food, whatever I got. Whatever I got, shit, my blessings is your blessings. That's how my approach to the world is. My blessings is your blessings. That's why I shared so much so freely. Gave out all whole ass books. Didn't give a shit about no money. I didn't even think like I didn't even know. It was hard for me to even fathom what that was like. And I also thought if you work motherfucking hard, I ain't gonna hold you. I thought if you work motherfucking hard, you'll get what you'll get there. I ain't know you had to fucking suck it or play the game and all this stuff to get somewhere. How do you think that makes me feel? That make me feel crazy as hell. I'm like, damn, like that's not how the world work. I thought that's how the world worked. Because again, like I think people should be rewarded for their hard work and their talents and their merits and their gifts. That's just me. I don't think it should be, oh, you have to join this or you have to take this oath or you got to do this, you got to suck this ass or you got to do this person, you got to kiss this person's ass. I don't believe in none of that. But even when you talk about like for those that's like okay, you're talking about Yeshua or whatever. Y'all read in the Bible about him throwing tables around with the Pharisees and the Sadducees. I know y'all read that shit, calling them out for being the hypocrites that they are, charging people usury and all types of stuff, being a hypocritical asshole. He called out the powers that be back then. That's what's got his ass smoked by the powerful secret society at that time that came into the Roman Empire. Had him on his radar. Mystic that knew all of the esoteric sciences, that knew the original Atlantean masonry, and got in trouble for teaching it to the public. That's what this is about. After going to the mystery schools in Kemet and also in India, and it got him in trouble. Same shit that happened to me. Targeted individuals is nothing new. But y'all read in the Bible, but I'll tell y'all this when it comes to the dragon riders. The females of the bloodline, of our bloodline, have always been more assertive. The men have always been more passive. The women are hot rock wilders. They are the wild ones. The men, you get away with a lot more with them. You do. You get away with a lot more with them than you do with the women. But I'm just saying, like Ishmael, you never supported nothing that I have done. The only thing your raggedy ass thought to do when I was going through my shit, getting gang stalked, getting targeted, harassed, dealing with COINTELPRO, uh, cussing out Tariq and shit. The only thing your ass thought to do was go on his stage like a hoe, thinking that you was gonna get put on. Y'all thought he had something to do with my powers and my and shit. Y'all thought that I was gonna be able to. No, I had already had my gifts and my power. It was being suppressed because of this movement. It's been being suppressed because of the reparation space. I do what I do in spite of these type of niggas, not because of them, not because of the Masons, not because of anybody. Those people have come for me for years. I just did not like that shit. I just didn't because it's like I don't recall you ever just giving a simple YouTube like, even a simple Twitter like, nothing. But somehow you think it's okay in your rabbit ass mind to ask me to you think it's okay to ask me to help you with your music space. Shit, I'm shadow banned. I don't get half the views that I should be getting. Not even nearly remotely. I get systematically buried in the algorithm. I don't care as long as I get to express myself and be a free vessel and be a free soul. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'm like whatever because I'm not gonna just. I mean, there's some things I can talk about and be gossipy about and stuff. Like I could switch up my whole platform and start talking about stuff that gets in the algorithm. I'm sure I could do that. But that's just I just that just wouldn't feel like me. That doesn't start to feel like a job, and then I wouldn't want to do it. and then the passion is gone. And I'm not a good actor. I can't live like that. I can't live like that. Then y'all got some ugly Haitian light skinned person leading y'all movement, and y'all try to cover it up and try to keep saying that they Black American. And y'all think I don't know that y'all been trying to get her to mirror my actions. Every little thing that I noticed, that every little thing I've been building, I'm like, y'all try to come up with something similar, but yeah, it's not. There's no real brilliance. There's no real radiance in it. There's no real light. And I really thought that that bitch was also my friend. And the reason why, and you say, okay, why are you going off like that? She called my phone. She texted me some disrespectful shit, and I blocked her ass. She texted, and she ain't never been there for me either. She was another one behind the scenes talking shit about certain people, smiling in certain people's faces right after, being fake as usual, and then also trying to get all up in Tariq's face and stuff. After talking shit about him. That's why I'm like, y'all are some of the most fakest, craziest people on this planet. And you're not about to project y'all weird shit onto me. Now these people gotta come forward and say, why do y'all have Panamanians, Haitians, and Jamaicans verifying lineage, verifying Black Americans? Y'all, it's a joke. And then trying to hurry up and cover it up and run Twitter spaces trying to cover it up. No, you got that wrong. No, she ain't Haitian. She said it out of her fucking mouth. Who says that many times? Y'all had to jump through so many mental gymnastics and so much gaslighting. So much mental gymnastics and so much gaslighting to try to convince Black Americans of what came out of her own mouth wasn't fucking true. And anybody can fake some genealogy records. And then, like we said, it's people saying that they Panamanian and that shit. What happened to the delineation movement? How is it Panamanians and Jamaicans verifying Black Americans? And you think I'm about to just uh, follow along with that stuff after I thought these people was all cool. That bitch texted me very disrespectful stuff, cussing, called me a message, and I said, you know what? I'm gonna just block your stupid ass. I'm gonna just block you. And you know, it was giving Haitian. It was giving Haitian vibes. You know, and I love Haitians. You know, it's a lot of good Haitians out here. But y'all know when y'all get mad at somebody, y'all know y'all got a mean ass streak. Y'all know y'all get the cussing. You know you get vicious. You get vicious when you get mad at somebody. And she came at me with a very vicious tone. And I'm like, for someone who's supposed to be my friend since 2022, 2021, yeah, you're sure very vicious. Don't you say my motherfucking name. Don't you ever keep my motherfucking name out your mouth. April, what you gonna do? I thought you was my friend, nigga. Y'all niggas y'all don't stand on nothing. And Sonny told your ass that. Now everybody want to act like y'all all cool because y'all all have to gang up against me and real niggas. So everybody got to be fake with each other just because they got to target someone. A friend of your friend is your enemy type shit. And it's real sinister and silent. Y'all think I can't catch all of it. And it's not me being paranoid because again, you wouldn't have came at me like that. I caught you copying shit. I got caught you. But I think it's fucked up. I'm like, you know, why are you coming at me like this? I had called you months ago. You never called me back. You know, when you did call, when we did talk, you know, I didn't feel the genuine. I didn't feel genuine. It just didn't feel like a genuine conversation that I was having with you compared to like in 2021. And so I'm like, man, again, I'm just ranting right now because yes, I admit I got to heal and shit. I admit that, and I'm moving on. I'm not going back to that space. I'm not. It ain't nothing to talk about. Oh, we got to talk about. Let's hash it out. What is there to fucking hash out? With a group of people that sat silently and know that the government was coming for my ass. They couldn't wait. They was hoping that they would succeed. They was hoping, oh, let's get her ass. They was hoping them witches and them covens and them occults, these people in these occult groups, these masons, they was hoping they'd take her ass out. Y'all couldn't wait. I could see energy. And I'm like, man, because all they think about is competition anyways. But they ain't never offered to help my ass, did they? April has zero skill set when it comes to this type of stuff. And I'm like, what is this is a psyop. I'm like, okay, you know what? Y'all running a psyop on my ass. Y'all running a psyop. Y'all trying to play me. Y'all trying to steal my shit. You're lying about it. You're gaslighting. You're acting like you could come up with stuff like this. You got 7 state attorney generals calling people asking about me and much more. You got intelligence agencies on my ass. You got people asking sending government operatives to ask me about my military science. You got people that's come Masons that's coming around me. I'm thinking they friends and shit. I'm thinking Connie Collins was really my friend. Like I was so motherfucking naive and gullible, and it's embarrassing to just even admit how gullible I was. And I remember, like when it comes to let's talk about Umar Johnson's motherfucking ass right now. Now that we let's talk about Umar Johnson's. I'm done off of that. A lot of Umar Johnson. I'm not here to disrespect him, but let's be real. You know, I wanted I wanted just like a lot of I would say hundreds of thousands of people for that school to come to pass. That was our that was something like that was his vision, right? And it was a lot of us that wanted to see that vision come to life. And we wanted it. Like this was something like, okay, you want a school for black boys because that's what you're credentialed in, that's what your work is in, that's what your focus is on. Amazing. I'm there for it. How can we help? How can we support? And this guy has I'm really disappointed. And again, this man don't owe us nothing. He owes us that school. But I'm not trying to make it seem like he lets you know. Like when people tell you who they are the first time, you better believe them. You better believe them. And when they tell you who they are the first time, your ass better believe them. And I have to say, I have always been gullible thinking about that black school. I've always been gullible when it comes to like the pro black stuff space. Like believing, like just like I'm not open to suggestion or whatever, but like I'm very open minded when someone says so. I really be taking them at face value. And I have to say that school for the kids, for the black boys, that was something that I had 100% believed that he would do and was capable of doing and was wanting him to do it and wanting to see it. And I'll be honest, if it does happen, I'm gonna be happy. I'm gonna still congratulate because I have never been a hater of that vision. You never saw me spoke out ill of Umar Johnson. And even though I disagree with him on some things, not most, not I mean, there's a lot of things that we agree on. Obviously, when I was in that conscious space, I had grew up. He was one of the people that I had grew up listening to. So, there's no disrespect, but I am disappointed that you have dangled that school over this black community for decades, not even decades, about 12 years now. It's people that were in grammar school, that were in 7th grade and shit. They now in college saying that they were waiting for that school that they had was wanting to go. And it never came to fruition. And I remember, do y'all remember it was either 2017 or 2018, Umar Johnson had to appear in court in Pennsylvania for his credentials around the discrepancy around psychiatry and psychology. Do y'all remember that? Do y'all know how sharp my memory is? I remember that off the dome. 2017 or 2018, Pennsylvania court, state of Pennsylvania. Umar Johnson, I know you know that. You had a beige coat on in that video when you were talking to the public, when you addressed the public. That's how sharp my memory is. I even remember what you had on. Beige coat. I think you had a scarf on too. Hmm. Do you know? Do you know how people was laughing at me? I'm sitting up there crying. Oh, they trying to take Umar Johnson down. Oh, look what the state of Pennsylvania is doing to this black man. Oh, literally crying. Oh, they trying to get a whole psychic reading to tap into the ancestors, all types of. When I say these black men that was around me, they sitting there laughing. They said, "Y'all are so gullible. That nigga ain't building that damn school, dude." They didn't care. They was just looking like, really? Like, because it's the thing. Like, black men have been trying to tell black women for a whole decade. Y'all getting grifted. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all sitting there, and honestly, I ain't gonna go hold you. Like I said, that was something I was excited about. I want to see that come to life because I don't have any kids. I don't. You think, oh, you must have some kids. I don't have any kids, but at that time, I was helped to raise a black boy, young black boy in my family, and so obviously, like, there's an emotional attachment to that. And that's where we talk about the exploitation of someone's maternal instincts. Black women's maternal instinct. That's what Umar was exploiting. Oh, I'm gonna help you with your black boys, and they doing this with special ed, and I mean, it was the perfect grift. I mean, the perfect alibi. I mean, there was so many black women with black boys, and they're getting it. They emptying their pockets. $2 million. You know what I do with $1 million and this shit that I'm doing right here? But not the university, all this shit. You know what I do with a fucking $1 million? I ain't selling my soul for $1 million. But I'm just saying, you know what I could do with $1 million? You get your NAFTA University building, NAFTA a whole all this shit. And brick and mortar, land, our own land. Start a political party, NAFTA Community Center, have a whole community center. Black American Research, Cultural, and Policy Center. That's what I would. That's what I would do. But you can't be brown skin in the black community. You can't be a brown skinned female trying to do advocacy work in the black community. You gotta be a light skinned and ugly Haitian. You can't. you gotta be light skinned to get any play in the black community. And then also, or you gotta just be a black male. But other than that, you wasting your time. You wasting your time. And don't be brilliant. Don't be genius. Oh, they're gonna come for you. But anyways, I'm all excited and shit about this school. I was a strong believer, and like I said, these black men they would roll their eyes like because sometimes I would be dating certain people with it, throughout the years, whatever. And I'm telling them, I say, "Oh, you're gonna start the school up, and I can't wait. I got a nephew. They would give me the biggest eye roll. They would just. I remember me driving around in the car. You should see oh my gosh, here go another one. They'll roll their eyes anytime I would bring up that damn school because they like, dude, it hasn't been built. They should be laughing. They're like, he's scamming the shit out of you black women. He said he know. I remember one guy. He said he know y'all got black young sons with no father, so he tried to act like he built a school for them. So y'all keep giving him y'all money. And he said, when it come to you, you just gullible because you don't even have no kids. You just want to believe anything a fake pro black person say. I'm sitting here crying when Umar Johnson had to go to court in 2017. I really thought they was going to try to kill him or lock his ass up or something. I'm really thinking about this school. And I was really shocked. I'm like, damn, this is what they would do to somebody just for wanting to build a school for black boys. Which I really do think that they try to line them up. I really do feel that way even to this day. But at the same time, like, what if there was a discrepancy between psychiatry and psychology and how he was referencing that degree in terms of the state of Pennsylvania? What if there really was a discrepancy? And here, my gullible ass, I just immediately believed whatever he was coming out of his mouth. Remember that shit when he was addressing the public. Remember he was talking about that, how he thought the feds was behind it and stuff. And it was small, mostly black women, once again, sitting out there outside in the fucking cold, really believing that shit. And I remember a family member walked back, what you crying for? They trying to get Umar Jones. I'm such a gullible asshole. So I'm like, I feel like 26 years old or some shit like that, like 25, 26 years old, 27. I'm like, I am embarrassed at my behavior because my community like hates my guts. And I'm like, I am embarrassed at my behavior. Like going so hard with all this black shit. And I'm like, dude, I've held myself back. I've been asked by people who were millionaires that do white folks that do business at Columbia. Hey, you got a brilliant idea here. Let me know when you want to work on this shit. Hey, I'm a venture capitalist. Let me know if you need help. Let me know if you. And I'm thinking, oh, they're gonna try to get me. They're gonna try to harm me. They're gonna try to and thinking all this pro black shit. And it's like, what the fuck? And then you build all this shit up, and the first thing this community could think to do was help the government. Oh, let me take a paycheck to kill Kali J.N.S. Let me take a defense contract to help the government off Kali J.N.S. That's the only thing you niggas could think to do. Or ask me to do to stop what I'm building to help you with some stupid ass music spaces. But that shit he pulled with his own daughter, that shit infuriated me. And it's fucked up. And here's the thing, he could have had asses in seats, like how he was saying, like, you know, uh How was he saying it? That the contractors were fucked up. He was saying the contractors were messed up. He was saying, people wasn't coming through and all that. And that could be very well true. But you could have still built that school. You know how I know you could have still built it? I went to charter school for applied technologies. It was a new school. They had one building, and that was for kindergarten through sixth grade. But say they wanted a second building. They wanted to build a whole new building because they had outgrown, the population. They needed a new building for from seventh, eighth grade. They needed a new building for seventh and eighth graders. And so they purchased a building, purchased a parking lot and whatnot, and proceeded to build the new school from scratch, mind you, a whole new building. They said they would have it done by the summer. And they said we would be able to come to school and it would be done by the summer. August comes, the school was not ready. The school was not ready. Do you know? Parents was, upset, and again, charter school for applied technologies at this time, it was fast growing. It was treating it more like magnet slash private. It was kind of bougie, kind of, it was a different, I don't know what they're doing now, but at that time, I remember at one point, CSAT became like, I want to say like top 3 in New York State. Like as far as like the curriculum and, it was part of Kenton school systems. It wasn't part of Buffalo public schools. So it kind of, you get a little more resources. It was a little more, advanced, I would say. Very advanced. They were doing a lot of experimentations. It was a new ass, and I was one of the first. Was one of the first students at Charter School for Applied Technologies when they first opened. The first day that they opened up, my ass was there, and so I know that it was a whole other experimentation that they were trying to do. It was one of the first charter schools in Buffalo. That's when that concept that came out. So they were doing a lot of experimentation. But I mean, like I was skipping grade. That's the school I told you I was in the fourth grade, but I was in a class with the seventh graders for reading. And I was taking high school classes at eighth grade. And it wasn't just me. They was separating us by not so much IQ, but by tests, benchmark tests, SRIs, SFA scores, all this type of shit. And so they would have you by it based on your level of intelligence is who you will be around. That's how they ran it. It's very elitist. It is what it is. I didn't have nothing to do with it. I was a fucking kid, and they were racist. But honestly, I I kind of circumnavigated that, and also a lot of people. I was one of the popular kids, and so the teachers, some of the teachers fuck with me. Most of the teachers did like me a lot. But then I had some issues. Some one of the principals didn't like me. I do have to say, Mr. Zerbass didn't like me. I don't. Mr. Martinez was a little like whatever. And then I think some teachers probably thought I was annoying, but for the most part, most of the teachers they fuck with me. But Charter School for Applied Technologies, they started a new building. They were going to create a new building. It was not done in time. Do you know that these motherfuckers and anybody that went to Charter School for Applied Technologies, and I want to say in 2006, we were in eighth grade when that building was being done. It was not done. I know y'all got to remember in eighth grade at Charter School for Applied Technologies, for those who went to school with me, they had us in them trailers. They made makeshift trailers. Yes, they did. The building was not done. Toilets wasn't done. HVAC wasn't hooked up. None of that. Them white folks, they got some trailers. We talking about the Hicktown trailers. They put tables in them trailers. They threw up a makeshift whiteboard and seats, and they built porta potties within the trailers. It was pretty nice bathrooms. The bathrooms were pretty clean, and they had asses and seats. And they had to explain to the parents, like, look, school's not done. You got to give us, another 3 months. We're behind schedule, but we want the kids to come back. The kids are welcome to come. This is where we at right now. We building as we go. We making it move. We making it shake. And Umar Johnson could have did that same thing and been charging tuition, believe it or not. No lie. He could have. Because the thing is, don't make trailers. The kids didn't know. I'm telling you, it was fun as hell. Because it was different because for every class that we had, you know how you go and you go to different class in eighth grade at that time. In high school you would have to, after the period is up, you would have to walk in the halls to your next class. We had did that in eighth grade, and I think that might be standard now for all eighth graders. But in eighth grade, we had to do that. You didn't just stay in your classroom for the whole day. You had to go for your English class, to your math class, to different classes. And so they had all these different trailers for the seventh and eighth graders. and we all was just moving like, but it was like you had to go outside to go to the different trailers, to go to the English class, to the science class, to the math class. Do you know how exciting it was to have to go outside and act like you got lost? Act like you were eighth graders. We eighth graders. We want to play and take our time and get to the next class and hanky pank in the hall, not in the hall, but outside rather. So, oh, I forgot. We 20 minutes late for class. Oh, I forgot. I thought the trailer was on the other side. We got lost. You know. I pulled that every motherfucking day. I was such a prankster, and I like to play a lot in eighth grade, and so I remember we used to play this like it was like this little game called we literally just called it let's play the game. And that just meant like chase each other. It was kind of like tag. I don't know why we were calling it the game, but we were chase each other and play tag, in sixth grade, seventh grade. And then sometimes in eighth grade. Eighth grade we got a little too old for that. And I remember I busted my head on one of them bathroom floors running away from one of my friends in sixth grade. Let's play the game. Who gonna be the shark? Like it was so cheesy. But you know, Umar Johnson could have did that shit. Put up the makeshift trailers while he purchased that school and put up the. I mean, talking about. I mean, it was a small ass trailer, a table, and some chairs and a whiteboard. We didn't even have textbooks, dude. And so when we was going from teaching from math to math, them teachers had a whiteboard and the markers and had to go straight off of the dome. I had to go straight off of, whatever it was in a book, but we didn't even have books. And I remember when we had the orientation, because they had to explain to the parents, that the school wasn't done. So they actually they held like a 2-day orientation to show the conditions of the trailers, just to explain and to apologize. And to be honest, most of the parents were all fine with it. They were like, you know what? It's only for 3 months, whatever, y'all getting it together. The building is purchased. We see you built something, we see it coming together. So whatever. And they had them trailers were pretty clean. And when it came for lunchtime, they would bring us our lunch. We didn't go to the other, but they would bring us the lunches from the other building to the trailers. Sure did. The bathrooms were built in the trailers, so they were pretty clean. And like I said, that shit was fun. I do have to say, when it would rain, I ain't gonna hold you. When there were times when we had to have our. I mean, it's Buffalo, New York. We had to have our coat on inside them trailers. Yes, it was times when it was motherfucking raining. Yes, it was raining on our heads. It was makeshift trailers. Like it took like 1 or 2 days to put up. It wasn't no type of, you know what I mean. It wasn't no major motherfucking construction. So when it would rain, yes, it would sometimes be raining through the ceiling. I will never forget. I remember the teacher. I remember the boy named Jordan Carr. Never forget his name is Jordan Carr. He's sitting there. I remember I looking at him. It was rain just coming down on his head. And he was like, "Look at this ghetto shit." And we sitting there, and the teacher was looking, and she heard him because it was rain going down on his head. And we in a trailer at Charter School for Applied Technologies. And he like, "Look at this ghetto shit." And we had our coats on, no textbooks you know? And I ain't gonna hold you. The teacher was looking like, yeah, this is pretty pathetic. And she started laughing and said, this is pretty bad. But guess what? When the school got done, HVAC got done, everything was scared, fair and square. Beautiful. Brand new motherfucking building. Beautiful. Everything was immaculate by the time. So we had to deal with that with them 3 months. It might have even been longer. I can't even remember, but I know it was some trailers. Ain't nobody gonna say charter school play technology. You had trailers in eighth grade. What year was eighth grade? 2006, 2005, 2006 school year. Going into 2007. No, 2005, 2006 for sure. And trailers. And they're building that new building for for seventh, eighth graders. It was a beautiful building. Then they went and bought another building. And so Umar Johnson, you ain't really had no excuse for the moves you pulled because to be honest, you said, okay, the black people was dick you around, the black people was contracts. Okay, so you should just got with people who could do the job. Okay. And then, you bought the building already. But my thing is, even if the building wasn't ready, shit, makeshift trailer. Oh, matter of fact, you know what I would have did? It would have been porter potties inside of the damn school because the school was, it would have been some desks because they had already had dedicated the desks and stuff. But if you said the toilet wasn't working, they would have had some makeshift sinks, makeshift um makeshift porta potties, making sure they clean and adequate enough for people, and make sure that there's some cleaners that come clean out them toilets for them kids. Oh, and it would have been some asses and some seats. Would have been some black asses and some seats, some black boy asses and some seats. Fucking with me. Oh yeah. Oh, we getting this proper. We building as we go. Shit, y'all know our conditions. Y'all know we look. I purchased the school. You see that you your asses in the seat. They dedicated the desk and the chairs. Shit. Even if it was just 20 students, even if it was 50 students, oh, asses would have been in some seats. Porter potties would have been in that damn school. We would have found a way to get some free lunches. There would have been some lunches. We would have had some black asses, or these black women be cooking their ass off. You shit. You know how to get these women to empty their pockets and to give their energy to you, Umar Johnson. So you should have had some black asses up in black women's up there cooking meals for them young kids. They would have did it. Focus on the HVAC in the kitchen, because the kids got to eat, and the kids got to have temperature control. A couple of technology projectors. You could have had people donated that shit. And the porta potty, yeah, they would have had to use porta potties until the sewage and the sewer system got done. And you're working on it. And they would have been charged. You would have probably had to charge less tuition. Honestly, let's be real. You wouldn't be able to charge probably what you wanted to charge, but you could have charged, and you could have been up there teaching and having them niggas build right around them. Just like how they did at Charter School for Applied Technologies. I'm telling you, we in fucking trailers. You see a bunch of construction workers working right around us. No lie. No lie. We trying to walk to the park, and your ass is you be trying to step over damn construction wood and all types of I am telling you from experience. That's how them people get down. There's no excuse. You got $1 million out of this community. These black women's into their pocket. These black women's, black men have been trying to tell y'all motherfucking asses, including me, that there ain't no school coming. Wake up, stop living in a pipe dream. A lot of these black women, they got black boys. They want to see they happy to see a black man step up and talk about special education and they got all excited and shit. I was definitely excited, and I don't even have kids. I just like teaching and stuff. So obviously I was excited and wanted to see that happen, and still want to see it happen. But I'm giving you a plan, man. You better get you some motherfucking porter potties. You better get you some of these women that cook grits, sausage, all types of shit. You get their asses up in them kitchens to make some of them black kids some damn breakfast and lunch. Or you try to get the free services. They got free lunch programs, all types of shit. Them kids would have been eating free lunch program. Oh, we would have had a black church go up there and get them free lunches to bring back to the motherfucking school for my kids. Oh yeah, shit, we do what we do. Tuition would have been what, 75% off, 50% off, until we get up to what we gotta get. Then we raise the price, but we let people know up front. Look, we using porter potties. We working on our HVAC. We building as we go. We got black asses and seats. Tuition is 50%, 75% off until we get it up, and then it's gonna be at it's actually milestone. I'm giving you a game plan, Umar. 75% off. Then as you get more done, 50% off. Then as you get done, 25% off. Then as you fully complete it, then full tuition. Them black boys, they get it claused in. Parents start preparing in advance. People don't even trust you anymore to do that shit. It's educators around here. I'm out here struggling, shadow banding a bitch. Trying to start my own school. I love the idea of teaching children and people in general. Shit, you could have reached out for consultation, anything. You got the nerve to sit up there and disrespect that beautiful baby girl of yours. She is pretty as hell. You gonna call her a struggle streamer? That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me fix this damn Rumble. Rumble, you know how Rumble do. Rumble done kicked me off. Sorry if you guys are on Rumble. They don't kick my ass off. Let me reshare the screen. Sorry if you was on Rumble. I don't know how long it's been off the air. So I apologize for that, guys. Yeah, but Umar Johnson, you could have had asses and seats. Right as even if that school wasn't done, I don't care if the toilet wasn't flushing or nothing. Porter potty time. Shit, they kids. They kids. Had somebody, one of them volunteer crackheads, pay one of them crackheads to clean after them porter potties. Pay them a good, decent, the dignified wage too. You know, crackheads, they just want they want they hit. And them crackheads to clean up them damn porta potties after them kids in that school. Please, please. And if as far as electricity, I mean, that obviously you need your electricity and your HVAC. That's the first thing that you got to do in your sewer. But y'all could have been had that done. It's been fucking 12 years, and you already purchased a building. It was already built. Like CSAT had to build a shit from scratch. And yeah, you can talk about, oh well, it's because you're black or whatever. But you purchased a former charter school. It was a former school, and you had already had $1 million in the bank. The school was about 400,000 or some shit. So what the fuck is going on? And then it comes out, you know, that your baby girl is all on the internet talking about you now, saying that you was a deadbeat and that you talking about kids and calling you a hypocrite and stuff. And like I said, they be exploiting the maternal instinct of black women. That's what they be doing when they be asking for all this money and donations and stuff. And black women, y'all be getting lined up all the time. And you know what? It's a lot of black women, they getting tired of that shit. They've been getting tired of it. But even I'm talking about the ones that was so pro black in the conscious community and stuff, they are tired of it now. Ain't no they ain't get no respect and get nowhere. They sit up there and dedicate all their time to that ratchet ass community, and y'all disrespect them, shit on them, lie on them, discredit them. Y'all couldn't. I thought y'all really thought I was a sacrifice. Y'all really thought that, oh, this bitch is gifted as fuck, a genius as fuck. Let's line her ass up. What can we do? What kind of money can we make off of this person? Y'all got Haitians verifying Black Americans. Y'all, it's a joke. This is a joke. Reparations space a fucking joke. Man, it's a disgrace. Yeah, church chitlin circuit industry sellouts run for the truth, and they set up real motherfuckers. They set up real leaders. 1 million and nothing to show for it but that school. Still talking about HVAC and how and every year is get delayed. Every year it gets delayed. Get some niggas in there that know what the fuck they doing. Get somebody to put some porter. Is the electricity on? I think from what you said, what you showed the last time, the electricity is on. The electricity is on, so you can get makeshift sinks and a makeshift porta potty. Matter of fact, how much is a fucking porta potty? Porta potty costs. This is ridiculous. How much does a porta potty cost? $115? They even got some that's $74 on fucking Amazon with the flush. How much is a portable sink? Oh, please. Portable sink. Asses would have been in them seats. $79 here. Look, y'all think I'm playing. Look. Oh, that ain't true. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Let's look at it. Porta potty. I'm sorry, this is the sink. $79. $209. This is now these are more expensive. They don't need nothing like this yet because you still getting the real ones fixed. $79. Boom. Hook up what? You gotta hook up some water for the kids to wash their hands. Look at that. It rolls. Have one in each classroom. Porta potty. Have been in the black churches. Go up to them one of the free lunch programs. Bring them lunches. Like I said, I make a way out of no way. Look at these porta potties. $74 right there. That's enough. That's enough. Look at this. $115. Porta potty. Right inside the school. 100. Look at these are kids. They gotta pay like this. You don't need that. They need something like this. These are kids. Have them crackhead clean that shit up. Make sure there ain't no mess. Bulk toilet tissue, industrial toilet tissue. That's all you need. And a couple have hey, could somebody donate a projector? Hey, black women's Because somebody volunteered their time to cook for some of the kids or bring some snacks for the kids. Can people donate some cookies and something so the kids can have some snacks? Can y'all donate some Crustables so we can get an Instacart, get some Crustables up in this bitch for these kids to have some peanut PPJ sandwiches, or matter of fact, them Lunchables. Matter of fact, Crustables they can't eat that every day, but them Lunchables they got all types of let's look at it. Yo, it would have been asses and seats. I'm telling y'all, that's how Charter School for Applied Technologies ran. We were in trailers. They would have been, well, these ones, these are unhealthy. Let me look at because I know the ones I be getting, it'd be the one with the uncured meats. Because I still eat Lunchables. I just don't eat, I still eat Lunchables. Yeah, these are the ones I eat, these Greenfields. And you could have actually showed that as a selling point. Oh, uncured pepperoni lunch kit. No antibiotics or growth hormones, humanely raised. You could even say no pork or whatever, because I know some of you niggas don't eat pork. They got ham and cheese, turkey, whatever. Y'all niggas would have been eating this. And maybe if you don't eat pork, you get turkey. Or the choice between which one you want. Ham and cheese with that. That would have been lunch. Y'all asses would have been in them seats though. Let me get $1 million and get to school. And I find out I gotta work on HVAC and electricity. Oh, asses is in them seats. 75% off tuition. Bring your asses on. See, that's why people don't want to, they know I'm the real deal. And that's why they're like, oh, we gotta get up. We found another one. We found another Neo in the Matrix. Oh, another chosen. Oh shit. Oh shit. Go after her, Mason. Take her down. Asses would have been, it would have been some education. Look at natural cheap turkey and cheese. Come on, black kids. Come on, Negro children. Come get your Lunchable. It's lunchtime. Matter of fact, what's they got? How much is the whiteboards? Actually, the school already had whiteboards. So all you needed was what? Sight words and spelling book. What grade do Umar Johnson teach? Would have been what, first grade? It got a bulk. It got bought them in bulk off a damn, what's it called? Alibaba or some shit. Amazon. You could have did anything. It's been 10 motherfucking years. I'm sitting here crying in 2017, crying in 2018 when they lined you up in Pennsylvania, thinking that they about to, they trying to take a black man down. Like a dumbass. I feel so foolish, man, giving all my energy and time to that shit only for this same community to just sell me out like that, man. I feel so stupid, man. That's some wicked ass shit, man. It ain't nothing but some gatekeep. It's some type of weird shit going on in that stuff. I'm trying to build this shit out, man. You know what I do with $1 million? A school, a spiritual center, a think tank center that's more like a lodge, kind of like for esoteric studies for the Nakti high society, a center for sexual health and family planning, offering midwifery, organic natural birth control, family counseling, all types of stuff. And then the military science department to teach martial arts and shit, and defense and gun range and shit. The Naki Community Center to have dance parties, outings. That's all I wanted. That's all the Queen Mothership is about, motherfuckers. Y'all got so upset and jealous that it was a female that came up with all of that. That it was a woman that came up with all. Let's get this shit out on the table. Let's get this shit out on the motherfucking table. You know how many people had to step in because y'all niggas, they found out y'all was trying to kill my ass and trying to sacrifice me because of my brilliance. Because they always go after the one with the most light. I'm not being braggadocious. It's just, this is how the occult works. It's about electrons. It's about the harvesting of electrons to protons to increase the energy in the law, in your thermodynamic system, in the occult system. It's a backwards botched ass system, but that's how the occult work. It's stupid as fuck. But they don't know how to get more creative energy. They don't know how to tap into the light. The center of the galaxy is where you get all your fucking electrons. You don't need a human sacrifice anybody. The fuck is wrong with y'all? And there's whole books on how to get that too. The books are $3,000, but yeah, there's people that naturally know how to do that without ever having to read a book. I never had to read a book to know how to do that. Ever. Even when these witches and these covens were coming after me, I still fought through all that shit. Y'all know it. Y'all know. I've had phone calls with people saying, damn, how did you survive all this stuff? How did you survive all that level of witchcraft on your ass? And I still fight it. I still deal with it. And I fight it. Like you think after me flaming Arthur Watkins' ass, Ishmael's ass, and Kanye Collins' ass, and April's ass, talking about all these people, and you don't think that I'm gonna have to deal with a spiritual blowback from that? Don't think I'm preparing for that? But I also know that I'm not in the wrong either. Because I know that I really thought that them people was all my friends. It's not Arthur Watkins' ass. I really thought that, everybody was cool and we all Black Americans. We're going to love each other and we're going to protect one another. We're going to be there for one another and work together and build and collaborate and build things for our community. That was what my motherfucking ass thought. 100%. That we're going to put each other on. Help each other when we need each other's help. That's what my motherfucking ass thought. Every all this fake ass shit, jealous nigga shit. I came on the scenes building my shit. I came on the scenes with Knox University. Knox University came out in 2020. I already had books. I wasn't building something up. Knox Community Center was already out. Then everybody just look at stuff and want to compete with me instead of fucking help my ass. And then they don't even have the skill set or the brilliance to do it. It was nigga shit. They came with me with some nigga shit. After all the years and sacrifices I've made to serve my people and to even serve this fucking country as quiet as it's kept. Because now the whole Nike order, this is for the American empire. I'm building a whole fucking empire, the real golden age, by myself. And everybody, and you think I'm gonna let this government? I asked people for help, and I said, hey, let's work on this. Let's do this. Let's do that. Oh, I don't think we should do that. I don't think we should do that. Next week they just steal the ID. Next month they just steal that. Okay, I can't do it. Like you got a poverty mindset. And you got more money than me. You come from a higher pedigree than me. I make under $30,000 a year. You see, do this look like this under $30,000 worth of work? Does this look like this was produced by somebody that makes under $30,000 a year? No. Stop being a hater. No. I built this myself. I did this yesterday. This part. The other one was created last week, 2 weeks ago rather. And we still covering this shit today. We still covering it. We still going underground. I don't even care who support me or not. Look, it's not about y'all giving me all the validation I need just because how y'all came at me, how y'all attacked me, how y'all lied on me, how y'all discredited me. How every little thing is they bring up the shit that happened with Tariq. Y'all bring up dumbass shit that has nothing to do with the context of building, nation building. You niggas. I can't deal with that shit. I'm dead ass serious. I'm a dead ass serious person. Too serious, apparently. And so what the fuck am I gonna do? And you think I'm gonna just be quiet with some weirdo ass bitch named Arthur Watkins who got zero sauce? Sell out, nigga. You can tell government come and steal my whole framework from 2022, 2023, that Queen Mother shit, enterprise architecture, guide to rebuilding Black America. Y'all think I'm not gonna say nothing? Oh, you must be crazy. When I can prove in black and white and I predicted who was gonna do it, and then he says, oh, I got this idea from them. This is what he was talking about. And I had already said in November 29th, 2024, that particular person has said it in black and white on Twitter. Yep, and we're gonna go back and review 50. For those who came in late, a 50-page reverse intelligence analysis is being done and being released on this whole situation of Arthur Watkins plagiarizing my shit and how the people that are backing him were the people that have been undermining me. And I think that they are government, and I also think they're in a secret society. And Connie Collins got on News Totter's Room on March 18, 2025, saying that we all need to support Arthur Watkins and he's revolutionary because he came up with this idea when his dude is fucking grifting. And she has asked me to be in her organization 3 times. I have sent her papers behind the scenes. She asked me to send. She said she was going to put it on her website. She never put it on her website. She funded it off to Camilla Moore. People is fake as fuck. And I'm thinking that this was a real, a thoroughbred motherfucker. Behind the scenes, people talk about other people, say they crazy and stuff, and I gotta correct them and say, no, don't say that about that person. No, I don't believe that. No, why are you talking shit about that person? Oh, I like that person. What? And then they go in the next minute, the next day, they up there in their Twitter spaces. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? I can't live like that. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Can't live like that. Because if I don't fuck with you, you gonna know. I'm not gonna throw a rock and hide my hand. I'm not gonna go to 3 different other people. Hey, don't talk to so and so. So and so. I ain't gonna go put you on a covert harassment list. I don't have to blacklist your motherfucking ass. If you can get it on your own, you can get it. I ain't got a shadow ban a motherfucker. I don't feel threatened by none of you motherfuckers. Oh. So I ain't gotta go behind the scenes and go do this, don't say this. But this person's crazy. You know, I ain't never gotta do no shit like that. And if I say something about you, it's gonna be some sort of evidence to deny to sift through your plausible deniability. Because these people move so sneaky. Because it's COINTELPRO shit. That's why it's like it's hard to get proof of what you be seeing and what you be saying, especially with me in the spiritual realm. It's hard as fuck because it's like you think they think that it's gonna be so obvious when we talk about high level intelligence and defense contracts and military. You think it's just gonna be so motherfucking obvious on how a person moves, and even if they not like a full blown fed, they still doing something odd that goes against the best interest of the community, or even they have come for me for no reason. I've caught people plagiarizing whole ass shit, documented it. And in that 50-page reversion intelligence analysis, there are literally, I want to say, 7 incidences that are proven in black and white of how people in that reparation space have copied content in black and white, like stuff that is evidential. Like, okay, this person said this at this date. This person got this from here. It's too similar. It is too obvious. Even the FBI caught them. It took this out of this blueprint that was published in 2022. I'm not mad about it, but it was for Black Americans. And they sit up there and play and shot themselves in the foot, set themselves back 150 years and want to play dumb and act like they didn't do it because they embarrassed. I already know what this shit is about. I already know this stuff's so bad above people's pay grade. I told people 3 weeks before the election what this shit was about because I saw that it was a play. And the people that came around, I realized that they were trying to set up moves and they hid it from the public and didn't reveal it until 3 weeks before the election, where it was too late pretty much. So people couldn't even see it, but I saw it in the spiritual realm. That's why you think so many MAGAs are complaining? Why do you think so many MAGAs are complaining? They complaining because they didn't vote for that bullshit that's happening right now. They losing their jobs, they losing their stuff. That's what you get when you want to harm other people. You end up harming yourself. Shit, I wasn't trying to take from nobody else's plate. I just wanted the drain. I really was on that to stop that child trafficking shit, and I was willing to make whatever little concessions that needed to be made to make sure that child trafficking stopped. And also, there was a lot of Black Americans complaining about the immigration stuff. I don't live around a bunch of immigrants. So the area that I was living at the time is pretty much predominantly Black Americans. So I didn't have that issue, but it was a lot of people complaining about it. So I figured, okay, that won't be done. But they ain't even they fired more Americans from their job than they hired than they hired they fired more Americans from their job than they deported immigrants. And so I told you I was a bait and switch. A bait and switch, that shit ain't nothing to play with. We talking about political machine, but then we're also talking about people's everyday life. If a political party decides to bait and switch, that is dangerous. That's why I was screaming so much about it and say I had to declare myself as the president on that stuff, because I'm like, no, y'all they are globalists too. They're globalists just like the other party. They just decide what to do with the globe. It's still the same secret society, and technically they got some connections to each other. They're about to tell me what's going on in American politics. I've lived in this country my whole life. So they're telling them Africans that Trump's side is the nationalists and the other side is the globalists. They both globalists. They don't give a fuck about nobody but their bloodlines and their family. If that, they sacrifice their kids in a heartbeat. Put them in child trafficking in a heartbeat. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? I want to see changes. I wanted to see real change. And I was hoping that Trump would do that. Because he come off like, oh, he was a maverick and shit. Them 2016 days is over. He done got his ass. He done sold out one of them. He done got his ass. I see what's going on in this country and who's own it and who owns all the politicians. Get the fuck out of here. So yeah, I'm upset. And Umar Johnson, you ain't had no business saying calling your daughter no struggle streamer. You ain't had no business calling your baby girl no struggle streamer, saying you trying to start your struggle streamer channel. That's your daughter. You should have been put her on. She's a beautiful girl. She got a cute ass face. She just need her hair done. I could do her hair. Y'all know I do hair. I do's hair. Shit. Buns, twisties, all that shit. I'm not the best braider. I do hair. Shit. She just need her hair done. But she a beautiful girl. You should have been put her on. That's your whole fucking daughter. And she wasn't even trying to be no struggle streamer. She was literally just venting and frustrated that, here's my dad. He's Umar fucking Johnson. He travels the world. He's a great orator. Wants to build a school, but he's talking about all these black kids, black kids, black kids. And he ain't never and talking about, oh, the black man and the black woman need to be married. They need to be married. They need to be married. But here you got your daughter out, she in her fucking 20s, and she said you ain't never been around. That's fucked up. Now you said that it was more context, and that it was that the mother probably, the mother is at fault too, and probably so. But you more at fault if you ask me, because you're the man, and you could have got a court something to get to see your baby girl. If she's in her 20s and she said you ain't never been around, and then she said she got sisters and brothers and shit that she had to reach out to on her own. So what kind of man is you? Was you ever getting your kids together? So you got all these kids with different women and not even married still. That's fucked up. We got caught you in a scandal with the stripper hole. Nobody cared about that because, it is what it is. The conscious stripper, the girl, this big ass juicy booty, big titties, big butt. They caught you in the scam with that. That honestly, that wasn't a big deal. The black community forgave your ratchet ass for that. Because, you went to a stripper club, you went to a strip club, found a girl, she consented, she grown as hell. She went to the conscious community event. She got fucked on. She wanted to fuck you, whatever. Ain't really no big deal. But you took it too far. Come to find out you got multiple kids. Your kids is coming forward saying you ain't ever did shit for them. That ain't right. My thing is, I can't judge that situation because, like he said, it takes two to tango. And he said he's willing to get on the phone with the mother and have it all streamed live with all three of them so that they can hash it out. And so, I can give both of them the benefit of the doubt. My concern is the baby girl, though. Honestly, I don't give a shit about what he has to say or even what the girl has to say or what the mother has to say, because y'all should have got your shit together for your baby girl. But my thing is, I don't like how you called her a struggle streamer. That's an insult. You don't insult your daughter like that. You insulted your own kid, who you never even been there for. You have zero, like, what kind of man are you a narcissist? Like, what kind of man would do that to their own kid? And I didn't see it where she was trying to be a streamer or something. I just thought she was just, I'm like, you don't have no right. You don't have no business calling her that. You could have, I mean, even if you wanted to scold her and say, why you come on the internet with this shit? Why you ain't reach out? Why you ain't, but, I'm not helping you with your struggle streaming career. You want to get put on by my name. Yeah, she's your fucking daughter. What the fuck? What else is she supposed to do? You should have been put her on. You should have been put her on. The fuck is wrong with you niggas? And you sitting up there talking about, black men need to step up for random black women's children. You was the same one that said that, and I was defending your ass for saying that when they was when they was snatching your ass. They showed you giving the number to some white girl. Now that make me suspicious because you said that you wasn't. You always talk about some snow bunny, but you try to explain it away and say you was just, talking or whatever. But shit, we don't even know if that's true now. We don't know what's true because it's been 10 years since that school has been purchased, and we don't have asses and seats. We don't have asses and seats in these classrooms. Could have got porta potty, all types of shit. Asses would have been in them seats. That's the only thing I care about. I honestly don't even care about that situation. I want to get on your ass about that school and give you some pointers. Because it's been you've been dragging my energy down for all this time, thinking that I'm really believing that this school is gonna be built. Even when other people was calling it out and saying it's not gonna be built, people was laughing at me. It's like, I'm telling you. Like, damn, this is a gullible motherfucker. No wonder why so many people just think, oh, you're just fucking gullible. No wonder why people are in my messages asking me to help Ishmael, asking me to ask her for her music spaces when I'm building a fucking empire dealing with a fucking government on my hands. And she talk asking me to no wonder why. People just I know I've always been a bleeding heart for my community. Do you know how many times I have actually helped so many of my people with just I don't have much money, but as far as like, okay, you need this, you need I'll do this, I'll do this research for you, I'll do this, I'll do that. I'll sit up all night, do all types of stuff. I'm not doing that shit no more. You gave me your ass to kiss. It is what it is. You're gonna miss me when I'm going. And like I said, I'm not giving out, oh, we going underground. We ain't getting out shit. Niggas gonna have to sign shit. You ain't signing no oath or taking no signing your life away. You gonna sign confidentiality agreements. You ain't giving out shit to this public. None of my information no more. Hell no. And I haven't, when I say it, I haven't even released out 3% of what I know. Not even 3%. I'm sitting up here thinking, oh, I just want to help humanity. A dumbass. And I'm still gonna help humanity. Yep, I'm gonna still help humanity, and I'm not gonna give up on my mission because I prefer to be in a mode of love. Anyways, right now I'm just mad, so I'm venting, and so that's fair. You have your days, you have your moments, and then we gonna party. We gonna talk about the governance thing on underground, and we gonna party. And I ain't gonna be mad no more. People had a right to vent. Shit. I don't sit and harbor no anger though. I really, I'm not a hateful person at all. Not even remotely. And I'm not a sinister, sneaky type of person. Like if I don't like, I just say it. Like, oh, this person did this. Oh, this. I'm a very I don't understand this. Oh, I'm sneaking to try to get J.N.S in a contract. I'm sneaking. Kylie asked me for 3 times to sign some bullshit. And she keep fucking. She can throw a rock and hide her hand behind Arthur Watkins, who's plagiarizing my work, going up on stage promoting that shit, that fuckery, trying to trick our Black Americans again. Well, they not my Black Americans anymore. I remember when Westside said, first of all, motherfucker, they not our people. Stop saying that shit. And I honestly get what they saying. It was like they was trying to drill in my head, like, dude, wake up. Like, stop thinking like, oh, it's our people. Oh, like, wake the fuck up. When I finally get it, it's only been Black men that has been trying to get me to see that too. Like, dude, they pretty much been letting me know, like, we sold out the community. We gave up on the community. Welcome to the club, bitch. Because oh yeah, we about to get contracts and deals, dude. What the fuck is you talking about? You still out here on your own making under $30,000 a year as an Ivy League graduate who's a fucking genius with a bunch of fucking talent, and you won't get with the program. That's on you. That's how they feel, and I understand that, but I also don't want to be controlled. I understand that. I understand what they telling me because, like I said, I haven't had no white folks come to me. Millionaire white folks went to Stanford, powerful pedigrees, sitting on a chairman boards of company. Can't even Google these motherfuckers. Went to Columbia with it. Had white people from Germany, the student. Oh, I see what you're working on. This bitch is brilliant. They the damn grandchild heir to a bank and all types of shit. Oh, let's work together on this. Let's do this together. Oh, I'm interested in what you're talking about. I'm interested in what you and I'm thinking about some fake ass pro black shit. It's not even real, guys. These people are that part of the system. I could have been moved on and just moved on with my life and did stuff with the Knife University and just it makes it just it's sad, but I also have to take accountability for not seeing the writings on the wall sooner. I didn't want to accept the fact that I was wasting my fucking time. Who wants to accept the fact that they wasted 13 years of their life, 14 years of their life thinking that that this stuff was real and that the people are gonna build build the communities and stuff. Like, who wants to actually admit that shit? I'm just ranting. Now we get to Kanye West motherfucking ass. Let me make sure I said everything I want to say about Umar Johnson. Yeah, this is another thing I want to say. Y'all lying with that racist ass system for money and think you're gonna be blessed. And again, they practice scavenger magic to prop up this system. So it will fail. It will fail. And the real intergalactic mentalism, there is no necromancy. I'm not judging anybody to do necromancy, by the way. And there's natural necromancy. There's people that are born that you can do that. So I'm not saying this, I'm not saying good, bad, right, or wrong. I don't care. I'm just saying, like, the length that you see when it comes to scavenger magic and the lengths that people go, and necromancy is not scavenger magic, but people, you can use necromancy as a part of your system in the scavenger magic system. That's what I'm saying. I ain't gotta get no dirt. I ain't gotta go to nobody else's cemetery and grab no dirt, no voodoo, no needle. I just need mind science. That's it. That's it. All you need is electrons from the center of the fucking galaxy. That's it. Boom. Use your mind. And like I said, I just don't feel comfortable publicly giving out blueprints like how I was doing, having stuff stolen by ops. My stuff was for righteous Black Americans. It was not for people that I know have lined me up or was going around with the "oh, she's crazy" narrative and all that. I don't want them people fucking with my shit. It was for righteous Black Americans. And so I do feel like I have to run a tight ship, which means the information that if it's given out publicly, oh, it's going to be filtered. It's going to be very strategic in how it was given out. I'm not letting nobody steal my body of work and give it to the fucking government while lying on me. And like I said, I can't have anyone in my look. I have to run a tighter ship, and if that means rolling along for a while, that's fine. Because the people that fuck with you, they gonna come to you. They gonna come to you. And the people that didn't fuck with you, or they fell out with you, or they had a problem with you, they should have said it. They should have said what. Or you said this, I don't agree with this. You said that, I don't agree with it. You should have said it, and we could talk it out. You know. Like I'm always looking at 3 points of context of degrees of separation, triangulation, discernment, and that's how I can know if somebody's a plant or not. And that's why this government has been struggling to take me out as far as having people around me, because I catch things, small things. I catch stuff. Now there are good people out here. I know that there are good people in the world. I don't think everybody just out to get me or out to do something to me. I don't think that, but I also know that people gaslight, and I know that there's a very, very nasty, dark, cursed energy in that reparation space. It's a very it is so toxic, man. You ain't nothing getting done. They dragging people's energy. That's all they doing is stealing people's energy, and y'all can't even see it. It's kind of sad, but I think a lot of people in on it, to be honest. So that's why I don't care, because I have told people what it was. I have took the hits to tell people what it was, and it was more so, me screaming for help too. I also just was, wanting to help because I felt them energetic pulls. I knew something was going on spiritually. One day I literally woke up and it was like seeing a veil. I was seeing these people's soul contracts. I was seeing these people, the deals that I'm like, what? And literally I have text messages. I know people who was monitoring my shit in 2021, 2022. I'm talking about, why am I seeing people's soul contracts? I'm like literally able, like, I'm seeing spirits on people. I'm like, oh shit, I don't woke up. And then it ain't nothing wrong with me. It's just a motherfucker it has spiritual gifts. And anytime anybody got spiritual gifts, the first thing they say, "Oh, you're crazy." But I'm like, man, man, they do they revolutionary so bad, and they gonna go prop up stank ass Arthur Watkins talking about he's a revolutionary. And it's because he goes to the government and puts the whole Freedmen's Bureau Reparations Fund. This is what Connie Collins is telling people in a news trotter's room. And you could hear a pin drop because you could tell people was not buying it. And they looking at her sideways. And I'm trying to tell people this bitch is the one, like, she asked me to join her shit 3 years ago. She knows about my work. She knows about my book. I have conversations on the phone. We probably like one conversation alone with Connie Collins was like 5 hours long. So like y'all can stop the fucking cap. Y'all can stop y'all bullshit. And she don't everybody that I had issues with, or I know was on some weird secret society shit, happen to be the people that is promoting Arthur Watkins. Get the fuck out of here. Like somebody just that damn dumb. And the community want to sell out, whatever, do whatever they're gonna do, bury me, whatever. Do what you're gonna do. I'm done with it. The Nazi order, oh, that's for Americans. You gave me your ass to kiss. I know for a fact I was one of the last writers you ever had. Because I believe in justice and I believe in righteousness and I believe in what's right is right. And I still believe that in reparations. I just that space with that RNC slave shield shit, hell no. Acting like man, they switched up and said that they not even gonna go to Trump and ask him about reparations anymore. The Freedmen said that they took that off the table. They said they are not bringing up reparations for the next 4 years as it comes to Trump. Yes, they did. They said in a private one of them Boule Illuminati meetings. Sure did. How do we know? Because Haitian April had told everybody. And they actually they threw her out the club and said and told everybody that she was Haitian. Did y'all bitch? Y'all been knew that. Y'all been knew that. Y'all just now saying something because she came at she spoke. She finally decided to speak the truth about what the fuck y'all doing. Let's wake it up. Let's wake it up. I'm tired of hiding shit. I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired. Tired of this fake shit and biting my tongue. And I thought y'all thought I was biting. I'm still kind of biting my tongue, but I don't want to be messy like that. But y'all not gonna throw no rock and hide your hand. Y'all not gonna sit up there and work behind the scenes and be stealing blueprints and shit and be like, oh hey, what you talking about? Oh no, motherfucker. No, now a 50 page reverse intelligence analysis, military sciences on your motherfucking head for fucking with me. Evidence, timestamps, clairvoyance, proven clairvoyance. Because I said, okay, this person's going to, I said, I already knew. I said, I peaked game with this nigga. I peaked, I said, because he's saying stuff that's right on my YouTube channel, stuff, some shit that I've been saying years ago about primordial and chaos intelligence. I heard, I said, this nigga, I said, he watches my shit. He used to follow me when I fell out with Tariq. I wasn't that I fell out. There was nothing there. When I called him out, rather, um, everybody wanted to unfollow. Obviously all the FBAs want to unfollow. They fake or whatever, but they still sitting up there. Oh, you're clearly saying a lot of shit that's in my books. Clearly, a lot of the shit that's in my YouTube videos. They talk about black intelligence agencies, all types of shit. And people that follow me, I'm like, dude, I put that in a book 2 years ago. I did a whole YouTube video on that. Like I'm like, what the? It is not about credit. It's just more so like it's the treatment. It's like you stealing someone's shit. You have no shamelessly plagiarizing somebody's shit, and then you would go behind the scenes and tell people, "Hey, we can't fuck with her. Don't fuck with her." That's wickedness in my eyes. You could at least, and it's such a fucked up energy. You could feel it, not towards me, but I'm just saying, just from the vibration is way too low. It's just so low. I'm like, anybody that has to do that is already just out of their mind. They're already just out of their mind. It's not like that. That's how I feel. Anybody that has to cover up so much. Oh my gosh, Royal Deluxe and Boily Bowley's in the building, and Kaylin is in the building. Hi, Boily Bowley. Hi, Royal Deluxe. I hope you're doing good. And Kaylin, you back and think about the secret energy they do all. That's why I keep saying time's ticking. They would be exposed. So many people saying these same individuals are up to no good, and they mean that. That's what so many people saying the same thing. Yes, exactly. It's the same names that keep popping up, and everybody playing dumb. And I know this is messy. I know this is like rare form or whatever, or people don't like this. Again, I like to keep it high level, don't get me wrong. But let's be real, like it's shit gotta be called out. It do. And even though, people be like, oh, let's just ignore. You know how many even when I called out Arthur Watkins, all of a sudden they want to have all these Twitter spaces with his ass. Shut up, want to do a space. So all these people, and that's the same thing when I notice when I be saying specific stuff in my YouTube videos. No lie, the next that same week is the whole is certain Twitter spaces. I'm like, dude, I was just discussing. So I'm like, y'all clearly watching my shit. I'm like, it's getting ridiculous. That's why I know I'm leaving that space. I'm done. I am done. I ain't even gonna hold you. I ain't even gonna hold you. Mm-mm. I think that there's room to carve out authentic spaces to help communities and to help Black Americans, and that ain't one of them. I'm sorry, guys, that ain't one of them. I know for a fact they gotta be. I ain't walking blatantly into no fucking honeypot. And just because I'm intelligent enough to see it, don't mean I'm a bad guy. Thank you so much, Bowly Bowly. We're happy to see y'all because y'all haven't been around in 2 weeks. A couple, I noticed, and I know again, people got their own lives. People got they busy and stuff, and so. But Royal Deluxe, I ain't see you in 2 weeks, and you don't even say hi to me. You say hi to the people in the comment section. Look, okay. Mm-hmm. Staying woke and careful. It seems lately that there's an increase of hate on intellectual Black women. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it's spiritual. It's spiritual. Because I know they know what time of day it is, and see, we know too. And so they, oh, you did? Okay, sweetie. Okay, I was like, dang, like, damn. Oh, there you go. I see you now. Okay, Angel, I'm listening while on the way to work. Okay, okay. I like I said, I know people be working. I know I'm not the, I know I'm not an important person. I'm just saying, like, I just, how the optics look, and so I'm glad to hear from you. Though I truly am because I have been thinking about you. Believe it or not, I had a message you too. But like I said, I know people are busy and whatnot. So this we just on this is a little YouTube thing, but I do value the people that support me. I truly do. I support. I value and support Boli Boli and Royal Deluxe and BW and Kaylin. The people that just never gave up on me. The people that's been here. No, it's on Rumble. I see it on Rumble. I just didn't see it on here. And see, I'm on another um I'm on another system. And so, you know, I wasn't looking at the Rumble screen. I had two different streaming platforms pulled up. About to have three because you're about to go underground. I'm gonna close Rumble out though because I can't. I don't trust. I got to make sure that the other platform works because when we're underground, that's for whoever comes over. But I still got to cover it though. I still got to do it live because I said that's what I was gonna do, and I got to stick to what I said I was gonna do. That's just how I roll. Um, but it's a challenge, but at the same time, let me actually change the date, the time of the meeting because I did have a set meeting and I am bumping these gums as per usual because I love to bump them gums. But let me change the time of the meeting because it is set in stone in there. But it's about I come from a very pure space with this. Like I said, I don't have no backing. I'm very honest when I tell y'all, like, I make under $30,000 and I have supported and built everything from scratch and own 100% of it. And do a lot to come up with Knox University. I had to come with Knox Community Center. The Knox Order, all that stuff is funded by me. All of my books are funded by me. I own all of, like, it's been hard. It has been hard, especially dealing with fucking secret society on your ass and intelligence on your ass. And COINTELPRO, as we know, COINTELPRO. That shit is hard. But I keep it going. Because like I said, I believe in God. I'm not a religious person and I'm a chaos esotericist and I am a primordial worker. And so me and God's relationship is very different from the average human because I'm not human. I'm hybrid. But most humans don't even know who they are. They thinking they human shit. You was just raised human, but you still interdimensional. You still interdimensional being. Yeah, sure is. So let me get this date. Okay, I said I was gonna change this. Let me change the time for this. Let's see. I said, okay. Da, 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 da. So, okay, I'll do it. I have to do that. We're gonna go underground soon, though. Okay. Well, let me put this up just in case, because this is what we're covering today underground. The first lecture here, just in case I know people are coming in late. And again, you can subscribe to this, or you can just do a one-time payment and not have to worry about monthly payments, or you can do a payment plan and pay every 2 weeks. There's different ways to do this. So let me make sure you can see the screen. When we go underground, this is the first one. It's only $19.99 for the month, and you get all of the lectures. They're pre-recorded, and we're doing it live now. We go underground live, and then we come back here to do our party. Then, or rather, you can just purchase it one time and access it and just be done with it, and still have access to this course. Or if you don't want to pay up front the whole amount, you can also do a payment plan every 2 weeks instead of monthly until you get to the $200. You can also do it that way too. Or you can do it just $19 a month. However you want to do. I ask for the support. My time, I give out good game. We got 15 pages single space of pure raw strategy. I'm literally phone speeding the Democrats or a third party, whoever want to come through, whoever operative or DNC, tag these DNC operatives, tag these strategists, let them know this is some high level shit that we about to cover underground as it relates to reshaping the political party and galvanizing, mobilizing and galvanizing American consciousness as it relates to how to win. And so I prefer for third party was in there, but look, I have to make sure that I vote and I get something that's in my best interest. And right now, the Republican Party does not offer me nothing that's in my best interest. Absolutely zero, nothing, nothing. So I can't support that. I'm like literally the only thing that I was supporting was thinking that they were going to go against child trafficking. Now you see all the Republicans got caught with that's getting indicted for messing with kids. So get the fuck out of here. They both do the same thing. They both go with. I don't know what the fuck y'all thinking. And so I gotta go what's in my best interest. Like I said, I am an entrepreneur. I only make under $30,000 a year as an entrepreneur. I do think I would make more as I grow and whatnot. I'm not saying that I'm capped at that. That's just what I make as an entrepreneur. But that's been really hard. You know, but the Democrat Party has. I mean, I'm sorry, the Republican Party has nothing at all for me, like zero. Like, what the fuck am I doing over there voting for? They ass for it. It just makes no sense to be over there for me. And so we need Green Party, Libertarian Party, something. Democrats, y'all better be willing to put in the work to reshape. You got 2 years, and honestly, these strategies can be used, and you can get them done in 6 to 12 months. You spent 1.5 billion on Kamala motherfucking ass. I told you to sponsor this knock the order shit, and again, I can't sign much of nothing. And so you want to go underground and get that strategy. The first one we covering is issues the Democrat third party should center in addressing the American population as a whole. The next week, we're going to cover how to build specific coalitions, initiatives, very specific strategies, spoon feeding you slogans, spoon feeding you like specific policies, all types of shit. How do you target your segment populations in America specifically? The next one, we talk about political leadership. The next one, we create a political roadmap. After that, we talk about how to build political leverage through metaphors. I feed you the strategy of the metaphors. I feed you good shit. And the next one is the core realities of public organizations. Now, that's just for the governance and civil affairs department. If we have to go aground for esoteric studies, those classes are going to be listed here. And we'll see a date. And once you see that it's that date, then that's when you know that that's what we're covering today. And I'll let you know, obviously. The next one is the night. I'm covering this just for people that's coming in later. The Nacti Order for Kids, a self-esteem class and cartoon Saturday morning. You'll see that also listed here. Sessions for the kids when I get to it. Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning, and then you're going to also see Center for Cultural Health. Center. Sorry, the Research and Cultural and Policy Center for Black Americans. You'll see that, or whatever else we got to come up with. Let me just make sure I'm on the air because my computer did something weird. I just want to make sure I'm on the air. Let's see. Can y'all still hear me? Okay, yeah. Okay. My computer's did something weird. But that's what we'll do, you know. Um, when we have to go underground and discuss certain things, and that will always be here. So some people may find it better to just pay up front, just pay the 200 and just they'll have access to this as we grow, or some people would just rather just pay the 19.99. It's up to you. It's just a matter of I need to be compensated for giving. I mean, I'm giving out good ass game. We got so much more. I have to cover the probability distribution science, negative philosophy 2.0, how to cover IPUs, the teachings of the first Nazi philosophy. That's all going underground too, and it's going to be in the esoteric studies department because we want to bring that down to make it more where everybody can understand it, and even maybe we may even do a kids version. So I had to work on making it more understandable and whatnot. We can talk about intergalactic mentalism, all types of stuff. Atlantean Freemasonry, all that stuff is going underground. I ain't sitting on no damn YouTube talking about that shit. These people are stealing my shit. And again, everything is about frequency. So a lot of this stuff is only activated at certain mind science is activated at a certain frequency. And of course, even bloodline. But the people that are attracted to me, they have those bloodlines. And it's not about a race thing. It's an epigenetic thing. And so, you know, they already understand some of what I'm already talking about. The people that will be attracted to learning about, okay, this the mentalism, the original monarch mentalism, and the original Atlantean mentalism. And so, that's going to be underground. Although I was planning on doing the whole 90 philosophy series on YouTube and all that. I'm like, man, people is trying to run off with my shit. Yeah, but you don't say, just throw a whole new name on it. Call it the Freeman's philosophy or some shit, like how Arthur Watkins bitch ass is doing. The Freeman's philosophy. And it had the whole, it be literally stolen word for word out my shit. That's why I'm nervous about breaking certain things down, because that's like their game plan. Because that's the government's way of trying to discredit and fight me. But it's like, okay, if we throw out his ass, we throw out a man out there and just copy your shit. The Black Americans, they ain't gonna be looking at that. They gonna look at that and they throw out Connie Collins as to defend it and talking about he's a revolutionary, a millionaire. You all saw that, how fucked up that website look. And I make under 30,000. That's how you could tell the difference between a royal bloodline and a scavenger bitch. And it ain't got nothing to do with your income. It ain't got nothing to do with what you got in your bank account. Scavenger mindset is a poverty mindset. This dude is a whole millionaire and he got a poverty mindset. He got to steal other people's shit. That's a scavenger mindset. That's how you could tell between the difference between a royal bloodline. And here they are focused on suppressing me so bad. And I still keep it moving. One man army, a tribe of one, like my master teacher fucking taught me. A tribe of one. And I know she kaka kikiing. Aha, you learned your lesson, didn't you? We told your motherfucking ass in 2016 what it was with the black community. You learned your lesson, didn't you? And guess what? My master teacher was also all in the black conscious community. Was at Dr. Clark's house, Dr. Ben's house. Grew up with him. Sure did. Was in they was at her house because they were all scholars. Her people's scholars. Sure did, in New York City. In Brooklyn. hmm Grew up all around it, at the corners with the bald head, the afros, all of that. But the unks, all of that. And got didn't listen to her dad, all types of stuff. So I know she's saying, I know, I done told you. You knew my life story, and I told y'all what it was and what the black community was about. And see, I knew that, and I had talked with her about that. I said, I have a calling on my life to do that, though. And she said, them black women was looking like, bitch, please. I said, I have a calling on my, and she said, look, name your price of when they get too much, when you better get out. And you're not talking about the price to sell out. She's talking about the price of when they give you your ass to kiss, know when to walk away. That was literally like pretty much what she said. Like, they gonna give you their ass to kiss. You're a black woman. You ain't light skinned. You got a big ass or whatever. You cute as fuck, but you're overweight. You ain't gonna get. You know. That's how the black community gonna do you, and they gonna see your genius and get jealous. They gonna try to kill your ass. And when the government come with a check on them poor black folk and offer them a check, they gonna take it and offer your ass up as a sacrifice. They been told me that shit. Sure did. Black women's been told me that shit in 2016, and I wanted them to not be true. But in the back of my head, I knew it was true. That's why I protected myself so well. I went through so much shit behind the scenes, man, with these motherfuckers. And I protected because I knew what they said was true. It was like going into a battle zone. It was like I knew I was going into spiritual warfare. And I had to prepare accordingly. Get some protection. And I had to focus on my Nagas original sciences. I've worked with different sciences. This is my bloodline. I don't need to go to a graveyard to get some dirt and dig. I don't need to get a voodoo doll and stick no pins in it. I don't need to harvest the energy. I don't need to sacrifice animals. I don't need to sacrifice humans. I don't need to do shit. It's nothing but mind science. I said, okay, I needed my Nagas Agori shit. Boom, switched out. Boom, almost crashed. Let me go back on my right hand path. You sure where your motherfucking ass at? Let's go. Andromeda, let's go. 125D, Dragon Riders, let's go. Nagas, let's go. Lemurians, please give me that science. Drop it down. Atlanteans, boom. Nothing but mind science. And this is what they scared. This is what the black woman has inside of her. And that's what they say, oh, you're crazy. Schizophrenic. Oh shit. Oh, here go the Masons. They come out. We got another one. Oh shit. Let's grab him. Another prophet. Oh, another real psychic motherfucker. They do it to the black men too. But I'm just saying it's easier for those women that had those sciences if they created it. They created it. And they get very scared when women know that naturally. And I know a couple that know it naturally. That's where we talk about the gifts of the spirit. Naturally know all types of shit. Clairvoyance, naturally know necromancy, naturally know mediumship. They gotta do nothing. They gotta have no initiations, no nothing, no training, no nothing. Don't need no tarot cards. And a lot of times I don't need the tarot cards, but the tarot cards do help. I ain't gonna hold you. But with me, it gives me a little bit of a better direction, but I don't need them tarot cards either. Like I could just go and see stuff. And actually, sometimes a lot of times with my clients, I'll read some the tarot cards at first, and then after a while, I'm so tapped in, I don't even need. When they ask me 10, 15, 20, 30 questions, and I would say that maybe the first 3 questions, I'm using the tarot. After that, boom, I don't need it anymore. I can just answer it without nothing, and did and type in and be able to see a whole bunch of shit. And they be like, sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it wrong, but most of the time it has been right, or else I would have been out the motherfucking paint. You can't just be on certain, you gonna be out the paint. People gonna start talking about your ass. Oh, she fake. But there are some people where I didn't get a good read. I didn't get it right. Do I care? No. I want to give people good service though, and I want to always my intentions are good, but the reason why I don't care is because I was very transparent and honest that I cannot see everything and it's not my job to, because I'm not God. And so not that type of God, primordial. And so I'm not looking to see into every little thing. I don't care to. And honestly, people got their own ancestors. People got bills and shields up and stuff. They don't want you seeing into all they shit. And so if I can't see it, I can't see it. What does it mean? Nothing. Nothing. When God take me up to that angel kingdom, or when I go through my quantum entanglement, oh, that ain't nothing to fuck with. That do you want to ignore? You don't want to ignore that. When I'm in quantum entanglement and I'm sifting through them dimensions and have to get back here, and it do because you be in other, you parallel universe, all type of shit, different dimensions, and so it be, you got to settle back in and be like, oh shit, okay. But I know I'm gonna have some prophecies and know something. I've got a message for somebody. That's some heavy duty shit. I don't have no control over that. It's like God be like, up, bitch, you ain't listening. Up, you too distracted. You ain't doing what you're supposed to do. Snatch your ass up. Get your ass up here so I can come talk to your ass. And let me sit my motherfucking ass up so I can flush your ass smooth the fuck out. That's what God be saying sometimes. When I get all distracted or be wanting to and getting lazy or something. Okay. We told you to stop recording that. We told you it wasn't about shit. Get your ass up in this angel kingdom so you can cuss your ass out. Get your ass up here. Atlanteans, but you know what? I really, what I fucks with, because when somebody be fucking with me, you should see like the energy how they be. Look at, did y'all just do that to my? So that one I do have to say, like I'm telling you, I love that aspect. That's why I don't feel beholden. I'm not in no. I never signed no contract. I never made no pact. I never did none of that. I think what other people in my bloodline obviously did, and they try to put it all on me. As they say, the sins of the father fall in the child. No, 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 no. I'm a free soul. I ain't signed up for that shit. Okay, you ain't coming to get me because somebody else walked from their shit or they did their shit. No, sorry, sorry, honey, sorry, buddy. Because I'm going back to 125D after this. Like I have to go to an Atlantean dimension. I got other missions. Like who coming on the mothership? You coming? Okay, no, okay, bye. I stay assets down here. Your planet is going to be you're going to tear out your own planet in less than 500 years because the vibration is too low and people want to still fight about race and still fight about gender wars and still fight about different countries. They're harming and genociding fucking children. So yeah, like what is wrong with y'all? I'm not saying the humans. I'm talking about the people that's running the system. I'm not talking about the average human, but the average human sometimes does participate in their own demise because they won't stand up for themselves and they won't be honest and truthful about their situation and how they have the power to get out of their situation through just their own power. You externalize your power too much. Shit. And we're talking about Jesus coming. Okay, if he is coming, yeah, that's a whole nother topic. Oh, we ain't even ready for that one. Because I'm like, dude is on Andromeda, not even thinking about. I mean, it's like you protect the people that is a part of your bloodline, and that's it. Why would somebody like how would you think? I ain't even gonna go there. I ain't gonna go there because I ain't trying to offend nobody and nobody's religion. Because I respect people and I ain't got no beef with Christians. I grew up in the church, grew up at Baptist church, then went to Pentecostal Kojic church, Church of God in Christ. Then, you know, I had visitations at 18, 19. We used to do it on revivals. Yeah, there used to be mad. And they used to, when a prophetess come from Jerusalem, female come from Jerusalem, prophet, and we had them little tent revivals, only 50 people in the church. And we in there for 12 hours and 11 hours. And we talking about people with real power. This is a female with real power, not in it for the money. It's small ass church, ain't no mega church. And they got shafars and we got tillets and shit and tambourines. We shaking our asses with the tambourines in the church with gospel music and shit and catching the Holy Spirit, and that shit is real as hell. And we see it's people convulsing all on the floor. It's angels everywhere. Oh, but you feel that shit. You feel, oh, that shit is real. And I know I've had experience with that. Now, and I remember them big ass angels that they've been walking with me ever since. That happened to me when I was 18 years old, 19 at the Kojic Church, Cathedral Praise. In Buffalo, New York. hmm I'll never forget because them angels still walking me to this. I will never forget the feeling that I felt walking out of that church when that revival happened. And that actually changed my life because that feeling that never went away. As far as they knowing being protected by angels, it was powerful, big ass. We am there all day. If you all day in the tarrying for their Holy Ghost, it's going to show up. And if you're saying Archangel Michael come through, Archangel Raphael come through, Archangel Gabriel come through, Archangel, Uriel come through, Archangel Chamiel come through, the nine choirs of angels, the dominions come through, the powers, and somebody just know how to open portals up. We talking about Jews, like she hid that she was Jew. We talking about people that really know about this opening these portals, and I felt them motherfuckers. I felt that power walk right through that door. And people, I mean, we talking about like that. As soon as I felt the power, we saw other people just passing out on the floor, passing out, starting to cry immensely. It ain't just oh, you thought it in your head. Shit is real. I wanted to think that for a long time. I wanted to think, maybe, we just crazy, or maybe we just, our hearts are so in. Yeah, I play that game, which I want to with that spiritual realm. That's a human's problem. They don't want to believe that the spiritual realm is real. Yeah, I'm sitting there shaking. The lady walked towards me. So was she walking towards me with a damn staff and a shofar, and my body started convulsing, like literally, like damn shit, probably damn near levitating. Couldn't stop shaking. And I get up and I'm seeing big ass like angels, just all, and it wasn't just me. Now some people can't see that, and it was more so with me at that time. I could feel it, but it was other people that could see it, and they were like, "Whoa, what in the world?" And we was, wishing that we was praying for Buffalo, New York, praying for justice. We were praying for Buffalo, New York. We were praying for United States. We were praying for Black Americans. We were praying for, obviously blessings over our lives and protection over our lives and shit. Praying for healing, praying for all types of stuff. When we would be healing people, people would be healed. Sometimes I think some of the people might have been acting though, because again, it wasn't no mega church, so they don't have no reason to act. It wasn't like no Peter Popoff shit. But I remember, we be touching people motherfucking eyes and say, "Can you see?" Motherfuckers that was blind, and they say, "Yeah, we can see." But one thing I thought was real weird though is when lady, she said that she was waiting for some money. She wanted some money. She needed some money. And I knew what if I put my hand on her motherfucking ass. She was asking us for pray, and at that time we were 18, so they kind of put us with the kids, and they were saying all the kids come up and pray for so and so to have some money. It was a little weird, but whatever. I was young. I was 18. We get up there. They said put your hands on her and pray that she gets some money. And I'm telling you, I knew it was. We would pray on Fridays and Saturdays. I put my hand on her. I knew that tomorrow she was. I said, you gonna get some money. I remember I was like, and even though I'm 18, she's way older than me. She's like in her 40s, and I'm like, I'm like, God, you're going to give this lady, because I don't know how to pray. So I'm just talking crazy, you know. You know how people have a way to pray that sounds professional or that sounds like, okay, you know how to pray. And what does that even mean, right? You could say anything in a prayer, but there is a way to pray, right? You know, technically, there everybody knows that's in the black church. You know that there's a way to pray. Let's be real. My motherfucking ass, God, you gonna give this lady some money tomorrow? Yeah, you're gonna give her. Yeah, what in the name of Jesus? You're gonna give her a check is coming tomorrow. Yeah, I put my and I remember some of the people was looking like, "What the fuck is you talking about? Like that is not how you pray." Because you know how people, oh, in the name of, you know, I don't. There's a typical cadence, and I have been in the church my whole life, but I still was just a weird. I'm just an eccentric motherfucker. As I'm sitting here, you know, there's a way to say it. Oh God, you said if we just humbly ask, if two or more are gathered, you will show up, and you have said if we said we will move a mountain to another mountain, you will be there. You know how to people know. I'm a pastor, so I know how to. I know how it sounds now. I know how to do it. But me being a chaos esotericist, now I don't give a shit about none of that. You gonna give her some money tomorrow? It's gonna be a check that show up. The pastor was looking at me like, so what kind of fuck shit prayer is that? But guess what? No lie. That next day, Saturday, she come back. She said, "Look, I don't know them little kids." She said, "I got a check in the mail, $5,000." She said, "A check came." She said, "Yeah, remember they was all praying for me to have a check, and Jenny was up there praying to us. So we decree and declare you gonna get some check from God. God, you better give her some money." She sure got that check the next day. I always been able to manifesting stuff for other people, but not myself. I don't know what that's about. It's a part of the gift or whatever. I don't fucking know. You know, it's like it's always been easy for me to speak something over someone else's life than over my own. But in a lot of ways, I think I just get in my own way. It must be something with my mind, and then obviously some of the traumas that I've experienced that it kind of act as like psychological mines. Will you like psychological bomb mines where leads to self-sabotage or self-doubt or some shit, I could imagine. I'm working on it. I admit it. But I just thought that was so funny, you know. But I want to talk a little bit about speaking about God and spirituality. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Kanye motherfucking West, his crash out, Kanye West's crash out, you know. It's been shameful. I ain't even gonna hold you. I I and we gonna get spiritual right quick. Part of Kanye's soul mission was to come down here and to infiltrate the music industry and blow it up from the inside and be God's prophet. How do I? You remember the song "Can't Tell Me Nothing"? Remember the beginning of the song where it starts out and it says, "Let me just." I told God I'll be back and it can't tell me nothing. Let's see. Let me try to get the lyrics for that. Ugh, this man always doing some stupid shit. He said, I had a dream I could buy my way to heaven. When I woke, I spent that on a necklace. I told God I'd be back in a second. Man, it's so hard not to act reckless. Too much is given, much is tested. Get arrested, guess until you get the message. I feel more pressure under more scrutiny, and what I do act more stupidly. These are high level codes. La 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 la. Wait till I get my money right. I had a dream I could buy my way to heaven. When I woke, I spent that on a necklace, the Jesus piece. I told God I'd be back in a second. Man, it's so hard not to act reckless. Is he telling you what his mission was? Bought more jewelry, more Louis V. My mama couldn't get through to me. The drama, people suing me. I'm on TV talking like it's just you and me. I'm just saying how I feel, man. I ain't one of the Cosbys. I ain't go to hell, man. I guess the money should have changed him. I guess I should have forgot where I came from. So yeah, Kanye. I'm going to put esoteric studies on here just so y'all can. We just we. This is the last topic, and we're about to go underground. Kanye West crash out is shameful because again, his sole mission was to come down here, infiltrate the music industry from the inside, and blow it up, and become more of on a level of a prophet. Now he did blow it up. He woke a lot of things up in 2022. Talked about the fucked up contracts. Talked about how, they were treating black folk and in the industry, and how the industry was corrupt, and how, they were sacrificing people in the industry, traumatizing people in the industry, then monetizing their trauma. He talked about mind control. He talked about a lot of shit, how they 5150 his ass. And he talked about the handlers. He talked about a lot of stuff. And so in 2022, he was kind of given an alley hoop from like heaven, so to speak, or a higher dimension. Like beings were literally tapped into what he was doing. They knew what they were watching it pretty much. And obviously his ancestors and whatnot. But he got obsessed with fame and attention, and he wouldn't walk away. In 2022, when he crashed out, like I said, he had a lot of protection on him. Everything was on schedule. But he was expected to leave the devil's playground. You can't talk shit about the devil's playground and think you're gonna still play their game and use their money, spend their money, have that fame, have that fortune, have that influence, and continue with their distribution deals and the contracts, whatever. Once you start talking out of line and they can't control you, if you got enough protection to where they can't lock your ass up and label you crazy and drug you, but they did the first time. I want to say in 2015, 2016, they did do that successfully when he was talking about, uh, other artists and whatnot. But they were not able to really successfully do that in 2022, and it was because of the spiritual protection. I remember the intercession. I could feel it on it. But the next step in the plan, was for him to walk away. That doesn't mean not make money. That doesn't mean be a poor righteous teacher or anything. But we're talking about like once you blow up that kind of stuff like that and say the shit that you talking about, you pretty much are done. You pretty much are, you know that the consequences that come with that. And see, the thing was with Kanye West is, and technically, like I remember I was saying, some people deserve to be famous. And that's true. I really believe that. Now, I don't believe that people need to sell their soul to be famous or need to sign a contract. I just think that people, through their own merits and gifts and through their own talents, if they make it, they can make it. But if they put, I think that is how the industry should be ran. Like, if somebody can play 22 instruments, somebody can sing and dance, and they're a triple threat, then of course people are going to watch them. Of course, people are naturally going to gravitate towards it because it's entertaining. So they know they shouldn't have to do stupid shit just to get put on, and they shouldn't have to disrespect themselves just to get put on so you can control them better. That's how you know it's exploitative. That's how you know the industry is demonic. But when Kanye is aware of that conceptually, but he doesn't want to accept that, he doesn't. You can't at this time, and with him being, not having with the industry, other artists not willing to necessarily speak out like he was. It was not smart to keep going back around them people. It wasn't smart to keep going back around the industry and trying to think that you can talk shit about these people. And of course they were going to turn on you. That's like you broke your oath. So of course they were not going to be on your side. Of course they was going to, um keep you away or whatever. Because for one, they feel like you talk too much, you gonna blow up the spot. Sorry, I have to blow my nose. So you should have known what you was getting into anytime you do some shit like that. You should know good and hell well. You can't sit and be talking like that and then think, yeah, people fake, and you still play the game, but you didn't want to walk away. Or what I'm saying is, if he would have just done that, that's when the exaltation happens. Obviously, there's growing pains and tribulations that you're gonna have to go through. And I understand that there's like a great deal of pain that he's even dealing with, like how he mentioned yesterday or something that he's in so much pain because the industry have turned on him. He put so many people on, they all backstabbed, and I understand. And it's like, but the way you handling that is not necessarily good. What we saw and what was worked out for you was when you walked away in 2022 and started talking your shit and talking about, how the contracts were messed up and your right to free speech. A lot of people was on board with you, white and black. People did not care. People felt like, okay, Kanye West, he crashing out. He has a right to speak the truth about what happened to him and his story. Then you went left, but you kept going. Like it's like you wanted to go back. Like you tried to get another deal with Adidas, and they said you showed up at Adidas trying to get another deal or something after they took it away. Instead of realizing like you did, it's all an illusion anyways. You already had your influence. You already had a diehard fan base. So you didn't need them at that point. You just needed to put your streaming shit or your album on your own website and call it a day. Or find a way to get the information to your peoples and but like he said, they had froze his bank account or whatever, and then and right around tax time and all that. So I get, they do a lot of fuckery behind the scenes. Like you will not be able to get a car, you will not be able to get a bank account, you will not be able to open up a bank account. They do some horrific stuff behind the scenes. And what I'm trying to tell the American people is they trying to do that to people even if you don't sign them contracts. And if you're not in that system, they trying to do that just for people, period, down here. So that's what I'm saying. You gotta fight back so that you cannot walk into no technocracy. You cannot put no chip in your head and your hand, none of that. You cannot just follow blindly and thinking that you're gonna get somebody's gonna save you and Trump's gonna save you and Elon's gonna save. Like you gotta fucking wake up, man. Y'all wanted to dog me out so bad so that y'all can have some row with some white boys and man they don't give a fuck. They don't even know what they don't even man. You wouldn't even want to know what I see in the spiritual realm with them people. I ain't even gonna get into it because I got enough smoke. But when you did that video, in 2022 about like we be like, oh God love me. God love me. They can't control me. And you were saying you were Semitic and telling people that you're Hebrew. People was eating that shit up, black and white. They was eating that shit up. No one thought you was crazy. A lot of people didn't even care, to be honest. And like I said, the plan at that point was for you to be exalted. Again, you had to go through some trials and whatnot. But we talking about the plan was for you to go down legacy wise as one of the top five prophets, black prophets in the last 5,000 years. That was God's plan for his legacy. He went left and he kept going back in the devil's playground. For those who don't know, about the music industry is ran by the occult and a homunculus fucking deity that has nothing to do with the real light Lucifer. For those who didn't know that, it's demonic as fuck. Everybody knows that. Everybody's just quiet about it. You get contracts and packs, you got to fucking suck. You get demons attached on you. The demons entities on the contracts. You sell yourself pretty much. You agree to have your energy exchange, your likeness in exchange for all perpetuity and all types of space and dimensions, all types of weird shit. People don't be knowing what they're doing, and the industry is corrupt, and they don't fully tell people what they're getting into. So it's fucked up either way. But nonetheless, um, that was his plans for him. But again, he would have took a hit money wise. He would have took a hit fame wise. But that's what the fame and the money is an illusion, anyways. But he couldn't do that. Kanye West couldn't walk away from that. He probably will not admit that because he doesn't know how to take accountability. But that was the plan. You didn't. You wanted to go back to. You wanted to you wanted to parade around another female, a white female, naked all around. Her ancestors pissed off. Her bloodline is pissed off. You got to deal with them ancestors. You disrespected another bloodline's female. You think just because no, you don't get to do that. Like she got ancestors too. She got a bloodline too. Like yeah, like what do you think is gonna happen? Like you keep fucking up, sharing porn and stuff. You said you stopped watching porn. You're talking about Negro children. You're talking about black children, innocent children that have nothing to do. You calling them out their names. And like I said, whatever them people do to you, man, you better hope you have as much protection as Donda and your ancestors put on your ass because you coming at people's kids and shit, man. Whatever the fuck they do to you, it's gonna be hard to get out of that one. Because a lot of people don't play about kids, Kanye. And that's ridiculous. People, man, took hits for defending your ass. And then when you went off the rail with the Hitler shit, people didn't know how to handle that. People still try to stick by your side. Defend your right to free speech, even if they didn't agree with the fuck you was saying. Because they know you was being railroaded and know people were saying you was crazy, but a lot of times, a lot of stuff you was saying was true. But you also need to learn how to take accountability. The plan was for you to walk away from that fame and fortune shit. You already had the influence. You could set up your own infrastructure. You didn't want to hire the people to help you set up the infrastructure because of your arrogance and ignorance. And so you felt like you had no choice but to go back to the same people that fucked you in the ass the first time. And could you could go and to us and complain about the Jews, but okay, but you keep going back. So what the fuck? You won't take a hard line stand and just do your own thing. And it is hard. It is not easy. But you, guess you would have took a significant pay cut. You already had your influence though. You throw up something that's $5, everybody gonna purchase it. All your fans gonna purchase it. Something that's the album that's $20, somebody gonna purchase it. You're not gonna have it. But the thing is, as far as like the height of Kanye West's career, it's like he's trying to recapture that, and he won't accept that that's done. And my thing is, you had a chance to become a fucking legend, even after 2022. Seriously, I'm just talking spiritually as a prophet. What I see, that was his chance because it's like, okay, you walked away, you blew it up. People know, people is defending you, and then you just kept going, kept going. Now you went into the Nazi shit. And it's like, okay, now you going a little too far. We thought you were trying to tell us about your pain and traumas that you went through and stuff that's going on in the industry, and now it's like no self awareness. And of course they're gonna throw that okey doke on your ass because they already you never know. They probably already chipped your ass when they 5150 Joe the first time in 2016, 2015. Let me make sure I'm still in the air. You know, people ain't got time for that shit, man. Doping up with lithium, doing all this shit, and you had the nerve to man to talk about some kids. Like I think honestly that was kind of like the last straw, man. Like even the shit you pulled with the rant with all the last couple of weeks. People just let you rock and get your shit off, but this is it's sad to see. It's not even entertaining anymore. It's not cool, you know. But I'll say this: I remember on Clubhouse, there were so many people crashing out in 2022 when Kanye West was telling people he's Hebrew and he was telling people he's Semitic and he can't be, he can't he's Semitic. And he came out saying that, it was so many. I remember so many Black American Hebrew Indians came out crashing out for Kanye, defending him. Moorish Hebrews came out crashing out. African Hebrews from the Igbo tribe came out crashing out on Clubhouse and shit, on in public, talk bringing forth documents. I'll never forget. It was a one of the girls. I used to scream and holler at her. We used to cuss and scream. And she was African from the Igbo tribes, Nigerian Igbo tribe. And I remember I couldn't even message her. We were so pissed off each other. We ended up blocking each other. And I wanted to just tear her ass to pieces. I ended up sending her some. You know how the only way you could you sometimes when you send a cash app, you can send a little message. And that was literally, I was so upset that I literally was like, you know what? I'm gonna cuss this bitch out. And I'm sending her cash apps, different cash apps, and writing cuss. It was so immature. I'm like 29 at the time, just to cuss her ass out. Bitch, you said this about Black Americans, you motherfucker, da da da. And she was like, you know how you can like on Cash App, and then so we meet up somehow in the clubhouse room again, and she gets up on the stage. Mind you, this is one of the real professional rooms, and she didn't know that in some of the rooms, I don't go in there doing all that screaming and cussing and fighting with Africans. She didn't know that at the time. She gets up on the stage. She told my son, "Yeah, bitch, Kylie J.N.S. Guess what I did? The mind you, it's like bankers. It was like real professional people than this fucker. It was like PhD, so they had no idea what was going on. She just gets up on the stage. They never saw that side of me. She gets up on the stage. Yeah, bitch, Kylie J. Starbucks, hoe. She's just like Starbucks, hoe. Nails, bitch. Nails. She's like, I got my nails fixed, bitch. And Starbucks, bitch, with the cash app that you sent me, sending them little fuck messages that you sent me. And mind you, she's saying it with an African accent. I can't even do an African accent. She said, yeah, bitch, I got those messages. And what I did with that money is I got a Starbucks, bitch. And I went and I got my nails fixed, bitch. And I went and I paid. I forgot. I think she said I got. I mean, it wasn't a lot of money I was sending her. It was just I was so pissed off at her. I just wanted to rip her a new one. They had kicked me out the room. And I'm telling you, I had no control over my emotions, and I'm still an emotional person. But when I say I had no control over I would scream and I would scream. I'm telling you, people like Black Americans used to be cracking up and like behind in the back channels. They'd be like, "Dude, why is this?" Because I always came off very scholarly and professional in some settings. So when they just will always tell me like, "You have no control of your emotions." They're like, "You are one of the most scholarly people that we know, one of the most brilliant people that we know. But you go up there, you fucking scream to the top of your lungs, you cut people off, you call people bitches, and you be but you motherfucker. And I'm doing all of this. They looking like really, and so I had no emotions, no control over my emotions at that time. I'm a little better now, just a little, but but I'm telling you, it was so funny. She got up there, Starbucks, bitch. That's what I got with that cash app that you sent me, ho. I got my nails fixed, ho. I went and got me a McNuggets, ho. And mind you, I remember it was one of the dudes that like started a bank in Africa. He was like, "Excuse me, but we don't. What the fuck?" Like he didn't even say what the fuck is he. They don't. He didn't even curse in that room. They're like, "I'm sorry, but we cannot have. We don't know what this is about. This sounds crazy. We're not allowing you to talk." And they had all. Mind you, these were Africans that had actually like loved me. They were like actually like swooning over me. So they did not let her. They was like, "She's against Africans," which I'm not. But at that time, they were going around saying that rumor. Like they were reporting me to the FBI and everything about me saying stuff, arguing with them about about the delineation shit. And then she's against Africans. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm playing dumb. What are you talking about? I'm like, we had gotten into an argument, we had a disagreement. Get over it. And that this bitch, fuck this. But they just kicked her out the room. They're like, look, we don't do that over here. We don't curse on our stages. We don't do arguing. Whatever you guys got going on, you guys got to take that shit up over somewhere else. We don't do that in here. We don't do that over here. Okay. Like we do high level conversations. Like, what are you doing? And they was kind of looking at me sideways, like, so what like what was that about? Like what and then it was a couple, it was other, I'm telling you, it to get bad, but man, I say that to say is that same girl, when Kanye West came out with the talking about it, he's like, I'm Semitic, and then Hebrew Negroes came out, and then Kyrie Irving had came out. I remember that same girl. She shared like it was like it was so many people that came forth like, no, like we got records of like no no no, like, and she came back with some tribal. I had looked through it too because she was talking about that. Now she wasn't from the tribe of Judah, but she was saying like how her peoples like had. And again, I have books that are like you can't even get these shits online like that. That talks about like is 150 secret societies in just in West Africa alone that talk about Levite secret societies that go back like so far back. It's not even funny. Stuff from Benjamin. It is crazy. And this is not like stuff that you can get online and stuff that's freely available. Like somebody has to like put it in your head about it. But she was showing me like it wasn't even like books, it was her documentation, like her paperwork. And like it was like stuff that like it looked, I mean, it wasn't like a database like how American genealogy records look. It was a lot of handwritten stuff, but she was showing like old ass documents because again, a lot of she was what I think she was from the nobility class in Africa. So a lot of them, the Africans from the nobility class, they can trace their heraldry pretty easily, believe it or not. If you're from the nobility class over there, if you're from the commoner class, it's harder. But if you're from the nobility class, that shit is easy as hell. Because they have their own griots, they have their own heraldry systems that are, and they also, they started to digitize a lot of their documents as well. But she was showing us stuff. She was like, yeah, like she's like, this is something we was quiet about. She was like, yo, it's coming out now. She was like, this is something we've been knew. She was talking about it. I'm not saying everybody is no Jew or no Hebrew. I'm not saying all Black Americans is that. I'm not saying all Africans is that. I'm not even buying into all of that. So please. But that shit was funny because we all in a room talking about it. And that was for the first time we ain't never argued before. We ain't never been screaming and hollering when Kanye West motherfucking ass was talking about the Hebrew stuff. That brought a lot of people together at that time because they was railroading him so bad it was offensive to a lot of the Black Jews. It's like it's real Black Jews out here. Like no, like you ain't about to sit up here and tell him he's not Jew. Like what the fuck? Like it was so many people so pissed. It was Indian and Black American Indians that was pissed. It was Moorish Hebrews that was pissed. It was African Hebrews. It was people coming out of the woodworks. I remember I seen some East Indians talking about some shit that they knew from the coming forward. It was a huge thing on Clubhouse. I'm telling you, I remember. And people were crashing out to defend his right to free speech. They was crashing out his right to call out the bad contracts. they was crashing out over, black about the idea of melanated, Jews and whatnot. So it was. I remember that shit. I even remember something. I ain't gonna name everybody because it was people from like the Crips and stuff in that room talking about it. I mean, it was like a bloodbath because obviously you got Khazars and Ashkenazis, they'll come forward. They was trying to tell us, you're not this, you're not that, you can't be this. And so it was a mess. It was, but it opened up a nice conversation. But I have to say, Kanye got lost. He started talking about the Nazi stuff. He started talking about the George Floyd. You just made the block hot for everybody. And to be honest, it got uncomfortable to keep defending you after every little shit you did after a while. Because we were getting looked at as crazy. Like we was getting looked at like, like damn, like you really pushing it too far to where, it just wasn't a good look. And like I said, people didn't care about you waking it up about the industry. People was appreciating that because it was stuff people had already knew. Like people already knew that they were sacrificing people in the industry. So when he just came out and said it, it was like, wow, so it's real. But you were supposed to show people how to go independent, how to do music for music's sake, and not worry about numbers and the fake illusion of fame, because you had already had the influence. So your goal was to figure out your own distribution streaming and to make money, and people would have supported. I'm telling you, it would not have been as much as before, but it's the principle. In the history books you would have been looked at. I'm telling you, I already saw what the plan was for you. Was to go in them history books as like a fucking prophet, dude. They would have taken the money back. That's what they do. When you start calling them out, they take the money back, they take the fame back, but you just couldn't walk away. Kanye couldn't walk away because that level of fame in terms of where he was at, the first black billionaire male, this black billionaire or whatever, and whatnot, and the richest black man, all that shit, that got to his head, and he couldn't let that idea go. The fashions, the lifestyle that comes with it. And so you kept going back to Lucifer's money. And you know what? I remember talking with some very spiritual people, and they're very much older than me. They're in the 60s. And I kept saying, see, he's leaving now. I said, see, he's gonna go independent. And I remember they looked at me like, bitch, you don't know nothing. It was like, mm-mm. And it's like, he is not on God's side. Like he doesn't get it yet. He's not fully out of their system. And I'm like, how do you know that? I said, he's saying, he's talking about, I'm like, he's getting out of it. And they was like, you don't get it. They were just looking like, okay, you still don't understand what this is about. And I didn't. I see it now, like, damn, he really was never out of it. He wouldn't fully walk away. And I'm telling you, you will know when somebody fully walks away. It looks like Don Robinson's ass, who's homeless from In Vogue. That's what walking away looks like. When you got to sleep in your car. That's how you know somebody has fully walked away. That is literally the consequences of breaking your oath or not doing what you're supposed to be doing in that industry, selling your soul and not doing and not wanting to play that game. It looks like uh Don Robinson from En Vogue, that beautiful black woman that's sleeping in her car with that much talent, who got fucked over. Actually, we'll do something on her next week. We're gonna do a cult breakdown on her next week. Yep. Because she can't speak. She's not speaking out on why, and she's expecting people to read between the lines and know what it's about. People still playing dumb, and they trying to run her through the ringer. She got that fucked up ass ex husband and stuff. Whew. I said, see, they trying to pull the crazy thing on her because they know she broke the oath and she's out of their system. But she didn't really break the oath. She's just gonna do what they wanted, what they want her to do. But she ain't gonna get no money. She ain't gonna get no promoted, and they're gonna say she's crazy. But when somebody's sleeping in their car like that, and I'm telling you, I've studied her situation. I actually looked into it spiritually. I'm like, oh, okay, she don't want to play the ball, and then she kind of gave it away with the hotel. We'll cover it next week because I don't feel like going down that rabbit hole. But that's pretty much what it looked like. And there's another person who's a big time YouTuber who's also in a homeless shelter. That's what it looks like to walk away. And I think she's trying to get back in. Can't get back in, off of my energy, but I find it shameful that she want to go back in there. But at the same time, I'm telling you, it'd be hard. It'd be hard when you don't want to play that, game. But I don't think it would have been like that with Kanye, because I'm telling you, it was not going to be like that with Kanye. Kanye West wouldn't have been sleeping in a motherfucking car unless he would have got on drugs or something. But that wouldn't have been his fate. It would not have been his fate. I'm telling you. This is like with my situation. My situation, I was supposed to. I'm telling you, they were trying to drive me to homelessness so bad in the whole year, and I stuck to my principles, and I stuck with what I believed in. I used my mind science, and I stuck with God too. But I'm not a religious person, but I knew what they were doing, and so I'm like, okay, I see what this is, and so I had to just keep fighting. But he kept going back. That fame is a drug. It's like heroin, and so he couldn't just walk away and thug it out. It was hard for him to do that, and so he kept going back. He kept getting with the wrong woman. What was wrong with Alexis Pfeiffer? You got with a woman with a bloodline of witchery who has a history. I'll say this: you get with them women, you are warned not to get with those women. They have more power than black men. They don't have more power than black women, but they get their power. Part of their science is to take the ori off a black man's head for power. It's a known thing with them type of women. We know the type of bloodline they come from. It's not good, bad, right, or wrong. You're just warned. You just know. That's how they get their power. That's how they derive their power. Everybody knows it. Take that crown chakra right off the black man's head. They have women are more powerful than men. They just won't tell you that spiritually. They have people at the highest levels of the masonry, Jesuits, every single society that you have in this planet knows this. They just hide it from the public. And so that particular group of women, they know that who has the most power. They can't pull that shit with a black woman and know who they are. But they always throw their weight around with the black man. They say, okay, the black man got power. He got melanin. You know, you're gonna take that power off of their ass and do spiritual money laundering, destiny swiping, energy harvesting, and they go to this power source because if they can't really go around black women with that shit because black women have a whole nother they have chaos intelligence gene and that level that is a part of a protective mechanism, but also that it's a natural defense system. It's a natural defense system for certain bloodlines of black women. And so they don't go really play around that shit with black women. Unless you just a dog, don't know yourself and have no self-respect for yourself. You don't know who you are. They'll try to get your ass. But them type of women, they target is black men's. They dress nice, go get surgery, get big ass, get big titties. They go around black men. Take that already right off your motherfucking head. Everybody know this. Been talking about that shit for that's like the known thing for thousands of years. And the Moors have been saying, hey, these women are awful myths because this is what they do. And this motherfucker went right to the den. And I'm telling you, it's a known thing. And he would not listen to the warning. I'm telling you that I saw spiritually there's multiple celebrities that try to tell Kanye West that. There are multiple celebrities that try to tell Kanye West that. He will not listen. I'm telling you. Now you think a lot of the black celebrities had cut him off because they had told him, don't get with them, don't get with that lady. Don't do it. And he wouldn't listen. Then he parades this new girl around that he got. That's another bloodline woman around naked and angering her ancestors. Then he crashes out and attacks the black community. And then you attack innocent black children and call them names. Then you tweet and caps all day. And like I said, he's in a lot of pain. It is a lot of pain. But I also see you want the level of fame and fortune that you had. And the reason for all that tweeting is for attention. It is. And all I'm saying is you could have walked away and kept your legacy intact in 2022. You were looked at as a legend even when you blew up the industry and you would have been known for telling the truth. This is the same nigga you said George Bush don't care about black people. People still talk about that. People is writing about that in books. There was another saying you said, I believe in me, just believe in you. Let me do me. You like it, cool. You don't, fast forward. That's an exact quote from Kanye West. How do I remember that quote? There's another quote you said, the prettiest people do the ugliest things for the fame and fortune. The prettiest people do the ugliest things for the rings, the diamonds, and something and something. Flossers be the greatest. And then you said, for all that paper, look how low you would stoop. Even if you in a Benz, you still a nigga in a coupe. All falls down. Classic song. People still listen to that shit. Everybody know all the classic quotes of Kanye. I told God I'll be back in a second. Man, it's so hard not to act reckless. Too much is given, too much is expected. Those are your words. Too much is given, much is expected. Those are your words. The fuck is you doing? You don't listen. You don't take accountability, and it's everybody else's fault. And see, here's the thing. As much as I blame a lot of people, I do sit back and I say, you know what? I'm reckless. I started some shit too. I said some shit about people I shouldn't have said. I shouldn't have said these things. I could have moved smoother. I have to take accountability for some of the situations that I've caused too. But I also know that I've dealt with a lot of fucking jealousy and a lot of contract, and which you have done too, and feds around you and all types of shit. So I get it. But at the same time, it's like you also have to self reflect. And like I said, your last straw, you done came at people's kids. And like I said, you better pray you is as protected as Donna and your ancestors are protecting your ass for talking about some Negro children. You better just hope that you is protected as you was in 2022, because your soul is lost. That industry is demonic. And it ain't shit. But you should have taken that alley hoop. You should have taken that alley hoop from the angel kingdom. And that came to you in 2022. But you obsessed with fame and attention, you know? And we want a better world because he's one of them people that deserve to be famous. They're like Prince, like Michael Jackson. There's some people that deserve to be famous without having to get suck some dick to get put on. That industry is demonic. I just say it's sad how we going out, but you ain't gonna act like you was not warned to stay away from the women's, from the Kardashians. I can see in the Akashic records of the black celebrities who warned you, stay away from them. You did not listen, and that's why they bailed on your ass. Let's be truthful. Remember, I know who did. People didn't show up to your wedding because they already had knew it's done. You're done for. You don't fuck with them people because they knew spiritually that you were done for. And like I said, I see the pain, and I see somebody trying to recapture the moment of fame when they were at the top. And what I'm saying is that you had the opportunity to be a trailblazer for independent distribution, for calling out the unfair contracts, for calling out parasitical people that's harming the black community, for taking a stand and making classic music. But now you are known as a asshole, a bigot that hates everyone, attacking innocent children. And so this is not a good look, man. This is not a good look. I saw God's plan for you. Like I said, people would have followed your lead had you just stayed the course, but you kept going back to the devil's playground. And you lose protection every time you go back. That's all I'm gonna say. But the plan for you was to go out as one of prophets, like the level of Isaiah and Jeremiah. But you keep getting sucked into that damn illusion. You keep fucking up You keep fucking up, man. Oh, it is what it is. Well, like I said, your ass better hope, man, that them people don't come for you for doing that bullshit you pull, talking about them people kids like that. Just to be honest, they gonna feel justified, and it's gonna be a hard one because you came at it's kids that are innocent, and you just didn't have to do that. You just didn't have to do that. I understand being upset. That's just not how you do it. And you know that. And even if you were to try to apologize, would they even forgive you? No, because that's going too far. That's going too far. Yep. Mm-mm-mm. But we're about to go underground. I'm done with that. We're about to take an intermission. Let me get this off Rumble. If you're on Rumble, did I put the comment? Let me put the links back in. You have two options to sign up for the underground. If anybody knows a DNC strategist, a Green Party strategist, operatives, whoever they know is struggling with a political party that want this high level strategy, bring your ass now. Let me just put this because I don't even know if it's shared correctly. Wait a minute, that's not it. Oh, okay. Let's just put this on Rumble because we are about to end it on Rumble. So you're more than welcome to come to that lecture. And it should be the links are in um the links are in the description for Twitter, and YouTube. So again, you can either subscribe on a monthly basis or just pay for one time. If you don't have to do it today, if you want to just uh, wait or whatever until the whole session is available, whatever. I don't even care. I'm just saying I'm not putting this shit on live like that. It's too high level to just be throwing that stuff, that type of level of strategy on the internet like that anymore. So I'm not doing that. And this one I actually thought out. The other times I was doing that shit, it was just off the dome. But like this one, I actually like put like a lot of thought in. So I'm not doing that. So let me end this on Rumble. God bless you guys. If you are on Rumble, we are heading off. And so I'll end that there. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so that's ended on there. So let me get off of here. Did it work? Rumble. Okay. So those are the two links that you see. Choose which one if you want it, guys. Want to come over. The first one I believe was for the actual course, or actually for the subscription, and the second one is for the course. It's the same thing. It's just different options or a way of doing it. It's literally going to be the same live. If you decide to, let me put my email up just in case somebody emails me. If you decide to call in, you will need a password. So you can email info@nocti.us. Let me put that in Twitter just in case. Not Twitter. I'm actually gonna put that just on YouTube because then I could delete it. I'm not gonna put that on Twitter. Oh, let's see here. Okay. So if you do decide to call in or whatever, you will need it will be password protected. So you will need to we said what was the opinion of the PD. You know what, Boli? I didn't see it. Oh man, how did you see it? Where did you find that at actually? Can you tell me where you found the you said I feel Kanye is falling for the trap of Hollywood. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He fell for it for sure. He said Kanye's addicted to attention from white folks. Exactly. Yep, that's his problem. Yep, that's exactly his problem. And you said, what's your opinion on the P Diddy Kanye jail phone call that went viral this week? I gotta look it up. I didn't even see. Believe it or not, I did cut back on my social media and stuff like that, and so I'm not. I just saw, obviously with him talking about the kids, that was just viral everywhere. But I actually don't know what happened with the Kanye West and P Diddy. And so I gotta and you said it showed up on your feed. See, it hadn't showed up on my feed yet. And so I gotta actually go and Google it. You said it was a weird phone call. It showed up on my feed on YouTube. Yeah, I gotta check it out. I'm seriously, I'm shocked that that's even going on, you know. Um it's a damn shame. He ought to be ashamed of himself. So let me put my lecture thing in there. That's for the course itself. If you want to do a one-time payment, that's going on YouTube. And then here's the one for the subscription. If you don't want to pay, and then if you want to do a 2-week plan, you have to go to the one-time payment. If you decide to pay every 2 weeks or whatever, or you can pay every month, you go to the subscription where it says subscription, and that's in the URL. Like the difference is you look at it, one says course and then one says subscription. So one is a one-time payment and one is a subscription base. Now, if you want the 2-week payment plan, you have to go to the course one because the subscription is once a month. And again, for those who didn't know, it's not just going to be political topics. Right now, this is the Governance and Civic Affairs Department. There'll be stuff in the Esoteric Studies Department. There'll be stuff in the Nocti Order for Kids, Self-Esteem class and cartoon Saturday mornings. There'll be stuff for the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning. There'll be stuff for just Black Americans. If I have to just address them specifically, there'll be stuff, and this is stuff you can just all click once you pay for the subscription. Once you pay for the course, you get access to everything that's going to go up there. Right now, we're covering just part one of the Governance and Civil Affairs Department, issues Democrats to the party should center in addressing the American population as a whole. That's what we're clicking on today. That is what will be live right now as we speak. Uh, Going into, I'm gonna start the meeting up. I am going to um what's going to happen is, let me put this up. I'll share this. This is going to stay up. It is going to be muted, so you won't be able, because we're going to come back and do our party. And so let me show this. This is just going to go up like that. And it will be up like this. Let's see. Is this the short version or long version? You know what? I think is this the short version or the long version? Okay, so that's a short. So that's going to stay up just like that. And we're going to go underground, cover that material, and then come back. Again, again, there's a reason for me doing this. I have to be recipient. I'm giving out too much of my energy, not getting nothing back, and it's very, very unfair. Um, and it doesn't make me feel comfortable because I'm seeing people like lift my entire frameworks and whatnot and steal so much information from me. We're releasing a 50-page reversion intelligence analysis proving how Arthur Watkins is scripting and stealing a framework that I created in 2023 as what I'm building with the Nakti order that I kept showing here, as well as that yes, that's what he's doing. And so I'm not playing that. So we got to show the proof of that because people be trying to, oh, you're just delusional. Then they kept doing that. They kept doing that so that people could not see what was happening. And then they all took an oath and all, it has agreed behind the scenes. Okay, let's just be quiet. Let's nobody say anything, and just let's just keep gaslighting her. But I mean, you already validated me because, like I said, you wouldn't be stealing that motherfucking much. You wouldn't be asking me to stop doing what I'm doing to help you build up your sorry ass shit. I'm doing all this for under $30,000 a year. Economy, all types of stuff. And this is nothing. I'm telling you, like, we have not finished building this shit out. Like, none of this is built out yet. It's the framework. It's getting done. The economy section I'm working on behind the scenes. That's going to be major because we're going to integrate that with Knox University. It's a lot going on, man. But these are our appendages of the Nakti order. It's an infrastructure. It's a paradigm shift. It's a governance system. And I wrote about this in 2022 and published it in 2023. And it was originally just for Black Americans. But the Black Americans sold me out and they know they did. They better not fucking lie about it because I have the proof that they did. So I guess they feel embarrassed about it. And it wasn't all the Black community. It wasn't. It was the people in the reparation space and shit. There's a lot of COINTELPRO and controlled opposition. And they do defense contracts. It's not real. And they've worked for the music industry. We can prove that. And Connie Collins worked for the music industry. She's a contract lawyer. She makes contracts for the music industry. That should tell you everything you need to know. And I told you about Luciferian Babylonian contract magic, and her fucking last name is Collins. Stop playing dumb and act like and stop acting like you don't know what the hell this shit is about. And all of a sudden they want to infiltrate and go into the fucking reparation space. People that's in the music industry, people that's in Hollywood, people that's in politics. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. And y'all want to sit and play on Get My Top. Like I don't know what the hell this is about. And I didn't know at the time. I really did think it was grassroots. But I'm saying all them people came around me and I didn't know what it was about. And then Denmark VC said, "Oh, Satan needs a sacrifice," and I thought he was just being stupid. Like I didn't know I didn't understand what he was talking about. But he was like trying to warn me, low key, no lie. And I just thought he was crazy. Saying Satan needs a sacrifice, and he said that's what people and he said, and he warned me. He said, "Trust no one," and he said, "Believe half of what you see and none of what you hear, and trust no one." And he said, that ain't about nothing you want to get involved in." And he was and that group that we were in that had all these people in it, he was the only one that kind of tipped me off. I guess he knew what they plans was, and he was like, "You still want to be around those people?" And I didn't understand what he was talking about, and he was looking disappointment, like, "Dude, I literally told you like what it was," but I did think he was crazy at the time. I don't think that shit no more, but I thought he was crazy at the time. Sure did. But yep, I'm about to get my I'm about to oh, this is a pretty picture of Candy Burris. Wow, that is an amazing picture. Let me get well, we about to start this up. Wow. Wow, she looks amazing. That is awesome. Wow. Something just popped up on my Instagram. Oh, okay. But yeah, if you do need the password, my email will be open And so, we about to go over there. Let me put this back up, remove this, put this back up, and mute this. Let me start the other meeting though. How do I start? Okay, so I go here and I take it if people have questions, you'll put it in the chat. I'll be checking it, but I am about to let me see what else. I don't need this. Don't need this. I need to free up my bandwidth. Let me see, is this still working? I just need to check that, make sure that the sound is completely off and that nothing is being shared from what we're covering on the other side. And again, if even if no one comes, I don't care because again, it's about making sure that I protect my these strategies because if somebody gonna use this shit. The Democrats gonna get desperate enough. Yeah, shit, you ain't got no. The Democrats ain't got no room to scoff up at nobody. This stuff I know will win them an election. Y'all not gonna sit up there and act like y'all was not. Y'all didn't have y'all think tanks watching my damn YouTube channel and using them strategies from the DNC was stealing every little strategy I would give to the RNC, but the RNC was also using some of them strategies, and I was doing that just off the dome. I'm just letting y'all know I was doing that just I wasn't putting no thought. I wasn't studying nothing. I wasn't coming up with no framework. No, I didn't do none of that. But this time, no, we covered. I'm telling you, this shit is so extensive. Maybe I should add. Now I don't even care about that. People that want help, they'll come find you. But we're going to be talking about how to center parties on common interests and goals of all Americans. The issues that particularly the Democrats should center or like the Green Party should center and addressing working class and middle class economic mobility and opportunities. We're going to give specific strategies for what that means and what that looks like. And then we're going to talk about how you address the American population as a whole, as well as youth and young adults. We're going to get specific strategies on how to get them on board, youth and young adults. We're going to talk about new entrepreneurs. I'm going to hold you how to build a political base among the business class. Because you got to do new entrepreneurs because old money, old business class is with Republicans already. But you have an opportunity to tap into what I would call a nouveau hustler that's trying to be more of an entrepreneur. And there's a way to do that. There's a way to give people opportunity. And so we're going to discuss all of that. And I have some specific policies of that. And then that's like literally specific policies that you can copy and paste. Again, if nobody used this stuff, then not the order will use this. I mean, come on, like it's excellent stuff. It's already TTG. If I do this and start my own political party, it's just that my energy is stretched too thin to be trying to start a political party. And I'm not that interested in politics. I'm not interested in the way the current structure is. I'm interested in governance and I'm interested in parallel infrastructures and enterprise architecture. I'm interested in systems building, processing building, automation, and in governance. But I'm not interested in American two-party politics. No, that shit is fake. It's an illusion. I'm interested in shadow government shit. I like intelligence. I like stuff about secret societies. I can even go that way, but I can't sit. When I say go that way, I'm talking about like strategize for that type of systems. I can't sit and entertain that. It's too fake to me. But I also know that real people's lives are being affected, and so it's important that you know I do my part to help the American people. And I personally don't benefit from anything that the Republicans are doing, not one single policy, because I thought that they were going to be focusing more so on the child trafficking. But that's just not a way to view the world. That's not a way to approach the world in terms of self-preservation. And that is what I was thinking, because both of them do the same thing. They are both globalists and they both are being caught. Republicans are being caught now for messing with little kids. Like 3 Republicans in the last 2 weeks alone. And so I don't have time to be sitting there acting like at going to party. Oh, you did this, you did that, you did. I'm not a fucking shield. I'm not getting paid to do the shit. So yeah, we're definitely about to uh either do our own thing. Third party can come out, Green Party can come out, Libertarian Party can come out, or the Democrats can get their shit together and restructure their shit with some high level shit that's gonna actually work and get them in the election. Actually have a fighting chance. You will have a fighting chance with these policies. I ain't even arrogant. I'm not even trying to hold you. I ain't even trying to bullshit you. This is stuff that we about to talk about underground. Oh, this shit is about to this is it. You gonna win the election. You gonna win the Republicans crashing out like a motherfucker. They deleting police databases, cutting out civil rights at the Department of Justice, cutting out the EEOC, cutting out climate and EPA control. for Americans, consumer protection in the banks for Americans. What else did they do? They didn't honor none of the promises they said they was going to honor in terms of cutting income tax and certain stuff for Americans. They ain't got nothing for the working class American, nothing for middle class America, nothing for entrepreneurs or opportunities for housing, none of that. You know, Republicans ain't got shit for none for the middle America or for middle America or working class America. They ain't got shit for them. They sat up there and erased Jackie Robinson's military stuff off the Department of Defense. Yeah, people ain't fucking with this. People getting fired left and right, whether you was MAGA or left and shit. People that did not vote for Elon Musk. Like I said, there will be no election. The prophecy came true because you did not elect Elon Musk as no shadow president. You got two shadow presidents running around here, and people declaring they president. It's busy out here. When have you ever seen a situation like that where they constantly Elon is on Trump's ass every second of the day, everywhere he go? That is not normal. Like that you ain't gonna tell me we ain't never seen nothing like that in our life. And see, you don't know the occult shit that I see, the shit that I have seen spiritually with Elon Musk. Even in 2023, deleted tweets that I know the CIA had to look at. When as I was dressing Elon Musk, because I was seeing him in this astral rim, and I was again with quantum entanglement. You really, I'm telling you, it's like it's out there. But now everything that I saw in 2023, I can now make sense of it. Back then, I didn't know what it meant. I just thought I'm like, oh shit, I'm fucked up. Let me delete all this shit. But I'm saying now that it's 2024, I'm 2025. Oh shit, and I'm telling you, anybody that want to go back and look at them deleted tweets from around July 2023 and August 2023, when I was crashing out about Elon Musk, CIA, you want to go look at that shit. If anybody that's on our side, the military industrial complex that's on our side, it's about God's side. You know, anybody that know that this is a spiritual war, yeah, you want to go look at that shit and see what actually I said. It's true. What I saw, it was dead ass. I just thought I just lost it. You also may want to go even on YouTube to look at some deleted tweets from July 2023 because I was begging certain black influencers to help me because I knew what was going on in 2023 as it relates to Elon Musk. That's why I don't be on X that much. Like even believe it or not, this stream is gonna get deleted off of X. It's not gonna get deleted off of YouTube, but I'm gonna start deleting my streams off of X. It's just no point. They do way too much censorship on my account. It's like I feel like targeted on X. Like it's just ridiculous. And so and then for people to just play dumb, like, oh, we don't know, it's give it up. The jig is up. You don't copy. I mean, we got the FBI copying shit out my books. Like the jig is up. The jig is up. Yeah, lucky I ain't report them phone calls of a motherfucker scared as shit. There's 7 and 6 attorneys. Oh my gosh, what the fuck? I'm sitting here looking like, oh yeah, these bloodline families. They told me that they're gonna come for you. I'm looking like, what the fuck is you talking about? I'm just a nigga that I want to get some Arby's and watch Zeus. What the fuck is you? I remember saying that. I'm like, yo, I watch Zeus Network. What the fuck? Like, because people don't be knowing their power. People, I lied to me my whole life. It is what it is. And I see why I got a shadow man. Y'all scared I'm gonna go out there, record my ass saying, I want that. I want the rain to come. And I want a thunderstorm, and I'm gonna move the sun from here to there. And when y'all see that shit happening all on my motherfucking camera, and I put that shit on YouTube, and y'all gonna say lie and tell the public it's CGI, lie and tell the public it's Project Blueling. And every time I start doing that shit, yo, they send out them. I don't do it as much because it does like it triggers something in the computational algorithm, and they send the gang stalkers out, and they kind of intimidate me from doing it. I pay for it on the back end every time I do that because they could feel it, and like it was really bad like a year ago when I used to be doing shit like fucking with them chemtrails and stuff. They was spraying all that stuff. I ain't even gonna hold you. They would next thing you know, they'll my credit cards wouldn't work. It would be like a punishment, like, bitch, yeah, we know that's you doing that shit. That's why you ain't gonna be able to use your bank card. That's why we not letting you advertise. Like right now, I can't even advertise on Twitter. Like no lie, I can't even advertise to promote my going underground. That's how bad it is. They won't even let me advertise my stuff on promote my stuff on Twitter. Like that's how bad it is. And I ain't this video like it's not like I'm saying or doing anything that's so outrageous on it. And so that's how it's deeper than what you think. And I'm telling you, when people go back, I'm telling the CIA, I'm telling the NSA, yeah, or any intelligence agency that got access to back or any Twitter engineer, y'all go and look at them deleted tweets that I made from July 2023 and August 2023 as it relates to Elon Musk and on YouTube. And yeah, and I'm telling you, like now that it's 2025, it all makes sense. I was deleting shit because I'm a prophet. I couldn't make sense of it back then. It just sounded like I was crazy back then. Now it all makes sense. That's why I'm not, even though I delete a lot of stuff off of Twitter, I still keep records of everything now because I'm like, this shit gonna play out. That sound crazy. Now it's almost let me take it down, but I said it's gonna come to pass. Just like I messaged someone talking mad shit, like, dude, I'm not working with Elon Musk, da 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 da, all in the quantum entanglement in session. And I'm like, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do that. This dimension can do this, and all that shit starting to come to pass. Sure enough, and there was a background message. It was somebody that worked on Trump's campaign. Hmm. And I just messaged them on the whim, because I was in quantum entanglement, and that's how that worked. Yeah, but let me get my ass off of here. We'll be back to do our party, and our party gonna be popping. I ain't even gonna hold you. It's popping playlist, so you stay tuned. Stay tuned. Wait a minute, why is not doing it? Okay, and so that's the link. I'm muting this shit. We about to start the other live. Hey, so the meeting is done. That video is actually up for replay right now. The recording is now available for replay. But yes, and so if you guys were not able to meet it, oh, it's playing now. So, so now we're going to start with our party. Let me just remove this. Okay. And how do I get it like that? Okay, but I do have to say, as per usual, we must uh, go off YouTube for copyright reasons. I hope you guys have a great weekend. I have to say, I thought the meeting was going to be longer. I got through the first course information pretty fairly quickly. And again, that recording is available for replay as well. And so I do have to say, the playlist that we focusing on today. Um, I want to say I was wanting to do like a light and dark. Might that like we shift to like some more. I wanted to play like Young M.A. I want to get into like some Robert Glasper, some Benjamin Casey. Um, I think his name is Casey Benjamin. And then who else? Kim Chemistry. Kim Chemistry. And so I'm not sure because I wanted to do some Kendrick Lamar. I'm just trying to figure out and get in the mood. I have it's this new drink that came out. It's non-alcohol. It's called Ken Bloom's Beaming Joy. It's called Ken Euphorics. And so they have these different flavors like Ken Calm, Ken Euphorics, but it has like Domania in it, Damiana in it, Shishandra, L-theanine, white grape, ashwagandha, GABA, oak extract, American oak extract, white button mushroom extract, rosemary extract, hibiscus. And so I bought one yesterday and I really fell in love with these Kenyaphorics. I was like, wow. So I went and got me some more. And like I said, it's called Kenyaphorics and that's spelled Kin. So if you guys want to check that out, Ken Bloom. Let me see, maybe I can share Kenyaphorics because they have different flavors. And so I'm able to, I had bought three different flavors. And again, these are non-alcoholic. Let me see if I can show the cans. I'm going to show you the guys the cans. Okay, so let me share my screen here. Hey, Tars Mitchell. You said, goddess, your thoughts and perspectives are so profound and inquisitive. Have you thought about doing a more interactive space because you're Jewish should be accessible to the unlearned? My spaces are accessible to the unlearned. You just have to go to an university now. Um, and you know, even on Knox University, it is interactive. Like you can um during our live session like we just did now, yeah, you can unmute, we can talk, you can submit. There's a AI companion that will give you the summary of everything we've discussed. Um you can ask questions, that's where we can be more interactive, but it has to go behind the scenes because I gave out so much information freely and my work was being usurped, and again, I've dealt with a lot of shadow banning and whatnot. And so it's just not smart to just be freely giving like I was in the past. Like I gave out whole books for free and stuff. Like it's just gotten ridiculous in terms of like plagiarism and whatnot. And so I have to take accountability for even my own approach, but at the same time, I have to safeguard my intellectual property, my energy. And so I think my stuff is pretty much unaccessible to the unlearned. You just have to pay $20 a month. I mean, I don't ask for much. And my channel's not monetized, and so there has to be some even exchange or reciprocal exchange, and I think that that's fair. But I do appreciate you. Really a strong one. Thank you so much. And so let me share this new drink that I had found called Ken Euphorics. Okay, let's see. And so I got these from they're at Sprouts and whatnot, but like I said, they're non-alcoholic and they have these different like adaptogens and different types of herbs, like how I was reading to you earlier. So light wave is really good. You guys are gonna love light wave. I'm telling you, light wave. It says portal to peace. That's true. I was able to get. I got Ken Bloom heart opening joy. I'm trying that for the first time today, and then also got the actual sunshine immunity plus beauty booster. So I got that one as well. I wanted to try Luna Morala. That's the metabolic one. Um, they didn't have this one, this green one, nor did they have Ken Spritz. And I'm telling you, let's see what this because I know I had this one yesterday. And so this one is let's see the ingredients in this one. What you see, birch bark extract, inulin, theanine, serine, tryptophan, magnesium glycinate, white button, mushroom extract, lavender essence, ginger extract, passion flower extract, licorice, cinnamon, clove, shiitake mushroom, chili pepper. That was off the chain. I ain't gonna hold you. That one, it was a really it was very high vibrating. It was really cool. Now I'm gonna try the other one, and it really did like calm. It really was pretty good combination of different herbs and elements. And so we'll see what this Ken Bloom one is. That's what I'm gonna drink now. That one's it's ashwagandha preparatory GABA. Hmm, it's a little bit different than the other one. I mean, we'll see. But I like it. So I wanted to share it with you guys, and just in case you guys wanted to get that. Okay, and so we're gonna get off of YouTube. And so if you want to join, we are gonna still be on Twitter, and we'll listen to some cool music and then head off of here. God bless.